Springtime is such a beautiful time to explore color, to dive into color, really allow that healing energy to be in every color that you place in before you. Change up your house, talk about color, think about color, get enriched with color, embody yourself with color. Color, sound, song, harmonies, all of those are beautiful, profound ways to change and shift your energy. So today we're going to have two videos today. One is going to be, I've had a lot of clearing in all of my chakras. I've had a chakra upgrade, so I'm really, really excited. We're going to do two videos. One is going to be a longer ascension, more deeper, all of my ascension, wild stuff that I can go into. We're going to talk a little bit about the brain. But this shorter one, we just wanted to talk about being divine feminine, really preparing for an amazing healing, high vibrancy June. June is very important for our entire planet. It's halfway through our year, preparing ourselves for a new galactic birthday, which is in August. And June is a really profound, deep soul, shaking up, harmonization of really embracing your expression. Embracing the beauty of your expression, embracing the beauty of who you are, really getting used to facing with accountability, with responsible gentleness, with responsible nurturance, the divine masculine energies, the divine feminine energies, and really taking that on with just curiosity and gentleness and nourishment, and really nurturing your energies. And that's why color, this will be more of a beauty, session, because June is really when all of the full colors come to life across our planet. It is the month where we're celebrating a lot of our gender ideologies, our beliefs about gender ideologies, why and how we're here. So we really want to empower you to really embrace the more open acceptance of all that we are as divine beings of sacredness. We are all aspects of cosmic DNA, of cosmic juice, if you will. We all have hybrid experiences that we will be remembering. Everybody will go through their own cosmic hybrid remembrances. That's how we fully integrate that DNA. When the DNA does get activated from our cosmic lineages, you'll have them most often than not come forward first in dreams, because that is usually the safest place to explore things that are strange and weird and unknown. And then it slowly comes into your everyday experience where you can remember your versions of yourself, aspects of yourself from different bodies, different forms, different planets, different realms, different experiences. And so that's usually how first those cosmic DNA, the hybrid DNA, usually comes into your consciousness. Your consciousness awareness is your waking state, that you are more than you thought, you are more than you were told. You have aspects of your creativity that are multiverse. Your creativity spans the multiverse. And as you integrate those soul fragments, you become more aspects of all that is androgynous. So this is where we really want to bring a bigger awareness, a more high, profound volume of capacity and aptitude as to what June is really about. It is the embracing of our androgyny, the embracing of who we are as multiverse cosmic beings. Really play with color, really play with your aspects of divine feminine in responsible, accountable, very open, generally, with your conversation. Be open with how you are moving through your energies. And you can feel it if you really tune in, and if you're doing your Ascension pathwork, if you wanted to book a session with me to understand Ascension pathwork, to understand that pulling up and navigating and excavating of the soul fragments, of excavating those soul traumas, of excavating those abuses, and excavating those cosmic soul fragments and those soul memories, I can assist you in doing that. The soul pathwork is so really important. It's pivotal. You can really tune into those aspects of your ascension cycle, and when you're moving through a recognition and an integration and a healing and a resolution to a divine masculine energy or a divine feminine energy, those aspects of the psyche experience that are in the soul's evolution of how we're becoming grander capacities of source itself, because we're all returning back to source for those that so desire. Everybody goes back to source. Everybody is a source. Whether it depends on the level of consciousness one chooses in a lifetime. If you choose to be mindful, consciously awake and aware, you are one with the all. June will be the month in which we're exploring ourselves as androgynies. What does it feel like to be fully healed in the divine feminine masculine energies moment for moment for moment? Meaning that you're aligning with the higher versions of who you are as an integrated soul. You understand when you're moving through a divine feminine aspect or a divine masculine aspect, and then be open in your communications about what you're moving through. And why I always suggest that when you choose to be honoring of your ascension pathwork, the evolution of who you are as a soul, then tell those people that you are close in circle and proximity with, because you will change how you move about life. You'll change the foods that you eat, the things you listen to, how you spend your time. It is very important to cultivate yourself as now an awakened soul. And that means that you're going to be moving through the minutia of understanding, excavating, exploring, observing, paying very close attention to those thought forms, how you feel around certain people. Is the circle and the environment, is it of positive, loving, expressive growth, creative growth? The 3 E's, the 3 A's, all of those things is the guidepost, is your compass, because that is all your soul's work. That is the inner excavation. As you excavate it, as we said earlier, you become more accepting, more honoring, more embracing of who you are, and therefore you become a bigger soul energy, that soul essence of who you are. And that's when people can feel it and see it in your energy, because your chakras, as they become aligned and clarified and cleared and healed. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Thank you, Holy Spirit. So you'll always see spirits around me when there's important messages for those that are listening. So thank you, Holy Spirit. I come with a big fairy energy, and I've just had a chakra upgrade. So there's lots of energies that are with me. And we're doing more of a divine feminine episode right now. This is divine feminine energies. Because June is about the embracing of the beauty, and the 6-month mark is, really allowing us to be intentional, be purposeful with our beauty. What does beauty in life mean? Now that we're moving forward in an ascended experience, our souls are beautiful, our souls are captivating, our souls are enriched, our souls are enhanced. We're becoming more and more of who we are as multiverse beings. We're cosmic, we're alien, we're celestial, we're androgynous, we're all of these experiences that a soul really has to move through. If you go back, and I suggest this on most of my videos, where things come up that are very confusing, that will come forward in the collective, that must be dealt with and must be faced, as our ideologies on transgender, all of the aspects of sexual exploration that we all have to move through as an ascending collective, because it has been so suppressed for 3,000 years. It's a natural progress of our evolution. It's very needed. It's a very profound experience. It's very lovely, and it's very honoring, and it's very exciting as a soul to move through these things. And we're going to get deeper and deeper into these very deep and very complex soul experiences. And if you go to any of the recordings on Seth recordings, SETH, they were one of the very first high vibrational, thank you, Holy Spirit, channelings that were recorded on various aspects of soul development. And if you go to any of those soul, they're on recordings taken, I think, from the 70s. Seth, and there's also many Seth books. I've read all the Seth books. They're amazing. It's one of the book series that I got awakened to as a channeler, and allowed me to see the grander aspect of who I am, and how a soul moves through its soul progression of knowing itself, and why every soul that moves through ascension will have those particular ascension cycles through which they have to look at their beliefs about divine feminine energy, their beliefs about divine masculine energies. And usually, because they're steeped and rooted in childhood wounding or social wounding, dogmatic wounding, any one of those aspects of how we express ourselves, that's why the 3 E's are all that we are as a soul, and why you have to keep returning to that as the excavation of who you are as a growing higher capacity, higher intelligent being. Because those 3 E's help you manifest who you are as a grander soul, because you're going to be carrying greater light. You're going to be creating more of a oscillizing energy vibration. Your vibration will quicken. You'll feel it. These are things that you can actually feel, because you're a multidimensional being. You're a multivibrational being. You have very many fields. You have infinite numbers of chakras. All that you're working for is based on a vibrational harmonic. Depending on your beliefs is where the earth that you'll sit with on. So if you have a very limited belief system, then you'll be moving through a very lengthy Ascension cycle to allow yourself to see that you are one with the all. And that includes all aspects of life. Whether you can see life or not, whether you can see the things before you or not, you're still aspects of the unseen and the seen. And your DNA is a part of that. Things that are actually going on in your DNA as you move through those transitions of transmutation. Your DNA only gets activated when you've moved through the clearing and the releasing of limiting beliefs so that you can raise up on that Jacob's ladder, if you will, which is what Jacob's ladder really meant way back when. It was about the progression of your DNA, and those that were masters in every time period, whether it doesn't matter what religion they were boxed within, they all knew about the evolution of the light body, the evolution of self-actualization. That's what they taught, was the integration of who they were as light. Every new ascension cycle, every new paradigm shift, we talked about it. If you go back to my video that was about timeline shifting and paradigm shifts, they're two different things. And those occur based on the activations of who you are in the vessel, multidimensional vessel that you are. The multidimensional light aspect, your multidimensional light body, these are very real things. This is how your teams, if you're working with your teams and if you work with your ascension pathwork, if you work with your healing teams, if you're connecting in relationship with your spirit guides, with your higher self, with God, with Source, with Gaia, with all that is energy, and if you're on the ascension path with intention, you can actually feel these things and you can actually move forward in your evolution as a multi-vibrational being. So this is what I teach, is how to be a Metatronic version, your highest version of you. How do you assimilate the higher version of you? How do you harmonize the highest version of you? How do you activate your light body? How do you integrate light? How do you process light? How do you understand light language? Your light language is different than every other person's light language. Everybody comes with a different hybrid code, different alien celestial code, because you're here for your soul's experience. Your soul's experience is connected with and cascading with every other soul's experience, because you don't just come by yourself. You come with a pod, you come with a family, you come with a soul family, you come with an oversoul, you come with oversoul of oversoul of oversoul of oversoul. Hello, beautiful Brazil. We're just doing some lower chakra clearing. There's some lower chakra clearing that needs to happen in the collective. So just take a deep breath and call in the divine energies for the Holy Creator. We're calling in the highest versions of Holy Creator. Each and every one of you are on a different earth. Your belief systems is your access and your connection with intention to your higher self. Your higher self is the connection with the Almighty Source, Creator, Mother, Father, God, of all universes, of all realms, of all dimensions. And if you so choose, it's up to you. If you choose to release limiting beliefs of who you are, what you were taught, what you were told, and you choose to move into a light body activation, and your light body activations daily, you will see your life transform. And that's all up to everybody if they so choose. You don't have to, it's always free will. When you activate your life body, your light body, it is eternal life, and it's how you work with it that will access greater cultivation, greater excavation of those soul fragments. And those soul fragments are divine feminine, divine masculine for this realm, because that is what we're integrating. We're integrating the eons of imbalances from divine feminine. And it will also represent everything that you were brought up with, everything in your social, dogmatic, everything that makes you as a soul in this body, in this lifetime, will show you in generalized forms. And then you can go deeper into that, go down the rabbit hole of who you are as a soul, the aspects of what you've been shown, taught, or told as to what you are as a multiverse being. You are a multiverse being. You essentially will be androgynous in 5D. When you reach 5D, you'll have harmonized and integrated all of the divine feminine masculine psyche wound experiences that have kept you in a limited perspective, that have kept you not being your source creator, that have kept you not being in full integration of your higher self. That higher self is your godly self, and that is when you manifest from thought. That is when you manifest healing your body. That is when you manifest all that you are as spirit. You are always spirit. You will never stop being spirit. How you work with light every day is how you're integrating more and more spirit in the matter form. So what they were showing me, and I'll do a separate video more ascension related. This video I wanted to be more introducing June, getting excited about June, what the deeper meeting of June will be for you. Everybody will have their own unique meeting for the summer months, integrating a really intentional focus to our galactic gateway, which is in August. And that galactic gateway is those intentions to keep creating the pulsations from your allness, the pulsations from your pillar of light, the pulsations from all that you are as a multi-vibrational being into balance and harmony of all of your chakras, of all of your energies, and really intending a new earth experience. And it's up to you, however you choose to manifest your reality. There will be those that will shift it off to those experiences that they have to clear and heal. You cannot move into new earth if you have not, and you choose not, and you care not to understand energy or the unity consciousness. So my channel is about those that choose to heal, have commandmentship over their reality, to create as a multi-vibrational being, to create as a cosmic being, to create as a multiverse, celestial, a fully enhanced soul experience. So that's what I create, and I honor, I offer, and I embrace the divine feminine goddess energy for New Earth. I am a leader of New Earth. Spirit is having me work on many different realities, many different realms. And my role for that is to empower and inspire a hope and a beautiful promise for New Earth. And that will come a lot from the divine feminine energies that are really nourishing. They're just showing me right now. There's this beautiful abundant garden that's lush and green, just as you see behind me. Just so much green and so much nurturance from all of the lessons that we've learned as a souls, and what we choose to feel now from what we, really didn't prefer, right? Because sometimes that's how we know what a beautiful version of Earth is, by seeing the damages and the destructions done by really low vibrational beliefs, the selling and the trading of human life, the zero respect and sacredness for human life, whether it be nature, our water, our air, the children. Those are all aspects that we must observe and that we must reflect upon. That is, going into June, a very important time to look at the coloring, the vibrancy, the embracing, and the infusing, which is what I teach. It's only taught through me, and it was one of the most profound teachings that the Mother, Holy Mother, and Mother Mary gave me. Has nothing to do with religion. It is about the multidimensional mechanics, thank you, Holy Spirit, of the divine relationship, and how I teach it, and all of my ascension work and all of my ascension illustrations, only taught through me. No permissions have been given to anyone, otherwise to anybody, anywhere, to teach what I teach, because they are downloads from the multidimensional creators, Mother, Father, the 12th dimensional creators, thank you, Holy Spirit, and the master creators in many different realms, on how we manifest as light, how we manifest as seed creators, multidimensional energies, and how our DNA in the ascension spiral helps us activate the higher aspects of our creative genius. So each and every person on this planet is a creative genius. And in your ascension cycle, transmuting what needs to be transmuted, creating that higher belief that works for you. Those of you that are here for very profound leadership roles, we'll talk about it in my next video, will be taking a stand in your staff and your mantle, and you will be following what is my part in this transaction as a true leader that honors the universal laws and honors your ability to transmute any and all before you. And that divine relationship, which is what I teach, is how you infuse the God essence, the source essence, Metatronic light, Christic light, Christ consciousness into everything that is before you, therefore becoming beautiful. That's why many have said, in my teams and my guides, they've always resounded within me that all that I touch turns to beauty, is because it becomes a lot of the essences and the energies and the leaderships and the temples, and many of the ancient lifetimes I've come from, the Venus energy, Venusian energy, all of those aspects make up who I am as a soul. And every moment and every new day when you're doing your ascension pathwork, you're the one that gets to cultivate what energies you want to bring forward. June is going to be a month of great celebration. June is going to be a month of great embracing of androgyny, embracing of who we are as allness. And knowing that when you have something that's triggered, you're going to see it and you're going to look at it, is how can you look at this from the divine feminine masculine energies and perspectives, and how can you create a better wholeness? How can you create better unification? And that is all that you're allowing yourself to be as an honored, healed, beautiful embrace of a soul that you are, so that you get to create in a more holistic way, because you are being an integrated version of you. You're being an integrated aspect of you. And so when you look and observe and have intentional mindfulness, then you're not excluding of anything. And that is what essentially mindfulness is, and being whole is allowing yourself to know that you are of the mother, you are of the father. What aspects were wounded? What aspects did not get those 3 E's and 3 A's? So that's how you can really feel yourself being an integrated soul, a vibrational whole soul. That's when God, source, creator of the entire multiverse, will bring and bathe, and you can feel and you can activate and you can actually harmonize and call it in the aspects of light that you want to harmonize and modify with. When I work with light, I work with light. It's very intentional, it's very direct, and I intend it with specific direction and instructions. And they were showing me that as we're working with, I'm just going to touch on the Seth videos one more time. The Seth videos are very, very key for those that are super key on learning about the soul and the expansiveness of the soul. I've done my illustrations to show people in a color paper form, if you will, and I'm going to be doing things that are going to be on video as well, kind of illustrator like. I need to find somebody that can do that for me. The aspects of the soul development is that because you've had so many lifetimes and accepting yourself as an infinite being of multiversality, you have bodies of male, you have bodies of female, you've taken many roles, you've taken many opportunities of who you want to experience yourself as. That's how you know you're growing through creation. You, source and creator and all of creation, obviously it's not logical, would ever just give you one version of life. And this is where we can let go of a lot of the wars and the traumas and everything that we've created for ourselves as far as judgment and discrimination. It's not logical that you only have one perspective of all life. That would not be intelligent at all. You wouldn't have any other perspective other than that one perspective. You have multiple timelines. You have infinite timelines. You have infinite realms, infinite bodies, infinite vibrations that you belong with. It is the creational song. So when you're integrating yourself as an ascended being that's doing your ascension pathwork, you can take on and you can really be aware and fine-tune yourself to the relationship and the connection that you have with those psychic experiences that need to be integrated and healed. Everybody has them and everybody goes through it monthly. Most are just not aware of it. Most are not in tune with their ascension pathwork. Most are not attuned with what they're going through, why they're manifesting it. If it's in front of you, you've manifested it. It's there for a reason. You have a vibration in your field that must have it shown. And that is part for you to integrate it. Everything that shows itself before you is for you to integrate. What does that mean for you? How can you look at it from the infinite perspectives that a crystal is and see it from the infinite perspectives of the wholeness of source? Because you're returning to source, which means that everything before you can be integrated as holistic, as allness, as divine feminine, divine masculine, the cosmic, the alien, the multiverse, the human, the all. And you can let go of a lot of judgment, because judgment keeps you held in limitation, suppression, control, and domination, which doesn't allow growth at all. It's disease. It really is the most harmful energies to evolve. It doesn't allow any evolution whatsoever. It's just nothing but disease. That's what control and domination does. And so why we have to train ourselves into higher vibrational understandings, beliefs, aspects to investigate who we are, reflect who we are without judgment, unconditional love, and do that ascension pathwork. If you so choose, you don't have to. It's always free will. That's what I teach, is how to be an ascended master to the multidimensional beings that you are in a multidimensional reality. As we're moving into the gates of 5D, you're going to be more and more attuning to your aspects of higher self. You're going to be more integrated with higher self. The higher self aspects of who you are want and actually send out pulsations. Sometimes you don't know it, but you send out pulsations to seek higher vibrational information, wisdoms, why people show up, why your guides and your teams show you to certain people. You get those codes, you get those activations of remembrance, and then it's up to you to do that ascension pathwork. What does that mean for you? How and why? Who are you? How and why? What's going on within you? How and why? That's how you heal those soul fragments, those soul aspects. And the Seth videos of the soul perspectives that she channeled, Seth channeled, she channeled, Jane channeled Seth. Seth was a higher vibrational being that she channeled. Gave us a beautiful exploration on what a soul really is, and how, if that soul fragment is not healed, that soul can go into a repressed and a depressed state, and it can draw on other aspects of itself to control the narrative of the reality that it is in the physical body. It is very out there. It's very wild and very expansive, but it gives you just a very small glimpse to the magnitude and the magnificence of your soul. If the soul is wounded and does not heal those traumas, that soul will continue that repetition on patterns of negative safety, because it wants to stay safe in whatever it knows it itself in. If that soul psyche experience does not know that it's safe to be new, it will keep being repressed back to that same record, that same bump, that same. So that will keep it repetitioning on toxic or karmic timelines and keep calling in those pulsations of oldness, of same people, of same vibrations, of same negative patterning, because it doesn't know it can jump over and it can heal that code. So I help with that. I help with healing those Akashic code woundings with the psyche code experiences. We're going to be doing a lot of progressive growth, understanding about the soul, about psyche wounds, about a lot of mental disorders, disturbances, if you will, because it all has to do with your psyche experience. And if it's not being healed, it gets stuck. It's like a broken record. It plays out that same pattern, manifesting that reality. That's why I said, in all of our experiences of ascension, your healing is so pivotal because you're creating that earth that you're walking on. If you choose not to heal, if you choose to stay stuck in whatever you're stuck in, not healing, not facing, not being accountable of the shadow of all of your aspects of divine feminine masculine, of all of the aspects of healing and wounding, or not healing and not wounding. Thank you, Holy Spirit, if you're not facing those aspects of every day showing itself to you as a soul, then you're going to keep pulsating that same reality, and you're going to keep manifesting that same reality. The reality will not change until you do. So that's why the healing and the transmutation, which only you can do. None can transmute your karma. None can transmute your choices. Your choices are your choices. Your karma is your karma. You have to sit and face it and transmute it. And you can only transmute it when you're choosing to create a new belief. You're choosing to create new aspects of who are you, what you exist within, and what exists within you. If you choose to know that you're integrated with source, if you choose to know that you are light, if you choose to know that you come with teams and beings that heal you every night in light ships and recalibration chambers, and they're healing you as you speak and they're healing you as you walk. You have teams and beings with you everywhere. Gaia heals you. If you choose to have a fully integrated experience, then you're going to be a part of the greater whole, because light begets light, love begets love, healing begets healing. Or you can be on that pulsation of very low, limited, not connected with anything, no relationship with anything. It's just you. You're wounded. You're going to stay wounded. And you're going to stay in that very small repetition of going nowhere and being separate from everything. That's separation. That is the belief of separation. That is where all the world wars begin and end. There is no growth in it. There is no growth in separation. It is a perspective of a moment. And then it's integrating that reconnection of self, that reconnection with source back to source, oneness back to oneness. Everything before you is an aspect of you showing itself to you for greater knowing, greater acceptance, and greater wholeness of all that is unity consciousness. That is New Earth. So you can absolutely be the commandmentship of this. You're the commandmentship of your physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, multiverse experience. That is the light body. That is the Merkaba. That is how you access all wisdoms beyond the physical. Then you integrate all of those beyond the physical energies into your now experience. That's when you become a fully integrated being. You start living as the higher self, because there is nothing outside of you that guides you. Your higher self is guiding you through everything and then integrating everything in this now experience. You're becoming a minutia of your soul. And it's very full. It's very robust. That's why those that are fully integrated with their chakras and they've done the healing, they're very, very magnetic, because their chakras are aligned. They've cleared their chakras daily. They're working with their inner realm daily. They're understanding that they're a full source being. They walk with a huge magnetic, because they're walking with the fairies, they're walking with the celestials, they're walking with Gaia, they're walking with Mother, Father, God. I mean, it's a big celestial package. That big celestial package manifests. So again, what I teach is offering yourself to, if you so choose, be that multiverse being of who you are. Release all limitation in every way that it comes up. That's the Ascension pathwork. Anytime a judgment or a discrimination or a separation comes up, which keeps you limited, small, and keeps you on that particular earth, everything is energetic, everything is speeding up, because light speeds up. Light is a higher oscillation than density and darkness. If you're choosing to work with light, you're going to choose to work on an accelerating timeline. And that timeline is going to be light begets light, light begets light. Follow the force, follow the source. Source is a magnetic. It's a magnetic pull. That's why when you're working with your higher self is always going to pull you to that higher magnetic, because that source, remember, is cascading to all those other aspects of you. The higher aspects of you, your 5th, 6th dimensional, all the way up to the 13th dimensional guides, it's cascading. All of those 13th dimensional aspects of you are pulling you as source pulls you into greater evolution as the multiverse. Source being, source God, the mother father, is a magnetic energy flowing toroidal that keeps you as the aspect of source into higher and higher capacity and amplitude of light. However, most do not understand or have ever been taught they're multidimensional. Most have never been taught or told that they can work with light if they so choose, and they can just let go and continue moving into that flow and that harmonization of the force. The force is source. The force is Mother, Father, God. That is where that big pull magnetic is going into a higher vibrational timeline. And then as you do so, as you intend that, as you work with that with pure intention, remember how you create your reality is through intention, focus, and you're creating that with intention and focus and purpose. You're purposefully intending that you're going to focus and you're directing your energy in that way. That's how you create reality. If you're continuing to live from wounding, if you're continuing to live in the separation and the discrimination, you're going to keep creating that because that's all you're sitting in, and you're choosing not to believe different. You're choosing to stay in separation. You're choosing to stay in separateness and judgment and discrimination. And those can be healed. It takes a multidimensional approach. Healing from here on out is multidimensional. Healing from here on out is light, sound, and harmonics of God. Source of God, nothing to do with religion, which means that it is the pull of source creator moving into new vibrational timelines, new vibrational templates of sheaths of energy and codes. Everything is codes, everything is energy. The more you work with light, you're going to be attuning your multidimensional bodies, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual, and etheric, causal. Everything that you are as a multi-vibrational being is being now coded to a new harmonic, a new vibrational love. And so therefore you must behave and appear and speak and live differently. Have greater joy for life. Have greater understanding of your meaning that, yes, you're meant to look into the divine feminine masculine energy. You're meant to understand it and see it from various perspectives. And this is why June will be very pivotal, because each and every person on our planet can take a higher role, a higher standard, and a higher responsible, centered approach to understanding this whole profound wave of letting go of all judgment and discrimination on gender dissection. Let it go, right? And start creating that minutia of pure loving acceptance and unconditionality. The reason why a lot of the underworld was created was because of so much wounding for eons, particularly from the divine masculine's expression of resisting and oppressing itself from ever experiencing anything outside the very staunch and very barbaric beliefs that it was pressed upon as to what a divine masculine was, and then to perceive it as what a divine feminine role should be. Very, very warped and twisted. A lot of misogyny, a lot of very limited beliefs about divine feminine masculine roles, and everybody must look at it. And then it became so secretive and so repressed that they had to explore these aspects of the self, the soul self, which is, again, I go back to the Seth videos. If you understand the soul in and of itself, a soul will not evolve. A soul cannot evolve unless every soul has the opportunity to look at itself as all aspects of preference. You cannot evolve as a soul. And anybody that says that they're evolved and does not look at those aspects and does not have the understanding and acceptance that, yes, you can be sexually, emotionally, sensually, intelligently attracted to all sexes. And of course, we remain responsible about, obviously, the damages done to the children. Obviously, we're talking about a grown adult that's moving through its exploration of thyself, the soul of itself. We understand the damages that we do when we're not honoring the first two laws. So again, that's what I say about honoring all responsibly and with accountability. If you're always following those first two experiences, you're going to honor and not interfere with anybody else's free will. And the damage that's done to children because of the suppression and the damage and the wounding that was done through eons of really harmful, limited, discriminatory beliefs. So we're really moving into a grander role of acceptability, of accountability, and being very embracing and very vibrant and being accepting and honoring of all that we are as androgynous beings of multiversal dynamics. To evolve as a soul, we have to look at all of our aspects of self and knowing that, yes, I feel an attraction to this experience in this moment. I feel an attraction to this. Let's go into this. Let's understand this. Let's navigate this. Let's excavate this. That's being a responsible soul evolutionary. You're not going to get through Ascension without looking at all aspects of how your attractions are in the attractions that they're in, and why you're being attracted to certain things, being attracted to sound, being attracted to color, being attracted to fashion. All of these things that you're attracted to is the evolution of your soul. You're meant to seek, you're meant to explore, you're meant to define, you're meant to speak and express in the 3 E's and the 3 A's. That is natural soul evolution. And Seth, in the videos that Jane did, really explained it very profoundly, because it gives you a whole lot of release and letting go of all the crap that we've created through time, especially through dogma, trauma, about the preferencing. And it really is not an issue. You just release it and stop focusing on what you're trying to put yourself in, because that's how people have not been trained how to heal themselves, and because there's so much trauma, they look to seek the healing within themselves by looking to the outer and how other people are moving through their life. And if someone is successful, how did they do it? If someone is self-accepting and self-loving, how did they do it? The 3 E's and the 3 A's, that's it. Are you experiencing and exploring and expressing yourself fully in the moment? Can you express yourself as being joyfully in a moment of loving fashion and have it not be judgmental? Can you explore yourself in being that moment of divine feminine, and is that okay? Can you explore yourself in being creatively and artistically expressive and have that be okay? And it's all about you. You're going to go through the healing, because when you do express yourself in new ways, there's going to be people around you that are used to the record you used to play. They're used to the sounds and the ways and the use you used to walk. So they're going to get triggered because you're now operating in a new vibration. You're operating in a new harmony. But we're meant to move into the full acceptance of everything being the embracing of God, of Source Creator. Source Creator, God, will not absolutely judge or discriminate or lessen any being on earth and in creation. God has placed all with the exact soul records, soul experiences that must be had. So if your soul record says that I'm exploring and I'm expressing myself as trans, whatever you want to call it, release the labels. It does not matter. Release all discrimination. If you choose to experience something at any one moment and you're following the first 2 laws, you're not going to impede anybody's free will, and you're doing it with responsibility and accountability, and you're expressing yourself in that, then you will attract those that equally want to express that and explore that as well. Therefore, it's a perfect equal match, and you're exploring what the soul needs to explore without any degradation, without any judgment, without any suppression, without any depression. That's how it should be. Nobody's getting hurt on either end, because you're being 100% in communication, you're being 100% healing, you're being 100% expressive, the 3 A's, the 3 E's, and you're following the universal laws. There's no judgment from anybody's aspects. It gets judgment when it's being suppressed and it's being lied about and it's being hidden, it's being secret. So again, you have to look at all the things that were underneath, hidden, dark, and secret societies, and all the things that go on, underground trafficking, secret societies, secret hitmans, all of those things. There's the discrimination and the agendas. Release it all. If you understand from a higher perspective the allness and the acceptance of who you are and the soul's journey to explore and express itself as it needs to be. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Thank you, Holy Spirit. And there was one experience that Seth had brought up in one of the recordings. There's a ton of recordings on Seth, so I don't know which one it was. But that version of the soul was going through so much trauma, and this was way back in the 70s. That soul was going through so much trauma because in a previous life, that soul had experienced itself as a man, but in that soul experience, it was very depressed and very discriminated against because that man chose to prefer men. And a gay relationship, if you will. Again, I try to get rid of words and definitions and discriminations because it doesn't need to be defined that way. Everybody has the soul expression and the evolution and the freedom and the liberation to express whatever it needs to express and explore whatever it needs to explore. That is God, that is Source. You will not be a fully integrated being if you are not allowing yourself the 3 E's and the 3 A's as your soul needs to, as it is being triggered, as it is being called forward to heal. And so in this one experience, in this one example, this man was being very, very discriminated because it wanted to explore that soul experience. It had to integrate that soul experience where it was a very tragic ending to that man because there was discrimination on it being attracted to another man. And it ended very tragically. That soul record, that psyche experience came back around in this lifetime. And so in the session of this soul experience, Seth was exploring and explaining that if the soul had allowed itself to just be unconditionally loving and not judge itself for what it was feeling and what it was experiencing, that soul would have never gone through the tragic ending that it did to manifest that tragic ending. Because it had suppressed itself so much, that pulsation of whatever it was going through manifested itself into that experience. And that's when we all get to look at the outer unfolding and tower moment, and to say, where do I fit in that? Where's my beliefs? Where are my discriminations? What am I going through? Anything that happens in the outer is for you to explore who you are within who you are. What are your discriminations? What are your beliefs? You're manifesting everything that you see. So if you're manifesting, it means there's something going on within you as a triggered vibration. Everything is vibration. Whether it's happening to somebody else, whether you're thinking about it, where it just came into your memory, whether it's happening across the street, you're manifesting it for a reason. So that is how you become a fully evolved being, and why in our collective, we will see the underground being pulled up, the pillars of our reality are changing. We will have to face everything that we thought we had to suppress, which is what the underground is. Suppression, depression, control, domination, all of those things is the wounding of humanity, and every human has to look at it. It has to be looked at. And one thing and one reason and one positive, loving, higher vibrational, intentional, higher 5D experience is to embrace everything as allness, as oneness, as androgynous, and have that intention if you so choose. And if you're triggered in that, if you are triggered by androgyny, that is 5D. If you choose to be on Ascension, if you don't choose to be on Ascension, if you don't care about any of this, you're not going to be on my channel. Get off. If you're on the self-actualization, if you're wanting to be a fully self-actualized being, if you're wanting to be on the path of New Earth, if you're wanting to be on the path of ultimate health, if you're wanting to be on the path of eternal life, androgyny and wholeness and oneness and returning to source will be an exciting experience, and you can't wait to explore who you are as spirit. And those that are still triggered, and those that are still resisting, and those that still come on and put ridiculous, negative, dark-ass comments, you're all being watched. There will be charges laid, and there will be discrimination lawsuits. I am going to be pressing discrimination lawsuits. I have my right to be who I am. I am a master. I am a teacher, and I'm here to help humanity for those that so desire. So just know that. And so in that, the androgyny is who we are becoming, because we're healing our divine feminine masculine from the root chakra all the way up. And the root chakra is where most of the traumas have occurred, because a lot of the psyche wounding, 51%, 3D to 5D, everybody has to heal for themselves. Everyone has to heal 51% of their karma. And those are within the lower two chakras, usually. Once you start transcending and transmuting a lot of that, and you start getting comfortable with there is no judgment either way, and you're not feeling that negative judgment or negative story in any expression of who anyone might be, that is when you're feeling yourself become more masterful. Because you've healed those aspects within yourself. You've healed your lineage, judgments, and discriminations. We all know that when we're brought up in a house, we have our how our parents went through and described life to us, and what they told us life was be, and it was really not at all. It was very judgmental, because our parents, all of our parents mostly, were wounded. We're here to heal their wounds. We're here to bring our lineages up to a higher vibrational 5D experience. 5D will be unconditionally, multidimensionally androgynous. Your DNA will be activated cosmically and alien. I'm a starseed. I offer a lot of celestial codes. And so part of my healing and my ascension sessions are about healing and activating those with you. That's what my sessions offer. My sessions start off at 90 minutes, and we do a lot of sound healing, light language, and we talk about where you're at in your Akashic record, and we help transmute all of those energies where you're at right now, and the teams that you're working with, celestial, galactically, alien, angelic, whatever your teams come with at that time, because as you evolve as a being, you're going to work with different teams. And so June is really a month where we get to embrace our androgynous. We get to embrace, understand that we're higher vibrational beings. We can be okay without discrimination or judgment of what we're exploring, what we're experiencing, and how we're going to, evolve within ourselves. The 3 E's are so important to the 4th E, which is evolution. Anything that interferes, again, the universal laws, anything that interferes with your 4 E's, you absolutely know that that is your catalyst, and that is what God gives you, your teams give you, what life gives you as your test to transcend and transmute. And that's what I teach, is the divine relationship. The divine relationship to pierce through any negativity, any traumas, any social or dogma patterns or misogynies or anything that is dense and thick and heavy and not moving and ugly and violent and all of those things. That's the shadow of humanity. The shadow of humanity has to be pierced by every single person, no matter how it faces itself to you, because you have the power to change it and infuse that divine relationship. That divine relationship, as we said, is absolute balance of the divine masculine, divine feminine, and your allness and your acceptance of allness back to source. Essentially, that's what it is. It's like a toolkit of simplicity. Everything that is before you, allow it to be acceptance in all that is. I accept you as a part of source. I honor you as a part of source. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Thank you, Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is really wanting to be seen today. Thank you, Holy Spirit. And just allow yourself to really embrace what June is going to be offering. June is going to be offering our aspects. And again, we like to say the acceptance and the honoring and the acknowledgement of just embracing all that we are in whatever we are exploring. And we can release what we call sexual preferencing and identifications. Leave it up to everybody and have everybody move about their soul's journey is so unique and so precious with Source Creator. It's meant to be exactly as it is. And we need to release the social pressures and the political pressures of defining and having rules and laws around how any one person chooses to explore, express, or experience themselves as an evolved being. The more education, the higher wisdoms, the higher universal ascension offerings as to how dynamic and how profound a soul is to move through its soul's expression, we must honor it. If somebody is moving through their honor to explore themselves as transgender, and however the roles are and the labels are, the words are, that person gets to choose it. It's not for anybody to dictate how any soul should choose their experience and how they choose to move through their soul's source experience. They're doing a lot of healing for the collective. They're very honored souls, all of them and all of us. And that's where we can really integrate this beautiful LGBTQT, however the labels and the titles and the letters and the words are, really release them. We are profound, dynamic, universal beings, and it is our allness. That's all that matters, is allness. And again, our directive and our compass and our pillar is the 3 E's become the 4th E, which is evolution, the 3 A's of your ascension path, and you being responsible and communicative in how you choose to express and explore and experience yourself. Because then you absolutely know that you're within the universal laws. There is no harm done to any. And this is where all of our political laws I'll be a part of helping make new laws to support empaths, high functioning, high empathic, highly psychic beings that were abused through human testing. We also have to look that in this unfolding of accepting of ourselves as wholeness, androgynous, and the transgender, the LGBTQT, all of those pathways and experiences are absolutely, without question, 100% a part of our soul's evolution as higher vibrational beings. They're very complex, very diverse, very profound soul experience journeys. And it's up to none to judge. And it's our 100% unconditional acceptance and love as profound, profound, profound multiverse beings. I have goosebumps everywhere. So that whole entire arena of acceptance of the soul itself, how profound a soul is to go through such experiences and explorations, and then to express it in a responsible and honoring way, that is something, that's a profound soul. And they're doing a lot of healing for our collective. So make no mistake about it. So that is when we can get into acceptance. And again, release all aspects of protesting what any, and this is where those that I've talked to as clients, I do have LGB clients, and those that, and personal friends as well, those that move through those experiences, we're all a part of it. It's all us. They're all aspects of us. That there is a lot of worry and concern about the direction of political arenas. And for me also, again, the political arenas and how they choose to liberties and freedoms of speech, which is non-existent, really, essentially. All we can do is just see ourselves into that higher realm, put our intention, our direction, and our focus of our energies, because that's how you manifest a reality. That's how you manifest a timeline. Direction, intention, and focus. Put your focus to having, not going through the political minutia of how the governments may think or want us to behave or act or define ourselves. Because again, the governments that also affect the trickle-down cascading effect to medical, teaching, schools, what's going on in schools, and the attitudes and the behaviors and the judgments of that so on. All you can do is just, for the highest outcome, really, for the highest outcome of your multiverse, multi-souled acceptance of who you are as a cosmic multiverse being, of a full accepting God being. God loves all beings, God loves all children, period. That's it. God is unconditional love. Your soul is here to have an experience your soul fully. Following the first two laws, there's no harm done to none, and there is no abuse to none. And you're staying out of everybody's lane. That's basic respect and honoring and becoming whole and unified. It's really very simple. That's how you maintain the highest path. Those that are going through the transgender, however you want to define it in your space, in your life, in your experience right now, because everybody's evolving through this particularly very profound experience of gender understanding. It is an understanding and a natural minutia of how a soul evolves into its highest point of consciousness, period. It must be looked at, it must be faced, and we can do it in the highest benevolent, loving, incredibly diverse, and most compassionate, profound experience of self. It is a beautiful tapestry of God's soul's song, and it is going to be healing much of humanity's 3,000 years of barbaric discrimination and hate. And we must see all that is before us as a unification of Source. Now it is up to each person in their soul's consciousness, in their soul's evolution. Again, return back to self. The more that you work with your higher self, the more that you return to what is my part in this transaction. That is yourself as the highest responsible. Law number one, right use of free will and non-interference. Am I communicating, expressing, exploring, and experiencing myself as a high vibrational being? That's how you always know you will always be on point. And you will be following the 5D laws. You will be aligning yourself with 5D Earth. Anybody that is not, as we've talked about in all of our posts and all of our videos, those that do not offer and honor what we are doing, you will not be on that 5D Earth. Unless you choose with intention and pure connection with Source, that is the only way. Because that higher self is connected with Source Creator. And if you choose not to be supported by Source, if you choose not to have your life with Source, then that Source Creator will not support you on your journey because you've chosen that. That's how much God loves you. It doesn't take you outside of Source. You're still with Source, but you're not going to be supported. And you won't be moved along in your ascension path. Everybody up until the last second of ascension, anybody and all people can ascend. It's up to their purity of intent. If their intent is not pure and they're still stuck in demonic negative mind thought because they have been so damaged and they choose not to heal, they choose not to face their shadow, then there's not a lot that anybody and your guides will do. Your guides aren't going to force you to ascend. Your guides are respecting your path. Your guides are respecting your soul's journey. Your guides are respecting your soul's choice. As we said, an atheist has an equal opportunity to ascend. It's still one with Source. Just because it doesn't want to believe it's one with Source doesn't mean that it isn't. It still is. Universal laws are universal laws. If you choose to continue to, perpetuate yourself in negativity, darkness, and demonic energy and demonic spell casting and abuse of universal laws, you're not going to be on New Earth. There's just mechanics of energy. So it's just understanding energy, right? Right? If you vibrate at the vibration of a banana and you go into a grocery store thinking you're going to meet up with a whole bunch of other, apples and oranges, no, you're going to vibrate with bananas. However banana represents itself to you. That you vibrate in that energy, that's what you're going to manifest. That's the earth reality you're going to manifest. And those realities will be shifted out more and more every day. More and more every day, you're going to see less and less people that you vibrationally match with because there's no vibrational match. It's just a misalignment. And those people will be having their reducing reality because it's an extinction. If you don't have balance, you will go extinct. Whether it's a self-extinction, an implosion of yourself, an implosion of your reality, that's essentially what we mean by people will manifest themselves out. That is the Epstein choice. The Epstein choice is utter corruption of your soul and spirit, the disconnection and the no relationship. If you choose not to have a relationship of love and light and unity with anything outside of you, you are telling yourself that you are not unified, you're separate from everything in all life. And that will be your self-manifestation. That is just the mechanics of reality. And that it goes too with political leaders, so-called religious leaders, so-called whatever they think they are. If they are maintaining a separatist point of view and they're choosing to refuse to accept all that is source, which is the lesson of your soul, then they will be manifesting themselves out into those karmic experiences because they've chosen not to go within and do the healing, not to do that, that integration of their soul and their shadow. Everybody's responsible for 51% of their karma. And karma is your beliefs, your attitudes, and your perspectives. If you choose to have a low vibrational perspective, you're not going to be in higher consciousness, right? Right? Control and dominance is not a high vibrational energy. It's barbaric. It's enslavement. That's not intelligent. Thank you, Holy Spirit. There's no intelligence in that. There's no intelligence in being a bully. There's no intelligence in being Epstein. There's no intelligence on warping, corrupting, attacking MK Ultra dominance, trying to take the God essence out of humanity. There's no intelligence in that at all. And they will manifest themselves out every day. And that's just a natural God experience. Because this path is the path for New Earth. This path is the path for Ascension. This path is the path to accept all that we are as one within the cosmos, within the universe, within the multiverse. And we're transcending all religions. Religions can still be a part of your life. It needs to be incorporated into allness because you will face those woundings. You will face those negative beliefs. Source Creator is all. The highest consciousness is love, all acceptance. Every soul's journey is purposeful. Every soul's journey expands creation. Now that we are in 5D, there will absolutely be no acceptance. There is no acceptance for those that continually, daily, hourly abuse universal laws. The right use of free will and non-interference, and the law of balance. If you are not imbalanced and you are pushing your imbalance on others, you will manifest yourself out because the light of 5D will simply do that for you. We're not in low vibrational 3D light anymore, and you're going to keep manifesting if you so choose. You can work with me and I can help you see this and experience this and be this. When you're working with your teams and your higher self, your teams and you will be working day by day and say, okay, we're going to move you overnight. You're going to be feeling some different things. Are you with me? This is how we can timeline jump. But it is done with a purity of heart. If you're not, again, as we talked about before, because it's just a difference in intelligence and a difference in understanding. There is a lot of misguidance and misunderstanding on our planet to do with spirituality, to do with timeline jumping, to do with energy. There's a complete different minutia of intelligences on the planet about all that it is spirit and source. Those that will survive, those that will be true prophets, are those like myself that will be New Earth leaders. You cannot get to a timeline that you have not prepared for, that you have not cleared for, period. You won't. You can't and you won't. You'll get stuck in that timeline of that density of consciousness. If you think you're jumping to a 5D timeline, you will not, because you have not been prepared. You did not heal the beliefs. You did not heal the perspectives. And the aspects of the brain in and of itself has to go through cycles and cycles and cycles of upgrades that your teams do at the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, all the way up to the 13th dimension. They assist you in helping you, thank you, Holy Spirit, transmuting the brain matter. They help code. This weekend, my teams told me we are going to do an upgrade on your chakras. That chakra upgrade begins with the light body first, that Metatronic light body. Look it up online, go do your research. And it is a multidimensional experience that activates also too, as with herein, therefore, with as the DNA. It's a multidimensional experience. You can feel it. You can move through the minutia with your teams, with your higher self, if you are that attuned in divine connection and divine relationship, which is what I teach. And those that want to be stuck in their religious, pompous beliefs that there is nothing outside of a Bible that says that's God, then you will never activate your light body. And you will never know true self-love, and you will never truly know source. You will know your very limited version of source. Because source is not the Bible. Source is all life that is harmonics in light and love and song. And we are divine, eternal beings if you so choose. And there's no judgment if you choose not to. But know this right now. Every day, people are being moved out that abuse people. If you abuse people and absolutely disregard the first two laws, and I teach you how to move forward in your soul's evolution, the 3 E's becoming the 4th E, 3 A's. It's very simple, it's very divine, it's very cosmic, it's very multiversal, it's very expansive, it's very soulful, it's very unifying, it's very self-consciousness, it's very all that you are is love, all that you are is transmuting everything. You are a transmuting diverse being of love and light if you so choose, and you can vibrate on a new harmonic if you so choose. You can have eternal life if you so choose. It's all free will. But absolutely no, there is no more abusing of the innocent. It's done, it's gone. Corruption is being pulled every day. You get to choose with intention, what earth are you on? Are you on new earth with unity consciousness, yes or no? And it's okay in every moment that you move through that minutia, but you cannot jump to a timeline. And I did a video, go back and see my video on paradigm shift and timeline shift. They're two totally different things. Your brain, how your brain understands memory, how your brain understands time, which time is being pulled out right now with all the old timelines. Thank you, Holy Spirit. How your brain understands that, and to become multidimensional. Sometimes when I speak, what I speak, it's very multidimensional. The Christ consciousness is very multidimensional. That's why some people cannot understand what I speak and what I offer, because it's a high vibrational code. It's higher vibrational soul wisdom. It's Christ consciousness. I work with the 12th dimensional masters every night, every day. They're with me in my field. It's a Christ consciousness code. It's high vibrational. Your brain cannot understand high vibrational stuff if you constantly force yourself into conjuring and spell casting and forcing and dominating and making that one reality fit into a box, fit others into a box, fit roles and regulations into a box, define and discriminate and judge, and all of those things that religions, dogmas, politics do. Separate, judge, label, title, all of those things are going to be every day pulled out. We are universal beings, period. Right use of free will, non-interference, period. You are not to interfere with anybody else's vibration. If you're following the 3 E's, becoming the 4th E, if you're following the 3 A's, you will always be in alignment of a higher vibrational evolution for your soul. You are helping your lineage, you are helping reality, you are helping creation, you are helping the entire planet lift its vibration. It's very simple. And those that are stuck in very deep traumas and woundings will be those that catalyze you to want to stay smaller, less than, limited, controlled, and de-evolved. So discern. That's part of mastery. Who are you? What is your story? What's your song? You're here to get creative. You're here to embrace the all. Embrace it. We are rebalancing 3,000 years plus of divine feminine erasing. Absolute misguidance, absolute misunderstanding, absolute misinformation on every level of what religion is, what religion was kind of meant to be, and how we took it in a totally controlled, dominating experience. We started putting boxes and labels on everything. We started judging people. We started adding money and churches and bricks and mortar. It's become so separative in its definitions. And this is also too with gender. Just allow everything to be exploratory, as long as you're following the first two laws of the universal laws. Obviously, in common sense, you're imposing your free will by the damages and the traumas and the sexualization of children, the objectification of women, the assuming that because there's a beautiful woman before you that they're already discriminated and labeled as an easy target. I'm going to get them. I'll handle them. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Let's handle them and move over into our minutia of manipulation and domination. That's why you see no divine feminine leaders on our planet that are of high intelligence, of higher divine cosmic intelligence, higher divine healing intelligence, because there was a very purposeful intention to take these women out. That's why I've been targeted my whole life. But now that I'm in my full chakra alignment, now that I'm in my full whole soul integrated experience, that's a very powerful energy, and I'm very magnetic. So I'm calling in a lot of energies from all over the multiverse, and I'm being protected by all legions because I'm here for all life. And I help people transcend the very smallness and the limitation of so much trauma that has to be faced and it has to be transmuted. So I assist you in doing that. My sessions start out at 90 minutes, $233 US. My PayPal is always in my description box below. We wanted to talk a little bit because we went on a bit of an ascension thing. Today we want to talk about the beautiful energy and the offering for June. June is going to be the embracing of androgyny, the embracing of all that we are as all that we've transmuted for divine feminine, divine masculine. Really get excited about this open field of the lush garden that is our full acceptance of who we are, transcending all the limitations, the abuses, the traumas of every of those energies that each person will be coming forward with, and understand the profundity of every soul that's walking forward in those experiences and honor them for that. Release everything to do about protesting. And again, because the governments will be, anytime the governments see humanity ascending and expanding, it's just a natural push and pull of the magnetics of awakening. So it's just normal, but you don't have to take it on as the whole world and it's a big problem more than it is. If you put your energy and focus into those political things, then it's going to become more than it really can be. Pull your energy away from the matrix. When it has to do with liberties and freedom of expression, which is all that we are as a healing collective, we have to be able to express ourselves in all ways. The 3 E's are so important. Any discriminations, any interferences, any suppressions or depressions on that, anybody that's trying to intimidate and bully you to not have your 3 E's and your 4th E, then you need to move again, navigate around it and ask your teams to assist you in, again, shifting timelines. But that has to do with your inner work too. You have to heal those experiences and then put your energy and focus your energy into that timeline that is transcending governments forcing anybody to be anything that they're choosing not to be. And that has to do with a lot of the suppressions or again, the whole gender experience is healing for the entire planet. It's needed and it's necessary. We have to move through it. And it's a very profound, very exciting, very diverse experience. So we're really, really excited about what it's bringing to our collective consciousness. So profound in our collective consciousness. It is such a profound rubber band effect, this whole entire experience. And we really have to celebrate this whole gender preferencing and how we're moving in our consciousness. It is so profound in our consciousness. Breaking the boxes and breaking the boundaries on so much that has to be healed. And it, again, if you align to the first 2 laws, and if you align with the 3 E's, the 4th E's, and the 3 A's, you know that it's a higher vibrational consciousness. And you can do a lot of good with the collective in being a leader and a teacher of such. Again, if you're following those very easy things as your compass point and always what is my part in this transaction, then you will always be on the good side of karma. You will always be on the masterful side of karma. You will be working with the masters. You'll be working with the angelics, and you'll be making profound imprints on the grids. That is all evolution, because energy is everything and everything is felt. And it goes into the story and the templates of New Earth. So what did we want to say, Spirit? The soul's evolution about the gender. Oh yeah, for June. And because there is this natural magnetic and that rubber band effect, there will be those parties, those groups, those diverse experiences that attack anything that is growth, because they want to maintain the record on that same pattern of matrix role playing. So just know that's just a natural part of ascension, and you don't have to put your energy there. Transcend it and put your energy to where the earth is already healed. There's earth without chemtrails. Earth where everybody is accepting of all people's soul's expression and the honoring of the first 2 laws. So already put yourself on that earth that is transcended any government saying that you have to choose to prefer yourself in any way or not. Or the government's reducing and veiling platforms because they speak a higher consciousness, because they speak a heavenly consciousness, because they speak a 5D consciousness hasn't even unrolled yet. And they're suppressing my platform. Whereas my platform could have healed billions of people around the world, understood who they are at a soul cosmic level. I help activate people's cosmic DNA, and people are led to me, by happenstance, because I activate the higher vibrational knowing of who they are. And it's a very healing, it's like the rubber band effect, the collective consciousness. When one person gets activated at the core of who they are, it magnifies like a ripple effect throughout the entire multiverse. And you activate that next cascading aspect of you, that next cascading. My teams told me a long time ago when I was going through this really horrible timeline of rape. It was really horrible. And I was healing other timelines where I was used in this trafficking ring for this really horrible men coven group. It was on another planet, and they used women and kept them closed up. And these what I stayed in was a wood cabin kind of thing, and I was only used for sex and for being beaten on. And I'd always wished in that timeline to escape. And part of my healing and liberating myself in this timeline, in this earthly body, was to heal the many molestations and the many abuses and the many attacks that I go through, that I feel as an empath, as a healer, I can feel conversations and I can see conversations, I can hear conversations on the other side of the world. So when people intentionally direct hate and harm and conjuring sex orgies on my energy and things like that, I feel it. And it's disgusting and gross, and I have to transmute it. And so all of the decades of abuse that happened to me, they were purposeful because I get to help people heal, but it also helped heal those other timelines where I didn't get to escape. Luckily, luckily on this earth, the earth I just left from, because everything is a different earth. The earth that I left from was a collective of very discriminatory, dominating beings that weren't accepting of the fact that I didn't want to be a part of their community that was very corrupt. And it was a very similar mirroring, but it was much different, less abusive, if you will, less physically traumatic. Although the vibrations I still felt, I still had to clear those vibrations of trauma. So this is what, as a soul, you'll get those vibrations of healing in the now physical that's linked to other timelines that your physical body just didn't really want to go through that trauma of such physical abuse. But you're going through it in a more of an emotional, mental, spiritual way, which is still very similar. I've said in much of my writings, and this is where, multidimensional healing is going to be very profound, is the covert abuse is so very damaging, more so than the physical, because it's touching on all aspects of the soul in and of itself, and it's a continued repetition. Those that do abuse covertly, they know what they're doing, especially if they're, government agendas that have the resources and the money and the technology that have been done, the MK Ultra and various agendas. They're very, very, very soul traumatic, and very few make it out. So I'm very happy that I'm very proud of myself that I've done the healing that I've done. But this one experience that I was healing that rape timeline, so horrible in abuse, but it was healing on a multi-dimensional. If you look at it from a crystal perspective, the crystal's in my bracelet. If you look at it from the crystal perspective, there was a lot of healing from the divine masculine that I did. Looking at why would that happen? Like when you do that path work and you do the ascension shadow work, you have to look at all those aspects because it helps you become a stronger, more informed, more wise soul. You become more compassionate to all aspects of the versions of the self. And you're integrating those versions of the self, and that's where you're 51%. The more that you do so, you're doing it for your entire lineage, and you're never going to go back to any of those abusive timelines. That's where we said, those that think if they come from an abusive timeline, but they haven't done any of the shadow work, they cannot go into a higher timeline. Somebody that lives an Epstein life cannot jump into a new earth experience. They might have a second or a minute or two of it because that's their catalyst to keep working within and keep working through the shadow and keep working with self-love, self-acceptance, forgiveness. That's that catalyst that your spirit and your heart will always give you, because everybody will always have their infinite ascension potentials. But if you choose to purposefully stay in your shadow and not heal, if you purposely choose to live Epstein-like underground trafficking, degrading of the soul, abusing the laws, you will never get to that higher timeline because you would not be able to understand any of it. Because it's a higher oscillating, multidimensional acceptance of the higher self. Your brain has been completely rewired to accept that higher timeline. You cannot go into a higher timeline unless your teams have done the job, you've done the job to alter the aspects of the brain that need to be asked, that need to be shifted and amended. Your brain, every new ascension cycle, your brain, through your teams and your higher self, are being upgraded and enhanced. There's aspects of the memory that are taken out, and it's done at the highest vibrational dimensional level. They're saying usually seventh dimensional beings work on this aspect of the physical human being with you and the higher self, because they can see the cascading of where that 10th dimensional version is moving up to, 13th dimensional moving up to, and so on and so forth. So this vibrational dimensional aspect of you needs to move up in this way because you've done the healing, you've done the clearing, you've done that self-love. You're working with your teams, you're creating that new connection, that new relationship. It's constantly a minutia. The more that you work with the integration of oneness and wholeness and unity, going through your shadow, honoring the shadow, integrating the shadow, and having that dynamic multiverse cosmic perspective, you're going to be working part and part, and those aspects of your brain will be modified, enhanced, fixed, shifted, and you're in ultimate control again of your eternal life, your body. And so that's what they were saying. Part of this new version of this new 5D entering that we're doing, because you're working with a greater, higher oscillating quotient of light, the Christed light quotient, Metatronic light, is bigger, if you will, more refined, more pure. You're clearing the density. I teach you, I show you how to clear your chakras, clear your fields, cut cords, all of those things. It's a part of the multidimensional cleansing and clearing and lightening. The more that you do, the more in alignment that you are with your higher self and working with your multidimensional practices this way, you're allowing for that higher eternal life, light body, the light body sheaths that is first activated. As I said to you earlier, in my own experience, my team said that my chakras were being upgraded. And so I said, okay, well, chakras being upgraded, what does that mean? What can I, what do I do there? And they said, well, first we update the light body and its codes. They're all codes. They're all Christic codes. And that's what I speak with. That's what I offer is the Christ codes. When I heal Christ codes. People standing next to me get healed. I offer a Christ code, and it breaks away densities of things that people have in their field that people have chosen to take on, but they don't even know. They don't know how to work with their bodies because people aren't taught these things. That's why my channel is so important to get it opened up. So please send feedback about my channel, to have my channel opened up for the greater good, and children teaching and learning about their chakras and their light fields as early as possible so they can reclaim their light force, and they can really take commandmentship and ownership of working with this beautiful essence that is source. When you're working with source, you can heal and clear anything. You can have any memory from any planet and really bring it down to your earth now. Again, your teams will always offer you what is meant to be anchored for the greater good of now. If you're somebody that has been working in manipulation, that's the realm and that's the lifetime you choose, is to work on spell casting, voodooing, manipulating others, mental projection of others, mental manipulation of others. If you choose to work in that arena, take money for spell casting without care of interference of others and hurting of others, harming of others. If you're working and come from those timelines where you do nothing but abuse others, in any way, mental projections, mental manipulation, emotional manipulation, spiritual attacks, all of that is Epstein energies. That is what I say when I say Epstein Earth, because you have no care for others and you are on agendas of control and domination. If that is where you go and that is where your intention is, that is where your excitement is, absolutely know this. Your teams and your higher self will not give you any information that will assist you to manipulate and hurt someone that has already been through it and you were told no. So again, why those that choose to continue to do what they're doing with me, the spiritual attacks, there are legions by the billions that will not allow that to occur. Because I've been through it, I've done it, I've survived hell 100 times, I've survived barely. By what the source and the creator said, enough is enough. She was meant to live her best life 10 years ago. She is going to move forward because that is my intent. The will, thy will be done. That's my will. That's God's will. It's meeting in equal measure. Nobody's going to change that. Nobody's going to touch it. Nobody's going to alter it. Why? Because I play a very big part in the multiverse. I work for all species. I work for all genders. I work for all preferences. I work for all that is life honoring the first two laws. And those that don't like it, stop coming to my channel, get off. I'm very happy to say, go find somebody else to obsess and target and bully. Just because your beliefs are low vibrational, just because you're sitting in a low vibrational place because you don't know who you are, you're jealous and you're envious of everybody before you, go find your sense of self and go heal. That's what it's showing you. If you're jealous, if you're envious, go heal. There's infinite videos, infinite light workers. Go find somebody else to heal. I'm working with higher vibrational people. I'm teaching people how to heal at a high vibrational level. So those that think that they'll continue to manipulate, they're going to continue to target, they're going to continue to pull light workers back in lower vibrational karmic timelines, they will be cut off. They will be given wrong and scrambled information. Their guides will not help them. They will not be protected. They will not be supported. And they will be given wrong information, whether it's a government group, whether it's a government agency, whether it's a government MK Ultra, it doesn't matter. There are legions of beings up to the 13th dimension that are absolutely veiling, cloaking every light person, every light worker that is intentionally equal measure with Source Creator for New Earth, the dynamic elegance of God's divine plan and God's divine garden, the liberation of all life. And if you choose with intention to work for the liberation of all life, and if you choose that within your soul, then you will be supported with the legions. And the legions know, make no mistake about this, if you don't think they know how, absolutely, they're 13th dimensional beings. They're right beside with you. They're right in front of your face. 13th dimensional beings know exactly to the minute percentage of what purity of heart you're working with. You cannot fool spirit. So if you say, and you go into a reading and say, oh, I'm here for the highest version of my partner, and I'm here for the highest perspective of me, and I want to find out information on my partner because I'm really insecure and I don't want them leaving me, and I feel really insecure. You're not healing your insecurities. You're not healing your wounds. You're trying to force somebody to be with you. You're trying to get into their blueprint. You're trying to get into their Akashic record. You're trying to have a reading about somebody else you have no right to. You're trying to get into their Akashic record. You're trying to do spells. You're trying to do MK Ultra. You're trying to remote view. You're trying to send monitoring spirits. You're nothing but an interference bug because you have no security about who you are. You have no idea who you fucking are. Go get healed. Your teams, your people that you are with will not support you in any way. You will not be supported. You'll be given wrong information and you'll be led on a goose chase because that's your intention. When you interfere with anybody, it's the #1 law. Everybody that chooses to interfere, whether you're a politician making up new rules to keep people controlled, to keep people numb and dumb, any Epstein agenda of any level, of any kind, I'm calling out every leader. Anybody that chooses to ignore the first 2 laws, each and every one of you every day will be manifesting yourself out, and you will not be on the same earth I will be on. So you either want to be a part of unity consciousness and you will not see me ever again. And if you choose, and if that's a great choice, because I don't want to be involved with any of those energies anymore, if you choose so, absolutely know you will be more and more and more on Epstein Earth, and you will be playing more and more with Epstein people. And every day you're going to wake up, you're going to see less and less light workers. You're going to see less and less light. You're going to have less and less back and forth. You're going to have less and less rubber band effect because we're going to be on an earth that is moving towards unity consciousness, and you can battle each other and you can target each other and you can battle for each other's darkness and you can battle each other's sex and you can battle with each other's money and you can sit there and battle and target all you want with each other because that's what you've chosen. You've chosen an earth to degrade divine feminine, to teach divine feminine a lesson because she speaks out and she speaks truth, and you're going to put her in her place because you want to handle her and you're not being controlled and you're not being this, you're not being that. All of that bullshit darkness of those types of attitudes, you will be on your own earth and you will implode yourself out into that experience. Make no mistake about it. You're being shifted out. And you will not see the likes of people like me. I will be gone. My energies will be cloaked. My teams will not allow access, and I will be gone. I am here to help the greater good, and you're not a part of it. You're a part of hurting, harming, killing, taking, trafficking, and making sure that your trafficking agendas don't get seen and heard. I'm going to sue everybody that was involved in my discrimination case, and every single name will be known. I will expose it all. And if those choose not to have their names exposed, then you're going to make right and repay me every penny that you've delayed my life the last 8 years. And the targeting that you've done since I was born. If not, your names will be known across the entire multiverse because that's the soul blueprint you chose. You chose with intention to hurt an innocent, divine, little animal healer, little animal nurturer, and high vibrational person that is now tapping into 13th dimensional wisdoms. And that's what you chose. That's your karma. And everybody will be known. And if you choose not to be known, then make it right. Your time was up 2 years ago. And every day you wake up, you're going to see me less and less, less and less and less and less. And that's how you know you're going to be on an Epstein Earth and I'm going to be on New Earth. And that is the celebration of the higher plan. God has a plan, and God will move every light being that has been abused, that has done their karma, that has said enough is enough. Thy will be done. I honor the first 2 laws. I honor all universal laws. I don't harm a person. I don't do spell work. Because I understand God's divine plan. I understand who I am as an alchemist. I understand who I am as a master creator. I am a creator God, and I'm meant to create great shit, and I'm gonna. Nobody's gonna stop me. I am my destiny. I won't sit down, I won't shut up, and nobody's gonna teach me a lesson. That's my guide's role. And those are soul lessons that I take on with great honor and great responsibility and great aptitude, because I've earned it. No 3D misogynistic man in a robe that doesn't know who he is, that doesn't know anything about source, that doesn't know anything about God, has no spiritual ranking, no person is going to put me in a lesson. Give me a break because you want me to bow and suck your dick. Not going to happen. I'm here for all creation, and I'm going to move this planet in great means because that's the Father's plan. And the Mother is supporting it 100. And I've got billions of legions on my side. So anytime anybody wants to lift their little magic wand or do some mirror work or sit in a closet and chant hate over my life and the 180 rituals that were done before, everybody's going to be on their own self-demise. And you will show it to yourself. You will be your own proof. We've said that 8 billion times. So this This June is going to be the embracing of all that we are as multiverse beings, of accepting yourself, integrating that high vibrational light wisdom, integrating yourself as this new version. We're on new earth. We're on new earth. We're on new earth. We're creating new templates. We're creating new leadership. The pillars of our society are shifting and changing. Education is going to be changed. It's going to be aligned with the universal laws. Our beauty and our bodies are going to be changing. That's going to be aligned with universal laws, because the more that you work with light, you have more mastery over your physical body, your body, your matter form. So they told me, as a part of this new version, that we're going to have more commandmentship over the physical form. And so part of this, long way around, part of this show today was going to be for the divine feminine, honoring the beauty aspect, because that's what divine feminine offers. Divine feminine offers the divine feminine energy, and this is why our planet has been so out of balance, because there's been zero understanding, zero guidance, zero higher consciousness, zero higher intelligence about the divine feminine energy and what divine feminine offers. Divine feminine offers for all life, and how each and every individual, if they're not balancing their own energies, if they're not balancing their chakras, then it will be miss, and it will be, again, extinction. Your body will go into extinction in various ways, through disease, through disorder, through imbalance, and then you're manifesting yourself into manifestation back to source. So it's all well and good. They're all purposeful. I'm just giving you the basic mechanics of energy. So divine feminine energy for from here on out is the rebalancing of infusing divine relationship, the mother and the father, and the sisterhoods of the rose. Thank you, Holy Spirit. I love you, Holy Spirit. The divine sisterhoods of the rose is the perfection and the beauty of all that is life. Everything before you is beautiful. Everything before you is the infusion of all that is source. Accepting all soul prints that are before you, that's their soul blueprint. That's their soul expression. And again, when we're talking about us being parents, and the best that we can do for our children is to encourage, empower, and inspire. Never ever control or manipulate or throw really negative mind projections, brainwashing, all that kind of really low vibrational stuff that is, again, the Epstein earth. It will be all of the manipulation, controlling, dominance. So there is the shift off. There is the open unification, unity, consciousness, evolution, higher consciousness, higher intelligence, healing through thought, sound, light, and tone. Those would be higher consciousness healings we're going to be doing. I can't wait, because I'm really, really excited. And then beauty, the beauty that we add to earth, the beauty of the healing nurturance, the beauty that we add in all environments, turning anything to gold. That is the Venusian energy. That is the Venusian energies of our planet that is really needed to bring that Gaia energy back, to heal all peoples, to heal all things that we have manifested in disarray, heal all the things we've put in chaos. And so this is what we wanted to focus on. I just wanted to say, for this divine feminine session, is to, again, embrace over the summer what divine feminine means for you, to really intentionally offer divine feminine balance in your everyday. Seek the beauty in all things. Seek the inner minutia and inner integration of beauty. The more that you do so, you'll find the alchemic shifts, the biophysical shifts within your body, feeling that love of self, that love of the body that you have, right? Not going out to change it, really giving 100% unconditional love and acceptance for the body that you're in, the body that you have. Thank you, Holy Spirit. And the energies and the bodies that you have within the physical, because again, your inner representation is the outer. So pay attention to what you're seeing, what you're being shown, your synchronicities. That is, again, your relationship and your connection with spirit. That is your inner world becoming more inner outer. As we said before, the shift from being an awakened person is understanding that as within, so without. You're becoming much more aware that your inner realm is creating the outer. And so that's how you become a soul-infused divine relationship, which is what I teach, is to be the commandmentship of who you are as Metatronic light. You transmute everything from the inner and the outer. That is the pure alignment, as above and so below. That is the higher self. Thank you, Holy Spirit. That's Spirit. Thank you, Holy Spirit. So Spirit always comes through and does those things when I'm talking about the higher self. And in that connection, you'll always see Spirit around you. You can't help it, because you're connected inside. Everything within you is connected. And that's how they said, I've gone through a chakra upgrade, clearing out a lot of those old chakra stories. Those old chakra stories of trauma and abuse, sexual abuse, dogmatic traumas, all of those things. Make no mistake about it, that if you're not clearing those energies out on a regular basis, they're going to be showing you and manifesting in your outer reality. And so that's where you can know that whatever you're going through is your opportunity to sit down and say, okay, what am I going through? What am I feeling? What needs to be expressed? What needs to be explored? You know, how can I really get in and heal what's going on? Because I don't want to manifest that again, right? You know, so that's your reality. You know, everything in the universe is showing you your vibration. Everything in the universe is showing you who you are. And it's about you to create that beauty in all things. If you can see everything before you as the beauty of your experience, you are becoming godly. Because God would never judge anything. God will absolutely put boundaries on abuse when somebody has said no. God will absolutely make sure that when you're standing up and reclaiming your power and reclaiming your power of voice, your power of choice, and you're supporting and you're doing everything you can for the greater good, God will also meet you equal measure. But God will not continually allow the constant abuse. And that's why I was brought in as a higher consciousness being, because there was a lot of red flags and the divine feminine must be rebalanced. We must have a higher consciousness understanding about who we are, what we exist within, and what's going on within us to be a higher evolved species. For us to have longevity as a species, for us to evolve into a higher vibrational dimensions and have eternal life where we can pick whatever body we want. But that begins with the divine feminine, just unconditionally loving. And again, as a mother and as a being of nurturing of life and a birther of all life, you wouldn't judge any of your children regardless of what they choose or prefer to explore themselves as. You just love them unconditionally. You just want to love them. You know, all you care about is that they love themselves and they're having the 3 E's and the 4th E, because that knows that they're fully solid within themselves and they're having that ability to explore who they are and speak their truth. Their truth is a part of the creational story's healing. And so that's why it's going to be very, very exciting to see where this whole beautiful consciousness integration and alchemy occurs through releasing all of our judgments about preferencing and discriminating and putting judgments and titles and labels on things. Allow every soul to be exactly who they want and as they choose to explore. And again, everyone's soul experience and soul's lessons are to assure with the higher vibrational consciousness teaching to just align with the first 2 laws so that you always know that you're manifesting good karma. You know, your soul will always manifest good karma if you're honoring the first 2 laws, period. And then your soul's evolution is the 3 E's equals the 4th E. 4th E is your evolution. That's all that matters. When you pass and you transition into another timeline, when you transition every day, right? You're transitioning every day. Every day you're dying and every day you're being reborn. And all that matters is the 3 E's. Am I expressing myself in the way that I truly desire to, that sacred child? Am I aligning with my sacred child? Am I aligning with my universal child? Am I being the highest version of my creativity? Am I balanced in my divine feminine masculine energies? And then just allow things to come up, and then you'll see yourself becoming more highly attuned to higher consciousness behavior. You're becoming a higher vibrational being. And just seeing all things before you as beautiful, because they're teaching you and they're showing you what energies need to be pulled out, right? So what energies can be pulled out, what energies can be transmuted and looked at from a higher perspective. You really want to push, you really want to pierce out and have intention to be a highest version of yourself in your multidimensionality. And that is the highest intelligence that light carries. Darkness doesn't carry intelligence. So your intention is to reach for the highest capacity and aptitude of light. That is that it will go beyond books. It will go beyond what was. It has to, because everything that has been written thus far has been 3D. There has been higher consciousness 3D books written by those that have channeled, like Seth. Those channeled books, Daniel, Scranton, Cryon, those are channeled material higher consciousness books. So absolutely. But we're saying as far as teaching materials and things like that, those are all in the 3D energies. So you want to be able to channel the higher self, because everybody has a higher self channel that is unique to every person. Every person has a unique higher self that is uniquely threaded with God's source creator. That's why you have to go through your brains and your brains, your teams, your brain team, I guess, because you do have specific beings that only work on the brain. Trust me. Well, you don't have to trust me. Do whatever you want. My teams, because I'm a doctor in the 7th D Pleiadians, I have a being that has specifically been with me and is with my Pleiadian healing team specifically for the human brain, because the Pleiadians are most like us as far as our brain mechanics go. They've been through their ascension for close to 1 billion years. So they're very good at what they do. They're very good at the minutia and the understanding of, because they're our grandparents, really. They are the most representative, and we have Pleiadian seed. Our DNA consists of all aspects of our cosmic abilities and our cosmic histories and our forms and our bodies that we've taken. The insectoids, the octorians, the Syrians, the Lyrans, the felines, all of these aspects are species of who we are within the core of our essence. And so we're bringing those forward and being this beautiful cosmic tapestry. And that's where the beauty comes in of divine feminine. It is about the acceptance and the loving nurturance and the loving tapestry of who we are, to allow all their soul's path. And anytime you feel a judgment coming up about anything that comes up in the collective, just make sure that you're going to be facing it with mindfulness and saying, how do I feel about this? And it is okay. My teams and I've been working on this. It is okay to feel those energies of anger and frustration when you have been abused, and you see how what's been coming for me recently, you see the depths of how people have abused you. So much has gone on behind the scenes of covert abuse, and how much covert abuse was really done. And it's very upsetting, and it can get you very angry. This is a precognition of all of the underground being pulled up on how much really humanity has been targeted to think and behave and be limited and numbing and dumbing who we are as a species of divine mastery of light. We're meant to cultivate our light. We're meant to cultivate who we are as multiverse beings. We're meant to have gifts beyond our realm. We're meant to tap into gifts of all realms and bring this planet into the highest diversity of hybridization of the divine beings of ultra-human. That is what the Pleiadians essentially are. Pleiadians are ultra-humans, and they're our mirror in our ascension path. That's why they work so very closely with us in the physical, biophysical, physiological changes that we go through ascension. That's why what I teach, my channel is one of the few channels out there at all that talk about the physiological changes through every ascension cycle. What I teach is very, very important, because it allows you to truly understand all those three questions. Who am I? What do I exist in? What's going on within me? If you're not connected with anything that's going on within you, you're going to find it a challenge to understand your source creator. Source is within the cells. Source is within the lining of your DNA. Source is within the lining of every atom. Source is a connection of everything that is matter. That is that essence of source vibrating in a constant communication of all that is spirit, is all that is matter. But it's up to you to harmonize all that minutia. It's up to you to bring that into a new harmony. That is what I've called the commandmentship. Take the commandmentship of who you are. Take the commandmentship, thank you, Holy Spirit. Take the commandmentship of bringing greater love and light. That's how you manifest, as they said earlier, greater control of your matter body. So we are going to, I've been working with that in my healing, where I intend my health and my beauty and my feeling of who I am. That beauty is the resonance from my inner and my outer. And that just is the emanation of my energy, the emanation of my oneness with source. And I work with it throughout my whole day. I don't stop. I'm a high functioning being, so it's, I do have to look for other ways that I explore nature and all those things. That's why I'm in nature all the time, constantly in nature, because it helps me. My brain I can process a lot of information. That's what high functioning means. I can process a great amount of information from a multidimensional perspective, and then I break it down and I interpret and I offer it in whatever way needs to, depending on who is in front of me. And that is the seer, the conduit, the experiences that I can see sheaths and energies, codes, templates, Akash. I can see blueprints, if you will. And that helps me dissect the energy of the story. And then I can offer a value of healing. I can offer a resolution of higher aptitude, because it's always aligned with source. It's always aligned with the higher self. And that's what I do in my healing sessions. It's my higher self working with your higher self and all of the teams that you come with. And it is a multidimensional offering and a healing. I offer codes, I offer light, I offer sound, and then that releases it from that lower vibrating pattern. And so, but it's up to you to intend those higher vibrational patterns. It's up to you to see the beauty in all things, accept exactly where you're at. And that is a hard part. That is one of the key, most challenging parts, especially if you've had a very challenging life with a lot of abuses, is that acceptance. And that acceptance opens up to greater light and a greater oscillation. So your acceptance is a daily working with it. And part of the acceptance is to also express anger, to express your frustration, to express the anger of being fucked over 800 times by people that look in your face and say one thing but act another behind closed doors. And that is deep, deep betrayal. And then they do things on top of that, right? like false claims and ridiculous statements and falsifying your signature and stealing from you and doing spell work and confusing everybody around you with their spell work and their voodoo. I mean, it's a systematic, it's a layered approach of betrayal. They don't only say a lie, but they back it up with energy work. They back it up with paying people. They back it up with bribes. They back it up with voodoo. They back it up with all of these things to make it look like an illusion of a true story, the Truman Show. You know, there's been people stealing from me for a very long time, and they've backed it up with 50 people to back up their story of lies and falsities and narratives, and all for money and greed, to make someone feel as low as possible. To feel it, because I chose not to be controlled. I chose not to be, you know, a part of a corrupt ring and to be used and abused for my light. No, I haven't been paid a penny by anybody. I've never signed a contract with anybody that I would work with anybody. Nobody is my boss. I don't work with anybody. I won't. I will have contracts of those of the highest benevolence that are led to me for the highest benevolence for New Earth. And I'll know the energy and spirit won't even allow people that have nefarious intentions. Again, spirit said they will all be blocked and they won't be allowed near. Because again, there's no more. It's my time to experience good karma. It's my time to experience people that aren't going to keep fucking with me and trying to kill me. Like, what the hell? And these are your community? Yeah, they've been trying to kill you for about 8 years now. They've done about 180 rituals to kill you. And they dance on graves, and they use the Gaia moon, and they use all these things to hurt you and take you. And they want you to be dominated, and they want to they want to handle you, and they want to use your light so they can manifest stuff. Or you can just get healed and not be a criminal. How's that? Right? You could heal and then find yourself in a light timeline and a light body. No? But you have to get through that. So processing the anger is big. You have to process that anger. Processing the anger, as we said earlier, about anything that comes before you, whether it's a gender preference, whether it's a political rule or a political thing, you know, control people, you know, whatever it might be that is before you. Accept it, the 3 A's, accept it, allow it, and acknowledge it as a part of your story, because that was in your vibration. You're acknowledging that you've created that. You've helped manifest that creation. Now look at it from a point, I have to express this anger. I'm so mad that this happened to me. I'm so angry that this happened to me. I'm so, you know, whatever that anger, whatever that emotion is, anything that is within you on that experience, you have to accept it and acknowledge it and move about that minutia, but do it in a responsible way. You can do it in beautiful things like a color healing room. People have made color healing rooms for themselves, and they have journaling, pillows they can punch, you know, really dancing, you know, dance movement. Get that expression out, you know, emotional dancing. That's really, really good because it gets out that really deep tissue trauma. So find ways, going for runs and things like that, and just in the run have the intention, as I said in my post. I put an affirmation when I was doing my exercise. Before I go to my exercise, I sit with intention and I gather my healing teams around me. And I exercise outside in nature all the time. Can you please assist me in releasing what I know or what I don't know that is locked deep within me, and pull up those traumas of any darkness, any negativity, or any density? And then I ask those to be pulled up as I exercise, and then I release that intention, and then I go into my activity. And then in the activity, you just focus on having fun and just moving your body with spirit. And then afterwards, I come back and I just sit and I nourish myself with water. I sit and I just breathe, and I have my intention of reflection. And then I just allow, and usually I'll follow that up with crying, because that is that deep tissue release. You've released the physical part of that density from the biophysical part of your tissues or your muscle or your chakra through that movement. And then the multidimensional aspect of it is the acceptance of the emotion, the acceptance of the hurt, the acceptance of the pain. And that is your expression through crying and then journaling that out. And then it's being okay to say that it's not my stuff, it's not my burdens. I'm going to say no. Giving yourself the acceptance of how do you close the door on that story of trauma? How do you close the story of that? How do you close the door on that story of betrayal? Is you have that physical, mental, emotional, spiritual closure And that's what has to be done. This is why most people that are going through abuse healing, trauma healing, karmic healing, is they don't close it on a multidimensional perspective. And this is why I do have my healing sessions, is I can assist you in closing it out multidimensionally. It has to be done multidimensionally. Otherwise, you're still carrying bits and pieces of that energy. And you have to ask your teams to assist you in that closing. The cord cutting, you can't really cut any cord from anything because everything is always one. But you can release and transmute the effect that that energy has on you. And you have to absolutely just starve it, right? Because when you pay attention to the devil becomes the devil. It's just accepting, acknowledging as a part as one, and then redirect your energy. That's really what Ascension healing is. You can go through that cord cutting experience and it'll just be shifting your perspective as it'll just closing the door on it. Allow it to be all that is God. You'll always have that connection. It's always be there. It doesn't ever go away, but you're not just going to be, you're not putting your attention or your direction or your energy there anymore. It cannot feed off of you anymore because you've stated with certainty, you're not allowed to take from me anymore. I'm saying no on all dimensions, all realms, all universes. You can no longer take from me. My energy is my energy. My life force is my life force. Only those that I invite into my space get to share my life force. When I do these videos, you share my life force and I give you my codes. I give you my energy. I give you my light. I give you my free wisdoms. That costs people a lot of money to come and get healed. This is a free offering. So anybody that wants to give me a donation, I would absolutely love it. But you get to state, and again, commandmentship. When you have sacredness and sacred honor and sacred importance to your own life force, nobody can come into your space and just use you and abuse you. But you do have to absolutely give yourself permission to honor the anger and the frustration when somebody really fucks you over. It's not okay. And you have to say it. You have to give them that accountability and give them that responsibility back. I acknowledge that you fucked me over. I accept that it's a part of my story and it's not going to happen again because you're not going to be allowed in my space anymore. There's no access. Here's the rules of engagement. And sometimes you have to set those rules of engagements and boundaries in legal form. So do so for those that are really karmically abusive, that karmically continue to come at you, whether it's a karmic family, karmic coven, karmic community, karmic business, doesn't matter what it is. You can state it legally when you've stated it 100 times verbally, spiritually, mentally, and emotionally. So you have to go about where you're at in your own experience. And you have to, again, what is my part in this transaction? Your guides will always tell you, they've taken enough from you. You've been overly forgiving. Cut it off. It's done over. They're abusive. They're not on the path of healing. They don't care. And that's when those people think that they can use you and abuse you, and they have entitlement, that they're really deep in the Epstein-like energy, if you will, where they think and they believe in their minds that they have entitlement ownership of you. And this whole underground trafficking bullshit where they look at all life as a trafficking piece of meat. And they will make money off it however they can. They'll make money on your suffering. They'll make money on your name in the underground bidding system. They'll make money seeing how much they can target, and they'll sell your name to all the satanic cults. They'll sell your name to all the Masonic cults. They'll sell your name to all the MK Ultra tactic teams and tactical force teams, and they'll sell all that you are so that they can get paid, so that people can bid against you to do sacrifices. People can bid against you to do their spiritual work, because if they get your spiritual ranking, if they get your spiritual power, if they get your spiritual gifts, then that means they're really, really spiritual ranked. And it's absolutely bullshit. They have no idea what they're doing. Absolute utter misguidance and absolute utter misinformation. Because you don't have my will, you don't have my say in this. I'm not even an equation in this because you're doing it all underground without my even knowing. Therefore, it will never work. You can never sacrifice anybody that chooses of their own will. My consciousness belongs to me, period. But this is how the underground whole sacrificing secret society bullcrap work. They have no idea what they're doing because they operate in very, very dark, take all, bid all, trade all. That's my spiritual ranking. If we can take this divine feminine spiritual leader, teacher, Christ consciousness being, if we can take her life and take her spirit and take her spiritual gifts, we must be very spiritually ranked. God would never place anybody that harms using and abusing the first two laws of the universe. If you abuse those two laws, you are not spiritually ranked. I outrank you 1 billion times over. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're talking about. You have no knowledge of spirit. They're manipulating energy, period. They are killers. They are manipulators, period. They are manipulators of the divine sacred mind, period. They use brainwashing and mental tactics to take the construction of the divinity from within you, and they deconstruct it. It's very damaging, it's very harmful, and these are the agendas everybody must face that has been done to humanity. And I am a survivor to teach people how to heal through very, very dark, abusive governments, agendas, politics, false abusers, false leaders, and false people that think they are prophets and think they are spiritualists. They have no idea about spirit because they're not connected. They don't have spirit flying around them. And even if they tried to set up a little light machine to make it look like they did, they wouldn't. Because spirit would never be attracted to people that purposefully, intentionally sit in a closet and conjure hate and damage and killing to somebody. 180 rituals done to take out my life. And a $1.3 million spent to try and take me out. Take my mail. It was very systematic. It was very intentional. It was very malicious. It was done over decades. Malicious intent to make me look crazy, to falsify claims, to make me look on every level pornographic, selling my body, doing this, doing that, and none of these people have even met me or even know me. I am sacred. I'm a divine being. Nobody gets my life force without my permission. You don't get my life force. Anybody thinks they're jacking off to my picture, you're going to be rerouted with whatever demons you want to, wherever demons you're vibrating at. Because I've set the law for my universe. You're not allowed to take my life force. You don't have an ounce of right. You're not invited. I didn't invite you into my sexual space. I didn't invite you into my consciousness. I didn't invite you. Therefore, you're not there. Out you go. And let other people do whatever they're going to do, but God will have a manifesting out plan for them. Because they cannot continue to abuse the ones that are brought here to a shift creation. We have our rights. Our rights are upheld by the universe. That is my jurisdiction. And that's why no Mason, no 3D being is going to sacrifice me, because my jurisdiction is the multiverse. I am the mother and the father. And they will not allow such deeds to occur. And I will be cloaked and I will be veiled and I'm out. I'm on a different earth. And they have all been told. Nobody's made it right. Not a penny has been brought back to me of all the abuses that were done, which were absolutely abhorrent. And these people think they're entitled to continue cycling the same bullshit. Nobody from the past will ever return. You will not be allowed. No conversation, no discussions. Everything has been said. Go to my lawyer, send a letter of intent. If you want to clear your karma on all the shitty, crappy things you've done to me, all those from Calgary and all those that were involved in degrading and impaling me with magic and voodoo for as many years as you were, the lying, the deceit, the taking of my mail, the rerouting of my mail, the targeting me, the paying people to do jack-offs in the car next to me while I'm at the beach, every piece of bullshit move, because everybody's getting karma. You're going to keep getting karma until you make it right, until you clear your karma. If you choose to make it right, put a letter of intention to my lawyer with the money that you owe me. That's clearing your karma, because you're going to state what you did and how it made you feel and how you did it from what belief you held it from. You're going to clear your karma with intent with God. And if not, you will be shifted out to wherever your intention is. If your intention is to hate, to spew, to take, to rape, to traffic, to kill, that's the earth you're going to be on. And it's not going to be my earth. I don't care. Your karma doesn't matter to me. I'm still going to be where I'm going to be. I'm still going to be in my destiny. I'm still going to be a gorgeous divine feminine in new earth. That's what I create. And I'm going to heal people that want to be healed. I'm going to be in front of people that want to be in their highest level of consciousness and how to transmute abuse, darkness, trafficking, molestation, rape, anything that is dark and destructive, dominating and controlling. I've walked it 100 times over. I transmute it. Those are the people that want to be in front of me because they care about consciousness. They care about being loved. They care about being healthy. They care about being unified with all creation. They care about coming back into a light timeline, into a light body, and manifesting their highest version of who they are. Those are the people that are my now audience. And everybody else will be moved and shifted out. They won't touch me. So that's what has to happen from now on. There will be no discussions. There's no cycling back. There's no redo. There's no nothing. The doors are forever locked. The key has been thrown away. There's no more cycles with anybody from the past. And they all know who they are. Don't reach out, don't call, don't text. Everything will be a hard ass no. Go through the lawyers as everybody has been told. Don't try and pop up. Don't try and find me. You will be blocked. Everybody. Every spell is going to be returned. Everything will be blocked. Every intention will be blocked. Everything of nefarious intention will be blocked and sent back. I am only here for love and light of those that choose love and light. Those will be the ones that will be allowed through, that truly want to be their cosmic, benevolent, multidimensional, multivibrational, cosmic, metatronic self. That is my now audience. That is my intention. Thank God, hallelujah. Because I deserve to be fucking at peace. I deserve to receive. I deserve to be loved. I deserve to be supported. I am divine feminine, and this planet needs me. There are billions of children that will be healed by me. I will help set forth new laws for all of creation until the end of time. And that is my vibration that I carry. I heal the waters, I heal the lands, and I heal all peoples. That's my destiny, and God ain't gonna let anybody get in that. I've been celibate for 15 years for a reason. Any stories, any signatures, any falsifications, any false stories, anything about anything to do with me, they don't have any right to speak my name. I'm a hermit. I live 98% of the time by myself, with source, with spirit, with my guides, with God creator, with nature. Nobody is around me to speak my name in their mouth. They don't know, they're not me. They're not around me. They have no idea about me. They're falsifying claims. They've falsified signatures. They've stolen. They've raped. They've taken. They've put voodoo. They've conjured stories. They've falsified stories. They've confused. They've put spells over law firms. They've put spells over lawyers. They've put spells over the police department. They've put spells over everything they can put spells on to make themselves look like something they are not. Again, they're still remaining hidden. That is the underground. That's the underground. The underground wants to stay hidden, but it can't. Why? Because light's going to keep bathing day by day by day. And every human has to face the underground that's being pulled up. What part did you play? What part did you say that you did nothing and sat by while someone got abused? What part did you say and did you play to say that this type of an earth was okay? You chose that. Doing nothing is choosing your earth. This is an example of divine masculine being healed. This is an example. I'm going to give you one example because it came to me as a download this week and I thought it was profound because it shifted my whole perspective. This 5D man, this 5D experience, this 5D soul partner that I am aligning with is very well initiated into honoring itself, loving itself, knowing itself, understanding what it faces as a part of its manifestation, and this divine masculine walks in his presence, not in his dominance. That's the difference between a 3D man and a 5D man. A 3D man will walk in its misguided, distorted, misinformed, not healed divine masculine feminine energies. It will walk in old beliefs and old perspectives and have no clue who it is. A man with presence walks with his presence. And it can have a gentle moment helping an animal if need be. It will be gentle in its moment of bending down and helping a child. It will honor the first two laws, and it has presence. Why? Because it doesn't need to be anything more than its presence. That fully healed divine masculine in a 5D consciousness, and that's what I'm aligning with. I'm aligning with a 5D soulmate, a man that honors who he is and walks in his presence. Feel the difference of that vibration. You don't have to prove anything. You don't have to fight. You don't have to force. You don't have to dominate. You don't have to handle. You don't have to pimp. You don't have to think you're better than others. You don't have to wear a robe. You don't have to call yourself a title. That is what divine masculine has to heal, and it has to be done on this entire planet. A great leader is one that walks in their presence because they have the experience. They've done the fucking work. And I can tell from miles away, from a different country, from the next timeline. I can tell. I read energy. I knows what goes on behind the doors. You can't fool a seer. You can't fool God, because God will place it in front of me so I see it. Because God wants me to see who is before me. They can speak all light language, but what they're actually vibrating is absolutely not that at all. They're just a great little shapeshifter, and they're a great manipulator. They have fooled thousands. They've got a huge following. They've got a huge subscriber list because they talk the talk, but they have no idea what alchemy is about. They have no idea how to face that demon. They have no idea how to face that shadow. And then behind closed doors, they take off their clothes and they're being somebody else, and they're being somebody different because they steal their content. They steal their material from somebody else that's awakened. That's not walking in your presence. That's hiding. You don't know who you are, and you will be called out. And your teams and your guides will take your gifts and your skills away. You have to understand spiritual ranking. Spiritual ranking is absolutely understanding, owning, and honoring, and being present, being the state of being of who you are as a being of God. Source creator has nothing to do with religion. Stop hiding. A man with presence doesn't hide. A man with presence doesn't create a secret society. A man with presence doesn't hide behind Epstein agendas. A man with presence doesn't beat women. A man with presence doesn't target any women or any children or any life. There is a difference. Divine masculines have to heal. So honor that statement and look at how you can integrate what is being present. Connection and relationship. Who are you? Connect with your higher self. Call your higher self in. Work with your guides. That is presence. That's presence. That's a difference. That's a difference between someone that's healed and someone that is in wounding and ego. Ego wants to dominate and control, wants to control your story, wants to control the character you play in their story, wants to control how you move, wants to make you obsess about them because then they don't have to look at who they are. They want to they want to control, they want to make you look like their object. They want to sell you to and from the underground. They want to sell you to and from marriages. They want to sell you to and from the spiritual ranking Masonic group so they can sacrifice you every other week. They want to sell. That's control and dominance. You have no fucking clue who you are. No healed divine feminine is going to want to be with you because you can feel it from the next country over. It's gross. Go heal. You have no idea who you are. So honor that. I did a channeled session this week with somebody that was passed over. And I said to this very, very profound being that was a very, very highly intelligent being and did a lot of great works while they were here. And I channeled with this being and I said, what would you do differently this timeline if you were going to do another lifetime? What would you do? And the first thing that they said, that they had all of the superficial things that they were taught and told would be significant. You know, the achievements and the goals and all of those things as divine masculines are always meant to drive for and strive for. And this is where, again, we go back to the gender the gender infusions that we're going to have to face and move beyond are going to be very powerful for us as a collective, because it really takes away all of those ideologies about goals and what you were thought you were told to achieve, right? So all divine masculine is all about achieving, but we're changing our perspective and we're creating our own inner realm alignment, our own inner self-design, which is what I teach and what I focus on, is your inner design, letting go of all traditionalities, letting go of all old notions and ideologies. And so this being had told me that I had done everything that I thought that I was brought and told to do as what I thought was a successful being in creation. I'm very proud of what I created. And I said, and what is the next part of that? Because when you cross over, all that matters is the 3 E's. And so it was beautiful to hear and to feel this beautiful growth process of this person that had passed on that was very accomplished. Very accomplished. And they had said what I had missed was the spiritual. They didn't pay attention to anything to do with the 3 E's. They had experienced a lot superficially. They had experienced a lot in 3D. They had accumulated. They had achieved most of their goals. But one statement that being said to me was that, and this is from the man's perspective, from the divine masculine's perspective, died as a divine masculine, achieved many great things. And this was their spiritual synopsis to me in this beautiful statement, because I'm healing my divine masculine as well. What are the new objectives for New Earth divine masculine? What does that look like? I want to reach for that. I want to align and intend a divine masculine soulmate in 5D. So I need to know, what are the attributes of a divine masculine healed being? And so he said to me that the next lifetime this being will be absolutely focused on the beingness, the presence. And that is the connection with spirit. That's what I teach. That's what I offer. That's, for me, when I am attracted to a person, I'm attracted by the presence that they occupy. Because that's the acceptance of themselves as spirit. That's my attraction. You can have a beautiful aspect of, even when it comes to land, when a land has absolute, that's why I just love being of Gaia, because it's just unconditional love and acceptance of itself, so much presence. And that's what's attractive. That's 5D attraction. That's 5D magnetics. Because when you're cleared, when you're doing the inner work, you're accepting all of those aspects. That's a magnetic. That's called presence. There's no dichotomy. There's no push and pull. There's no suppression. There's no depression. There's no non-acceptance. There's no not evaluation of yourself. Right? There's just absolute unconditional acceptance. I really like it when I feel this way. I'm very present with myself. So we were talking about this, like, well, let's build a 5D timeline. Let's build a 5D timeline. What do you think that looks like in activity? What does that look like? If you're in a 5D physical earth, what does presence feel like? And let's talk about this. Let's do this. Because I'm helping put these codes into the 5D templates of earth. What does a new 5D masculine look like? It has to, those codes happen spiritually and energetically first. So when you step onto a new earth template, when you step onto a new earth experience, you have to create those codes first. That's why we teach you how to create and manifest your reality of your highest version of self. It's always starting as a spiritual experience. Everything in matter form begins as spiritual first. So if you're disconnected from spirit altogether, wonder why the reality is the way it is. Because there's no spiritual connection. There's zero responsibility, zero accountability, zero connection, zero relationship. Presence is all about your relationship with spirit. Are you present with spirit? What is your part in the transaction? There is a transaction. Everything is a transaction of energy, of spirit. Are you aware that everything is an energetic experience? You know that those standing before you that are not operating in a high magnetic, they're not operating in sense of self, they're not operating in self-respect. So you can tell that there's going to be an experience that you're going to have to veil your shield, put a shield up, do some veiling so that you're not going to be negatively affected, but you can still have an interaction that benefits both of you. But you're going to have to be very masterful on what you give, how you give, and in what way you give. That's, again, what is my part in this transaction? There is a presence there, and that's masterful, and it's experienced. You can't fake that. That's why you're going to know true prophets from not true prophets. True prophets can navigate their way in and around everything. They're not shapeshifters. They know energy. That's the difference. Somebody that's fake, somebody that thinks they know, somebody that's just copying and mimicking, they don't know anything about energy and how to navigate around it. They just know how to shapeshift whatever's before them. That's a manipulation. So that's why those that are experienced seers, those that are experienced code people like myself, we have connections and we have aspects of beings on every dimension and realm, and then we create those new templates. This is what a 5D divine masculine looks like. I said, okay, well, let's talk about it. You were very accomplished in this life. You accomplished a lot, which is what the old traditions and the old, the pillars of the reality, if you will, are changing. That was very well and good, and many look up to you for all that you've accomplished. And then the being, the spiritual side of the being, the higher self being, had said, but I missed the utter beingness. There was no being connection. I was manifesting accomplishment. And they were very accomplished. I said, well, you felt good about that. Do you have any regrets? Because when you cross over that 3-day exploration is about, am I moving through complete acceptance and honor? And what is my next life going to be like? Can I manifest a new timeline? Because God will give you infinite perspectives and aspects to manifest whatever timeline you want. But you got to go through that minutia. I was very accomplished in a 3D perspective. I'd accomplished everything as far as the man thought that, thank you, Holy Spirit, that I was meant to accomplish. But now those beliefs of that evolved soul, that soul has gone through a lot of evolution. And now that I'm speaking to that soul as a divine feminine, saying, okay, well, how can we help each other? You're passed on. You've allowed yourself to go through that much minutia and soul evolution. Let's meet up on a timeline where we're both helping each other do new perspectives of presence and being. Because there was much of my life where, because of the ostracization of my gifts and who I am as a starseed, because of the codes that I offer, because of the energy I offer, because of being high functioning, there's a lot of environments I never felt comfortable in. And so there was a lot of, no, you can't be present if you're always in target mode. If people are constantly targeting you and you're constantly have to put out shields and protection, you're constantly being bullied and taken from and stolen from and then told they're not doing it. There's a lot of minutia that occurs in those evolutions of what did I learn, what did I, again, who are you, what exists and what exists in you. And if you're doing that daily minutia, then you don't have to wait till you cross over to have that epiphany, which is what that 3-day is. It goes through all of your life transactions and you look at yourself as a soul. What have I learned? How can I enjoy my life more? You're meant to enjoy this experience of being physical, spiritually harmonized, spiritually integrated, spiritually initiated by you. You don't have to have a guru. You don't have to have a leader. You're the one that's initiating you. You're the one that's leading you. You're the one that is now evaluating and honoring and loving and excavating yourself as a beautiful soul. You don't have to, you're one with your higher self. You're one with your guides. Your guides are telling you every day, be present. God, source creator, is with you in every present moment. God is so present with you. God is so evolutionary with you. God is asking you to see, wow, I'm such a minutia of allness. This feels so amazing. I can heal anything. I can transmute everything. I can bring new vibrational beliefs. I can have vibrational conversations with beings that have passed on that accomplish great things. And how can we create a new earth where those energies are, you can continue your legacy in new ways on 5D Earth by now intending, focusing, and directing that you're going to have great presence. You're going to be at peace with who you are physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. You're going to release all judgments about who you are and what you exist within. You're going to release all limiting judgments about God in and of itself. So intend those, as we said earlier, regardless of what any government or any politic rule or change of alteration does in our collective, because essentially they're still running in old programs and there's still the matrix there until it shifts out. Direct your intention to those experiences of what you choose to see and feel and experience. Remember, you're a multidimensional being. Experiential practice, affirmations, singing, toning, higher vibrational entrainment is how you get there, because everything is vibrational. That's why we said earlier, anyone that thinks that they can just mentally force themselves in a timeline they're not meant to be, anyone that thinks they can force their mental energy towards another to make them be somewhere they're not meant to be, those manipulation, controlling, dominating energies will always, always, always send them into a self-implosion, because that is not creational law. You cannot force another. You cannot force yourself where you're not aligned, and you have no idea how to behave in that energy. That also can be, this is also true, because this and that are true, if perhaps that there, remember, there's always a divine plan, there's always a soul plan. You don't have, release all control about anything. Forcing anything will always lead you back to the same part. Now, it's about me, it's about loving me, it's about honoring me. Release everything you have about an obsession to force somebody, make somebody, be with somebody, when it's not the point of the entire story. The point of the story is your self-love. Codependence, lack of self, abandonment issues, rejection issues is why you want to have another forced and obsessed so much into your reality story. Because there's a lot of healing there that needs to be done. And that person represented safety to you. That person represented something that was secure and honoring for you, because they did show you kindness and good care. Because they did allow you to see things in new ways. And now that person is taken out, your evolutionary promise to yourself is that you can do it on your own now. Because that is God, that is the evolution, that is the fourth E. God will not allow a higher vibrational being to stay in Epstein-like in circles and environments when they are being used and abused and tormented. There has to be evolution for all people involved. And when that one being says no 8 years ago, it means no, there's no going back. The door is forever closed. Everybody now has to sort it out on themselves. If they choose to ascend, they absolutely have to do the work. You cannot pop yourself and force yourself, or make another force each other into a timeline where that soul and that being has said no. That's why sacrificing in secret societies that work on those manipulation, sacrificing tactics, they don't understand reality, creational reality. They don't understand spiritual laws. They don't understand true spiritual ranking, and they're misguided, they're misinformed, and it will not work. You cannot sacrifice somebody that owns who they are, ever. And again, how intelligent is that? How intelligent is to hide? That's not being present. I had this conversation with a being that passed over. We were talking about all of these things and all of these minutiae of how humanity is being flipped upside down, and how divine masculines can truly see themselves in a more profound and honoring and higher vibrational way and own it. So this is where this conversation comes from. It's a big, profound, universal teaching for all divine masculines and feminines that are choosing to see divine masculines in new ways, because you have to send the pulsation of energy of a higher vibrational divine masculine for that divine masculine to show up. As a divine feminine that is healed and balanced in my chakras and balanced in my energy, I choose a divine soul partner, a masculine that is also equally healed and equally in their presence. Absolutely. Any idea or energy of dominance and control, there will absolutely be no engagement. Zero rules of engagement. Zero. There won't even be a discussion. There won't even be, it'll be blocking. because that's how in love with my divine feminine. No, I'm a healed divine feminine. I've made it this far. Few divine feminines made it as far as I have. God kept sending me back to the darkest place because I was the one that got in the light. I was the only conduit that was able to break up the mess, the chaos, the density, and the mental manipulation that has been done through the corruption of this planet and the other universes that were involved. There was so much dark corruption through mental forcing, brainwashing, mental projection, mental programs that did so much damage to the human body, the humanoid being. And I did so much great work across the entire multiverse for humanoids, for the Christ consciousness, for all beings in the multiverse. I did great work, and I'm still doing great work because my light is still active there now. And my light helps things grow. My light brings light everywhere. My light helps inspire. That's a 3D man. What does a 3D man look like? Anything that comes before you, are you being present? Without judgment, can you honor all that is before you and accept it and acknowledge it and have it be a part of your story without having to force it, claim it, handle it, bid it, bet it, sell it, justify it, goal it, determine it, destroy it, dominate it? That is the lesson, Divine Masculines. Write it down, practice it daily if you choose to be an ascended 5D leader. If you choose to be a master, if you choose to be a true emperor, if you choose to be a true king, you will never take, harm, steal, rape, sacrifice from any. Divine Masculines, I'm asking you to level up. If you want to be a 5D high consciousness leader, these are the basics. And then you go within and you work with it on your soul's journey. Connect with your higher self. There is no dominance, it is presence. And there is a vibrational difference. And I will sense it and I will know it. So as far as a partner, a loving partner, a soulmate for me, it will be a man that walks with presence. It's not forced. It's not contrived. It's not masked. It's not an illusion placed over it. It's not a shape-shifting. It is pure presence. And that is the experience of being an awakened soul. That's the difference. And see the sirens? The sirens saying, yes, hallelujah, finally we had a breakthrough. The planet has had a breakthrough. Divine Masculines care about life. Divine Masculines want to see life abundant for all. Why? Because they're part of the all. Why would you take out a Divine Feminine that is responsible for abundance on the planet and healing and life? Why would you do that? Why would you beat Divine Feminine that are here for healing and abundance for all life? Why would you suppress her and give her no voice when she is the one that manifests abundance for all life? That she gives good soil, she gives good water, she gives clean air, she has higher intuitive knowing, she leads the people to higher intelligent wisdom. Why would you take out a Divine Feminine, taking out the person that has the keys to all creation? Why would you do that? You're shooting yourself in the proverbial dick. Why would you do that? Or is that the point? You just want to rotate in an Epstein-like earth. You want to have money, you want to have a lot of sex, and you want to have everybody be dominated. Okay, then what? Does that sound intelligent? You have to be secret. You have to hide. You have to go in underground secret places. You have to talk in secret. Nobody can know anything. You have to be all hidden. You have to be in secretive. You have to be in this. You have to be in... Does that sound intelligent? Are you being present? No, you're being hidden. You're being dominating. There's something you want to dominate. There's something you want to control. There's something you want to get, something you want to take, something you want to have, something you want to goal, something you want to overcome, something you want to push, something you want to force, something you want to make, something you want to make happen. That's the difference. There's a huge difference. A lot of stress, a lot of disease, a lot of anxiety, a lot. It's like exhausting. Divine Masculines have to heal. And Divine Feminines have to step up and say, why did I allow that? Divine Feminines have to go deeply within their Divine Feminine energy and heal their Divine Masculine wounding. We are not to be handled. We are not to be claimed. We're not to be put in false marriages and bid in the underground system to be sacrificed because the men want money and they keep the money from the women and they keep money from their partners and their multi-poly wives, and the wives get so much of a stipend and they get controlled by finances. They get controlled by the jobs that they get because the jobs aren't out there for Divine Feminine. They're actually truly smart and wise because Divine Feminine's been erased from all social aspects of leadership. We don't get paid the same. We don't get given the same opportunities. We're already at a decrease. And then we're targeted by governments and agendas and people and secret societies. How is any woman supposed to survive? And was the point? You were meant to destroy me, to take me out and put a false prophet there so you can keep your trafficking ring and keep your hidden, disgusting, gross experiences of being wounded and passing your wounding off and your diseases off to other people that are innocent and pure and have no idea how to work with their life force. Was that your agenda? Does that sound intelligent? Put it on a piece of paper, everybody in a secret society. Everybody in a secret society, everybody that does magic, anybody that does voodoo, everything that you do in everyday knowledge, and then in the second column, put the first two laws. Right use of free will, non-interference, and the law of balance. And you tell me that everything that you have done, everything that you've chosen, everything that you've been involved in, you tell me, does that sound intelligent? Does that sound like a healed body? Does that sound like somebody that is purely aligned with the highest intelligent of the multiverse expanding in every moment? Does that sound light fused? Does that sound as you're adding good and benevolence to the greater good of all and you're making a difference on this planet? Draw it out, write it out. I want you to ask yourself these questions every day. That's how you know you're awakened. That's how you know you're walking in your presence. You either care or you don't. And if you don't care, you will never stand before me. Because you're going to find another light worker that also wants to work in, they're just working up in their light work experience and they're going to work with people like that because I'm not working with those people anymore. I'm not working with abusers anymore that just want to go around in cycles of abuse. God is taking them out and putting them somewhere else. I'm on a new collective now, and I'm asking all divine masculines that ever come across my videos, these are the new standards, and you have to set them. They come from you. You're the divine masculine. I'm giving you these as experiences and examples of people that I have channelings and higher downloads with, people that have passed on, that have done great works here, physically from the 3D perspective that we've always been taught, told, and shown are what a divine masculine should aim for. But now you as a divine masculine are here to say, and I as a divine feminine is looking for an equally matched 5D divine masculine. Those are my intentions as a divine feminine, that on 5D earth, this is the type of man I want to partner with. I want a man that walks in his presence because he's done the fucking work. And he's not going to bow, and he's not going to follow, and he's not going to reduce. I want a man that stands on his own accord. I want a man that stands and says, that's not okay, I'm going to speak for it. Stand up and speak for who you are. That's presence. And you're not going to shake and you're not going to waver because you absolutely know that the legions are walking behind you and they're going to support the greater good. When abuse occurs and you do nothing about it, you're choosing your earth. When abuse occurs and you know people have been stolen from and you know people get attacked every day and you do nothing, that is choosing your earth. I want a man that doesn't do that. I want a man that stands before me in any level and says, I'm standing in my presence. I have a staff and I have a mantle and I will walk with it. That's 5D man. It has nothing to do with dominating. It has nothing to do with beating people up. It has nothing to do with controlling. It has nothing to do with selling people out. It has nothing to do with sacrificing. That is not spiritual ranking. Grow up. Spiritual ranking is who you are as a soul. Greater good, yes or no? These are 5D templates. We're putting the templates together right now. People, we're putting the templates together right now. We're putting the templates together right now. As a collective, we are creating new earth right now. 5D masculines, you are healed. You are accountable. You are okay to sit in your spiraling of accessing those woundings and those intentions and those psyche experiences that have you go in and honor your divine feminine energies. You must be intuitive to move through ascension. What is right for you? What feels right for you? Who are you? What you exist within and what's your part in the transaction? That is a man with presence. There's no wavering. And every day you become more and more refined, more and more attuned to your story. Who are you? I know who I am with God. That's my compass. Anybody that gives me a contract, anything before me, I can discern on every line of that contract. Is this my compass, yes or no? Vibrationally, everything is intention. Everything written has an intention. They can't hide it in fancy words. They can't hide it in legal terms. That's why the people that have, in my past, they absolutely know there is no more access. There's no going back. There is no more cycle. There is no access. There will not be any discussions. There will not be any contracts. I will not sign any bondage for my own money that was stolen from me, taken from me, that was legally right and mine. I will sign nothing except for this money went into my account. I accept it that it went into my account. There is no contract. There's no fucking bondage. It's my fucking money. You stole it. You falsified signatures. You pilfered. You took skimming. You did what you did. Those are your karmic choices. I'm not signing no fucking contract. I'm better than that. You will not bind me with your false evil documents, because I can sense the intention behind every letter, every line, every little period and every little exclamation point. That is being present, because God shows you what's right, what's not right. There's red flags going up all over the place. That's why nobody can hide anymore. So why hide? Why be secret? No, be who you are, own it. How much more attractive is it than somebody that actually says, well, I'm going through a tough time right now. I'm going through like a dark night of the soul. You know, I'm just going to put you on hold for a couple of weeks. You just got to work through this energy. And you're actually doing the fucking work. That is so attractive to somebody that's done the work and healed. Why? Because there's so many more people that choose not to and sit in their lust and their greed and their jealousy and their envy. It's actually attractive when you actually do the fucking work and stand in your presence. And you want to work with God. You want to work with spirit. You want to work with the new ideas. You want to work with a new identity. That is attractive. Why? Because it's a magnetic. When you've done the work, your energy, your chakras, your light, your oscillation, the energies you work with, the teams you come with, the beings that want to work with you, it's multiversal. That's attractive. That's magnetic. So if you want to be rich in beauty, work with your energy, work with your chakras, own who you are, stop hiding. There's no more secret societies. It's got to come out. Again, if you choose to continue and you refuse and you rebuke all of that is growth and oneness, if you refuse to walk in your presence as opposed to dominance, then you will be on the Epstein earth along with Epstein people that want to work in Epstein energies. And that's okay. There's no judgment. God's not judging you for doing what you're doing, but you're not going to continually rape, pillage, and hurt and take from those that actually want to evolve. There's a shifting out right now. Those that choose to evolve and be in unity consciousness and those that don't. That is the shifting out. You either want to evolve and learn about and be the presence of love and oneness, or you don't. Otherwise, you're going to keep manifesting every experience that you so choose to vibrate as. That is the magnetics of creational reality. You will manifest every tower because that's your vibrational choice. You chose that. You chose to be a criminal. You chose to be hateful. You chose to do spell work. You chose to work against the laws of creation. You chose to be dominant. You chose to be a dick. That's going to be your tower. You don't have any right to affect other people's lives, period. You don't. So learn the laws, honor them. That's walking in presence. Those that do spell work, and those that say that they're a spiritualist and do spell work and offer interference of other people's lives by taking money and doing voodoo and practitioner work, those that call themselves spiritualists and call themselves those things, as a magnetic and as a consciousness of spiritual ranking, they're not. They're disregarding the first two universal laws of unity consciousness. They're not evolving and they're not on the Ascension earth. They're on the manipulation earth, because that's what that is. It's manipulation of energy, forcing of energy, manipulation of energy, abusing the laws of creation, abusing people's rights and laws. That person, that practitioner has no idea of the person that they got paid to put an attack on, to put a voodoo or a spell or root work on. They have no idea who that person is. They have no fucking right. And they absolutely are not aligned with their higher self, because no higher self, no higher self, no higher self. No higher self take it up with God. No higher self would tell anybody that understands magic, that understands voodoo, that understands root work. Nobody's higher self would say, go and do that. Because the higher self is connected with God source creator, and that God source creator is of the first two laws, right use of free will and non-interference. The 13th dimensional beings cannot affect our vibration in any way. Why would it be okay for a 3D voodooist? These are the highest beings in all creation of this universe. 13th dimensional beings. They cannot interject and infuse anything of anybody's vibration. It has to be asked for. That's called free will. So why would a voodooist or why would a masonry sacrificing lives here, left, right, and center because they want a ranking on their fucking pyramid? It's absolute and utter ignorance about creational reality. And they will all be manifesting themselves out if they choose to continue doing what they're doing. If secret societies, warlocks, witches, and covens, and all of those energies that manipulate energy, if that is what they do and they choose to ascend, then they can choose to be brought forth between and before light workers that will assist them in healing and transcending such practices. It has to be pure of heart, and only your teams and God will guide you. And therefore, and the second part of that statement is, They're not going to be directed towards me because my time is up with those people. Secret societies and fuck shit is up. I'm not working with that anymore. I'm on a whole new planet. I'm on a whole new dimension. I'm on a whole new earth. And it is about creation of reality for 5D Earth. No more secret society bullshit. It's being dealt with by other light workers. It's being siphoned out to do other things and work with other people because the ignorance and the abhorrence and the abuse is just far too much. Everybody's been given years to make alterations of courses. You have to alter your course or not. And if you're not, there's nobody sticking around for it. Nobody's going to stick around and clean up your mess. Karma's hitting everybody. You abuse energy, you abuse people, you abuse the laws. That's your karma. Nobody's going to clear it for you. You have to clear it. Why did you choose it? Go through the minutia, go through the energy, go through the shadow work, do the shadow work. Right? So that was a good download from that divine masculine that had passed on, that did much great accomplishments. In the 3D version, most masculines would look at his life and say, wow, what an accomplished person. And that's because that from the divine masculine's 3D perspective, that's what they were taught, told, and shown. That's why there's been so much suppression. But as they pass on, most often than not, what they offer their soul's experience is that, wow, I missed out on a lot. And it was all spiritual. It was the connection of being present. Right? Being present with a divine feminine that has, wow, she's amazing in her energy. What can I learn? Right? That is a masculine that is willing to be an evolved being. Not someone that sits there and judges and targets and does mental mind manipulation because they want to dominate you and control you because they want your sexual life force. Like, what the fuck? Are we in like barbarian school for misogynists? So what, you just want women laying on a bed with their bodies open to you so you can fuck them whenever you want and then take their money and then just give them stipends every now and then and you go from different house to different house and have as many marriages as you want because you think that's godly? It's not godly. It's the lowest vibration of everything that anybody can think of, and how degrading to all life. You're not evolved at all. That's the lowest level of anything. It's basically a sex ring. And that's the Epstein Earth. Those that choose to continue in sex rings. Whether it's a government financing it, whether it's the elites that are financing it. There were elites that were financing, targeting me to be taken out. And so God is throwing everything back. Every practitioner, all things are being thrown back. Thank you, spiritual. I love everybody. I'm a sweet, sweet heart. I'm a sweet being. I've always been a unicorn. I'm very sweet. But I thought that was really nice about that divine masculine coming to me in that channel, because it was like, wow, how is that next soulmate going to be for me? What is that soulmate going to look like for me? I'm starting to create those energies on that new earth, right? It's going to be that masculine that is absolutely confident in their presence. And that's living from that pillar of light. That's living from the center of their being. To live in your sense of self, who are you? You have to know your sense of self. It's like working on it. Who am I? What really makes me feel like I am me? You have to get used to being expressive in your confidence of being you and not caring about what other people think. Who gives a fuck? No, this is who I am. This is my honest expression. This is my authenticity. I'm an amazing healer. I'm an amazing cosmic being. I can read energy. There's so much about me that's so magnetic, that's so amazing. This is my expression, and I'm not going to make myself feel small just because other people want to feel low. No, this is my expression. I'm okay with it. I'm being very present with my expression. That's very sexy. You have to apologize. No, that's very sexy. That's very attractive. Who wants somebody that stands before you that's fake all the time? No more being fake. No more hiding. So whatever it is you're hiding, whatever it is you're the little line in the hiding of the underground, all that little stuff. No more hiding. 100% transparency, 100% truth, or go away. If you can't be present in who you are, if you don't even know who you are and you can't be honest with yourself, you're going to have a tough time moving through ascension. You're not ready to face yourself. And when you do slip up, and when you do make a mess, and when you do make a error because you've hurt somebody really, really bad, fucking own it and do what's right. You'll be doing everything you can to make it right. That's a true man. That's a man that's ready to evolve and ascend. If you're hiding and you're doing more mental work to make sure that your story's not going to be seen or heard because you don't want to look like the bad guy while you've ripped somebody's soul apart, that is absolutely non-accountable. You will not ascend. That is being nothing but a hiding coward. If you hurt somebody and you damage somebody, make it fucking right. because you know that that is your soul. It's one, it's a part of you, it is you, and that is the mirror reflection of our unity consciousness. And why, going forward, if you know that abuse is going on and you do nothing about it, it is also you saying that that's the earth I'm okay with. That's you. That person that's being abused is you. I was the epitome, I was the character, I was the archetype of all divine feminine and children, cosmic beings, alien beings, higher conscious being, as Jesus was in the divine feminine form, to show everybody the story of how divine feminine has been treated, the story of how divine feminine has been viewed and perceived, divine feminine stories and how we've been projected and objectified, how we've been abused and targeted to be taught a lesson because we speak out our truth. Because we do have higher wisdoms and we're smarter than most before us, but we can't come forward and speak it because then we're seen as evil or this or that. Like, there's a lot of wounding there, and there's a lot of discrimination, there's a lot of judgment, and you have no idea who you are if that's how you're talking and feeling, because somebody before you has evolved. And that was the epitome of that story. That's I showed the woundings of the human collective psyche. I broke it down. Every day I came on a video, I broke the human psyche down every day as to where the woundings were. How did the Adam Eve project, which was one of my main soul stories and themes as a master, because I'm with the masters, I walk with the masters, I teach with the masters on all realms. That was part of humanity's major lessons, which is why we talked about today. Embrace the whole gender ideology and allow it to be as free and liberating as possible. It's part of our healing. The Adam Eve project is the core wound to every human walking on this planet. Why the abuses occur, why women being killed every hour occur, why children being raped occur, is the exact issue that is. And divine masculines have to get healed, and they have to face what they have created, because they have been the 98% of leadership, makers of reality, makers of plans, makers of everything. They are 98% of all that has been created in our reality, and divine feminine have allowed it. There is zero balance. And if you choose to believe that everything is okay and everything is perfect because you have dominance, money, and you are an elite, your soul will go through many soul towers before you get it, that you are also a part of what you destroyed. As again I said, why would you want to shoot yourself in the dick when divine feminine are all that will allow this earth to continue and our species? How intelligent is that? You're killing the only person with the antidote. Okay. And that makes you a man? Smart? You've got 6 wives at home, and you're getting life force from each and every one of them, and you get upset if they speak out their truth and they don't want to be a part of your sex coven or your little underground trafficking ring, and then you target them to put mental manipulation and to put them in a bunch of false stories so that you can take their money. And that makes you what? That make you an important man? Does that make you intelligent? If you have ever laid hand on anybody, that does not make you wise, and it does not make you spiritually ranked. It makes you very wounded, and you need to get healed. 5D intentions of what that being that passed on showed me was the intention of their next lifetime, and they're manifesting as their soul is speaking with me. They're manifesting a timeline where they're going to focus on absolutely being spiritually present. They're going to work with the idea that their chakras are both male and feminine with wisdoms within it. That everything that they have presented before them is their own manifestation. They're going to be present within it. They're going to face whatever they have before them because they absolutely know that they're threaded with God, all dimensions, all realms, all timelines, all threads of consciousness. They absolutely know that they're threaded equal measure with God every minute. That is walking in presence. And it has nothing to do with I'm a better fighter and I'm a better this and I'm a better that. No, you're walking with presence because I can maneuver and navigate around any energy. Because light is intelligent, darkness is not. Darkness relies on its ego, dominance, and power, and brute force. That's not intelligent. And you will not evolve, and you will not make it into 5D. Divine masculines need to look at their ideals, their perspectives, and their beliefs about what we said earlier. This is one foundational statement that you can do much growth within, that we inspire and we empower all. For divine feminine, divine masculine, write this on a piece of paper and do the inner work, and then put the infinity. And anything that comes up, there's a negative, and then there's the neutral in the middle, and then the positive. The positive is your 5D earth version of you. Start designing yourself. Who are you as this 5D version? Write this statement out and work with it every day just to see how tuned in you are with your multidimensional beingness of being, source, creator, harmonized being of who you are as an androgynous 5D version of a divine masculine. We want to put these codes in divine masculine new earth. What does a divine feminine look like? Goddesses do this as well. 5D divine feminine goddess. What is the epitome of a 5D divine masculine? We want to start imprinting these codes of intelligence, of higher knowing, of compassion, of care. We want to start imprinting those divine masculine energies for the divine masculine to do their healing. We want to empower divine masculine to do the healing, and we're here to support you. This divine masculine showed me, and the breakthrough that I had, because I was healing my own divine masculine, because I was abused for 50 years, right? My next divine masculine partner is going to be present. The statement that I had that you can put on your piece of paper, 3D have what been taught, told, and shown, is to walk in dominance. And that is ego. That is not being spiritually present or connected or no relationship with spirit. That's the difference. That's the outer. On the positive side is walking in presence. That is connection. That is relationship. That is 5D. Doesn't matter what comes forward. You don't have the expectation to be perfect in your dominance. You don't have to have the expectation, which is what we placed on men. Again, the Adam Eve project. We placed on men to have the expectation of perfection of plan. No. I'm going to face, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I've never been a 5D man before, but are you going to be with me on this ride? I want to work it out with you because you're a divine feminine 5D, and I want to be present in my spirit. Can you help me be present in my spirit? That to me is so fucking attractive. Far more than somebody coming with big muscly body and a big muscly, and they keep looking at their muscles all the time and they're puffing themselves out and they go and punch somebody out because they want to handle and dominate them. And they got a lot of money in their bank account. And they're talking about sacrificing people. That is so, again, do your infinity. Where does that lie for you? Being present is absolutely knowing that you can be in every moment further connected, further enmeshed, further ingrained, further in joy, further in love, further embracing, further in acknowledgement, further in acceptance, further in allowance of God, spirit, source, because you are. You are all-ness. You have just thought, told, taught, and shown you are not. You are all that divine feminine is, and the more in balance you are with your own energies to say, there is no perfection of plan, I just surrender it to source. I'm present with that. Absolutely. I have no idea what's going to happen next, but I'm in for the ride. That is a present divine masculine. We are creating 5D grids, and it's going to take everybody to surrender what they thought was their old realm versions of knowledges and beliefs about what was perfection, what wasn't perfection, because these are old divine masculine ideologies, as that divine masculine showed me. What was the difference between a 3D divine masculine man and a 5D divine masculine man? The 3D one said, I accomplished great things. I was very successful, very accomplished. And this being was too, not the business type, if you will, of accomplishment, because a lot of that is superficial. This being was very, very highly creatively successful. So they were very connected with spirit, but in a disconnected way of beingness, of presence. That's this person's next lifetime. They're choosing a very intentional timeline to be present with spirit, which is what the divine feminine offers. That's true power. That's true intuitive connectiveness. That's true intuitive knowing. Anything before you can navigate around because you know if they're lying or not. You know if they're telling what their motives, what their intentions, what's the story behind that intention, what's the story behind that offering, where is that body sitting at? If that body's damaged and wounded and not healing, you can tell exactly where that story of wounding is because everything is energy. Starts as energy first, then it manifests in the physical. So this new physical experience of 5D Earth and this new intentions, these pulsations of an exciting exploring experience of these collective energies about acceptance and allowance of all gender explorations. Release all definitions and distinctives. Unless that person wants to be distinctive about it, then allow them that. Right use of free will, non-interference, and doing so with communicative and responsibility, so that no people are hurt on either side. And obviously, of course, is basic common sense. Leave the children alone. You're not here to tell them who they are. You're not here to touch them. You're not here to rape them. You're not here to take their fucking life force. Leave them alone. You don't have any right. You're wounded. Go get healed. Because everybody has equal access to be healed. Leave the children alone. They are sacred. And they will not take on your karma, and you will not sacrifice them. This is the difference between a man that walks with presence. Because you're shifting what are your pillars of your reality. What does that consist of? Is everything that you do, say, and be, is it about a goal? Is it about dominating? Is it about planning and figuring things out? Is it about making things happen? Is it about forcing? Is it about the enforcement? Is it about the control? That's a lot of the divine masculine energies, because that's what you were taught, told, and shown. A lot has to be healed. Presence is about allowance. If you are in presence with your higher self, you are aligned with your higher self, you're practicing alignment with your higher self, there is no control needed. Because that's a safety issue. Anytime you feel, divine masculines, that there is anything coming up as a trigger about safety or controlling is equal to safety, non-safety. That's why when women evolve outside of a relationship, usually the relationship will go one of two ways. Either the divine masculine will say, yeah, I'm in for it, let's do this together. Let's evolve together. Let's level up together. Or they separate and they go their separate ways, because the man will always feel as if they're not being valued or equaled in who they are, because they have been taught the misguided representation of the value of self. They feel emasculated because a divine feminine might know more. Divine masculine doesn't mean you're being more intelligent. But that's what the imprint of the Adam-Eve project is. The Adam-Eve project was that men know all and men know everything. And men are the leaders of all things because they're no more. They don't. Actually, the highest intuitive wisdom and information on the planet is the divine feminine. If you are aligned with your divine feminine, we're talking about energies. Divine feminine are intuitive to all life, the birthing of life, the healing of life, the nurturance of life, the expansion of life, the leveling of life, the uplifting of life, the intelligence of life. Divine feminine is this energy. That is the highest wisdom possible, is the divine feminine intuitiveness, because it's direct alignment with the higher self. The higher self is what? Is direct connection with God. That is how you channel. That is how you download. That is how you get your higher self information. That's how you're given only inspirations and ideas that only you get. Nobody can say or do or copy or speak on your ideas. Why? Because it's directly downloaded from your higher self. Nobody will get what you're talking about. Nobody will get what you know. Nobody will get what you see. Nobody will get your timelines. Nobody will get how you can see things in 800 different timelines for 800 different dimensions for 800 different people standing before you that are 800 different consciousnesses. That's me as a conduit. I get that. I know that. That's who I am. I know that. I'm unwavering. That's why nobody can take my work from me. It's vibrationally coded to me. Why? Because I got it from my higher self. Everybody's higher self is different. They have a different application with God, a different alignment with God, a different alignment with higher self, because their soul has different experiences. The more that you harmonize and integrate those soul experiences, the more that you become aligned with your higher self, the more you become your higher self. There is no more alignment needed. I'm one with my higher self at all times. That's presence. Meet me on stage, anybody. Those that continually say that I'm not the true prophet and I'm not this or that, okay, then stand on stage with me. But you won't. I don't need to prove it. I'm not in competition with anybody because I'm me. There's nobody that can compete with me because there's not even in the same bracket. I don't even compete. It's a non-issue. My stuff is vibrationally aligned with me because it's me. Why? Because I'm one with God and God gives it to me. I'm aligned. I practice it. It's what I do. It's what I am. I'm one with my higher self. And you have to understand, again, spiritual ranking. You have to understand spiritual knowledge. You have to understand spiritual alchemy. You have to understand spiritual all creation. You have to understand creational reality. You have to understand the connection and relationship with who you are as God. Everything I teach is about this. And it's foolproof. Anybody that practices and lives and does as I am, in a way of trying and living through life and navigating and doing the minutia and practicing being your higher self and loving it and intending it and being present with it, your life is your proof. And you release all that 3D stuff about goaling and manifesting, all of those things that you thought you had to do. No, being present is everything. Why? Because everything in your presence aligns you with your highest possible outcome. Your presence is everything. Your presence is magnetic. Your presence is your chakras aligning. Your presence is your knowingness. Your presence is your 3 A's and your 3 E's equaling the 4th E. Your presence is, mark this down on a piece of paper. Your presence is the 4th E. And that, my friends, from a divine feminine healed perspective, is very fucking sexy. 5D guys, 5D men, Play with those energies of statements because they're energies and you can feel them. When my friend the other day said, what, now that you're fully divorced and all the paperwork's legally done, and although I've been estranged from my ex for about 8 years, so for me, and I've been celibate for 15, I've basically been on my own for a very long time. But I've been devoted to my life. I've been devoted to spirit. I've been devoted to my healing. I've been devoted to my minutia. And the idea of women waiting around for men and women to be waiting around to be rescued, all of those energies and all of those experiences are very low vibrational. I am not any of those energies. And it makes me kind of sick to my stomach to even hear those statements. And person, calling someone your person and claiming they're so low vibrational, because that's not where my energy has never been there. It's just like stomach turning. It feels like vomit. That's how it feels to a divine feminine that's healed, a divine feminine that already has standards that are like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen again. No, fuck that. So my friend said to me the other day, well, what, and this is where I had that channel with that passed on guy, that passed on guy. And he had done many accomplishments. Like, he was very accomplished. I was very, very honored to have that conversation with him. But it was part of my soul's growth as well, because I was putting those emanations into 5D Earth about my next soul partner. And what are the emanations? What is the most important thing? And so that's what we came to as a summary with each other, was that no, presence is everything. Presence is your ability to be absolutely unconditional with yourself in whatever moment is. You know that you're one with Source. You've done the work. Those people that are on the line that have been with me from day one, you are on the line, and you find me through vibration because you've done the work. We send out vibrations through the multiverse that says, we're doing the work, we're connecting today, we're creating new 5D grids, let's play. Our pulsations from our hearts are saying we want a higher vibrational divine masculine that is absolutely willing to heal and move through the minutia of dark nights of the soul, of saying, yes, I was wounded, of saying, yes, I can heal this. Yes, I'm ready to see myself in new ways, and has nothing to do with what you can accomplish superficially on a 3D experience of bankroll, bank title, or what color of robe you wear. That's not it. That ain't ranking. Never was, and it never will be. You were told a bunch of lies. And that's okay. Accept it. Allow it. And now set new higher vibrational standards, because you want to be a man one day that travels in their Merkaba. You want to be a man one day that has a light ship and can manifest a light ship from thought. And you can go any dimension, any timeline, any realm you want, because you balance your chakras. You want to be a man that can support a divine feminine leader that stands in front of many beings that will want to attack her, because she provides an energy and a code that triggers most men who have not done their healing, and that sit in misogyny and hate of a divine feminine because they've been wounded and they saw their mothers get beat or raped or abused or bid on. And on and on and on. And there's been no divine feminine in the collective that has been equal, fair, honored, and lifted in our collective. Most of the women have been taken out. And the programs and the agendas and those that get targeted and those that get financed. The man that showed up to me on the beach, 2 separate occasions, right in the next car beside me, was paid. He was paid to come and stalk me. He was paid to come and intimidate me and pull out his penis and jack off in front of me and smile while he was doing it. And those people were paid. Very nice vehicles. And when I looked them up online, they had great jobs working with governments. They were paid people from government places to do what they did. To intimidate me, to stalk me, to follow me, to put intimidation and shake me to my core, to think that they have power and dominance, and to try to deconstruct who I was, and I wasn't allowed to be in a nature environment. This was at the beach. It's a public place. It's illegal. It's exploitation. But these people are paid to target. And that's the basic treatment of divine feminine who chooses to step forward and speak her truth. So the people that come before me, the energies that come before me, that kind of energy is going to be shifted and shifted out. People will be who they will be. They'll be ignorant. They'll be crass. They'll be low vibrational. They'll be wounded. They'll be unhealed. They'll take money for anything. They'll sell themselves. They'll sell their soul. They don't care if they're ever in a light timeline. They don't care about God. They don't care about anything. Anybody that does that, they're of the lowest vibration of Earth. And that report is at the police station, along with the other reports of people following me and doing what they do because they're thinking they're intimidating me and stalking me and trying to place the fear of their Masonic Epstein-like God of doom and gloom and raping humanity of all of its life force. So those programs are going to be seen because humanity has to see what they've allowed to be okay. Again, if you allow abuse to be okay, and if you allow it and do nothing, if you know that abuse is going on and you do absolutely nothing and you say nothing, you're choosing Epstein Earth. Make no mistake about it. So I'm telling you, these are the mechanics of energy. I'm as God said, I am the last messenger. I am Anubis, I stand with the scales. I'm giving everybody an opportunity. What does a 5D male look like? Divine masculine look like? How does it feel? What is the vibration? What are the energies that you can start imprinting into the 5D earth? What is it that you want for yourself? Do you want a higher vibrational soulmate, yes or no? Or do you want somebody that sells their body, somebody to open their legs whenever you want them, and to buy and sell and bid them and bet their life, and then when you're done with them, you sacrifice them and you go get somebody else? And you have sex with a lot of young people because you've allowed yourself to think so degradingly of human life that you're mentally manipulating, putting spiritual curses and hexes on them to use them as your sexual poking tool. Is that what you think is a 5D masculine? Because that's everything that's out there right now for the majority of all the secret societies, of all the secret hitmen, of all the mafias, of the billion-dollar business that is in the underground. And the videos that were exploited of my suffering and people being paid off my suffering. Those that knew that did nothing, you're choosing Epstein Earth. And I am the last messenger with Anubis and the scales to say, at every point of levels of ascension that a soul goes through, every movement of soul evolution, every thought, word, deed is not missed. I am the scales. Do you choose to ascend through the gates or not? I am showing you what is required. Raping and targeting and trafficking and agendas and stalking and spell work and voodoo, manipulation and forcing and abusing of the first two laws. It's very easy. Every thought, word, and deed, do you abuse the first two laws? Mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, yes or no? Do you care about who you are in connection and relationship with Source? Do you care about timelines that ascend? Do you care about a body that will be infinitely changing with you as your thought, word, and deed? Do you care that you can heal your body through your thought, word, and deed? Do you care to have a soulmate that is connected electrically, magnetically, soulfully, spiritually throughout all dimensions, all timelines, all planets, that when you make love to your soulmate, that you care about, that you love about, that you choose to be an honoring 5D soul partner, that it is done as a soul contract throughout all dimensions, all universes, all elements of creation, and you are there to assist each other in the deepest of soul evolution. And when you make love, it rocks the entire universe because you give a fuck about your soul. That, my friends, is presence. There's no dominance. There's no control. There's no manipulation. There's no lying. There's no leather. There's no tying up to a bed. There's no raping. There's no manipulating. There's no forcing. There's no coercing. There's no blackmail. There's no bribery. It is authenticity to be exactly who you are in your 3 E's. Presence is, put it on your paper, divine feminine, divine masculines of 5D intention of 5D earth. I walk in my presence. That is your 4th E, because you have evolved. Presence is your evolution. If you don't care about your evolution and you fake, mask, hide, secret society bullshit, Masonic, underground bullshit where you hurt people and take from people, scheme from people, skim from people, pilfer from people, launder money, traffic people, traffic life, traffic soul work, you lie, you distort, you manipulate, you falsify, all of those lower vibrational corruptions to the soul. You will not ascend. You are not present, and you are working from a vibration of dominance because you have absolutely zero sense of self. You have zero sense of knowledge. You are told warped and distorted stories. You chose warped, distorted timelines and actions and behaviors, and you have no idea who you are. And if you choose that and think it's okay, you will not ascend and you will be on the Epstein earth, because you not doing anything and you not ascending and working through those energies that you thought it was okay to watch abuse and do nothing, to see abuse and do nothing, to know about abuse and do nothing, you're choosing that earth. If you see abuse, say something and keep making reports until you're heard. If you know somebody stole from somebody and did something wrong, present yourself as the spirit of the heavens. That is angelic. When you walk in your presence, you are being angelic, because angelics will not let that slide. When I say you're aligning with your higher self, you are walking as your angelic. Does that make sense, dear lighted ones? Yes or no? When you take a breath, and you align with your higher self, and you ground, you are in a state of 78% or higher, more presence than you were the moment before you took that breath with intention to align with your higher self. Your higher self intention is a very beautiful magnetic. We're talking about beauty. We're talking about presence. We're talking about aligning in new energies for June, for the rest of the summer. That's about the beauty of spirit. The beauty of spirit is aligning with your presence. And what is presence? Presence is your alignment with spirit. It is your fourth E, because you have evolved. You know what it feels like when you are not aligned and you're working from a lower vibration of the wounding or the shadowing or the behavior of pattern. And that's okay. Own it. You can't evolve beyond it if you're not owning it. And remember the 3 A's. I accept that I acted out of jealousy. Wow. So let's work on that. Own it. That's a man with presence. And the divine feminine. Wow, you acted from a big part of jealousy there. Can we work on that together? What are we doing with each other here? Because that's not okay. You crossed my boundaries. You just completely ruined my soul for a minute there. I'm not going to let it happen again. These are my new boundaries. Divine feminine and masculine have to work on this together. Being a power couple of presence means that you commit to and devote to this as a couple. That's true soulmates. And 98% of the energetic readings that are out there have not got there yet. The spiritual community, the tarot community have not reached that level yet. They're still working on 3D verbiage and terminologies. And my person, your person. No, it's at a multi-dimensional, multiversal level. And we have to get higher. We have to do better. We're reaching a higher capacity and aptitude. We are evolving as magnetic souls, and this magnetic soul connection will rock the universe. And it's needed. Why? Because we're bringing through new codes and they're Christed. Because we're evolved, and that next Christed code, make no mistake about it. When you choose in the ethers at the highest soul level that you will connect with a man with presence or with a woman with presence because they've done their healing and they care about their soul's evolution, they want to come into a next timeline of light. They want to come into a next timeline where they're helping all of creation, where they're helping all lineages, all tribes, all realities, all earths, all planets, all dimensions, all forms, all life, all that is God, because they care. Make no mistake about it when you actually meet that person that has that aligned chakra, because remember, anybody that is in a soulmate of that level of a 5D soulmate connection, your teams, your higher self and their higher self, as we said before in our other, I can't remember how long ago it was because I rarely talk about soulmates and twin flames just because there's just such misguidance and low vibrational energies about it. When you're reaching a 5D version, I'm talking about it because it goes part and parcel with this channel that I had about that passed on masculine. Your teams and their higher self have done a lot of work and restructuring your chakras so that your chakras can match on a true soulmate connection. We're not going to talk about twin flames. I hate the whole topic about twin flames. Completely misunderstood and misguided. We're talking about soulmates, and then soulmate can be in a business partner, soulmate can be a family member. When you ascend together. When you choose at a soul level that you're ready for that 5D soulmate, I'm preparing the intentions right now. I'm preparing the energies in the field right now. I'm preparing for my future soulmate. My future soulmate will be 5D aligned. There's no more putting up with bullshit from secret society, bullshit, crap shit, fuck shit. Trying to take me out because I'm smarter than you. Okay, how about you just get smart? I'm not judging you, but right now you're acting like a bit of a dick. 1.3 million spent to take me out from various financiers. Okay, so where are you now? Is that intelligent? Well, how about you heal? See, you doing your targeting, you doing your energy, you're doing your manipulation of stories, your falsification and your voodoo, and all the things that you pay to have done to manipulate outcome, to manipulate the narrative, to manipulate others, to manipulate storyline, whatever it is that you think you're doing, you will always be brought back to the center. Who the fuck are you? And again, you're going to have to answer the same questions, and you have no presence. You're always going to have to go back. You will be brought back every time. Why? Because that is not what your soul is asking of you. Your soul is not asking you to repeat toxic, negative, barbaric patterns of manipulating, dominating, controlling. We are beyond that. We are no longer barbarians. And those that choose will be moved out, and they'll be shifted out every day, because the alignment of New Earth is not that. We've evolved and transcended beyond it. Anybody that does spell work has to go back to the originating core issue. That spell will never heal why you chose to do that spell. Draw it out. That sacrifice will never heal, fix, resolve, make, give, offer, resolve anything. It will never give you what you think and what you were taught, told, or shown. Every secret society, every person, every voodooist, anybody in the creational reality of this universe looks at energy in this way. It's very simple. It's a very simple mechanic. Do you honor and allow and stand present in energy without manipulating it? Yes or no? Put that down on your piece of paper. On one side, put 3D. On the other side, put 5D. Do you manipulate outcome? Do you enforce outcome? Do you control outcome? Do you spell outcome? Do you voodoo outcome? Do you put mental manipulation and mental projections? Do you force people to see things a certain way? Do you force people to see things a certain way? Yes or no? Do you allow because you've already worked through the energy? You know what's going to happen. You're just okay with whatever comes forward. You're allowing of that. That's okay. Can you stand in the presence of having every moment and all moments just be okay? That's presence. That's the difference. Is there allowance of all things? Yes or no? Can you allow things to be okay without being triggered about your sense of self? That's where most men get feeling demasculated, because they've never been taught or told or shown a higher vibrational interpretation or energy of what feeling totally 100% okay with who they are. You're not meant to know what's going on every moment. You're not meant to control it. You're not meant to enforce it. You're not meant to overpower it. You're just meant to stay present in who you are. And absolutely let everything go from the past that thought you had to figure everything out and control everything and manifest everything and manipulate everything, because that's not who you're meant to be. That's not higher intelligence. That's not higher intelligence. And anybody that says that is higher intelligence, that's not higher intelligence. They're not a higher evolved person. They're not working from a higher evolved state. That's okay. That's where they're at. And there's no judgment. We're giving you opportunities to write down on pieces of paper so that you can work through your own minutia to be a higher, if you choose, it's all free will. If you choose to be a 5D aligned person, your heart, all that you are as an energy being, sends out pulsations of energy. Just like your teams know when to do an activation on your brain because they sense the energy of what's going on in your brain. Where are you being stuck at? Is there a story that needs to be cleared because you keep manipulating or you keep coming back to a same story? Your teams know, right? Your higher vibrational teams know. That's why I said a 13th dimensional being knows the percentage down to the highest, down to the most minute speck of nanosecond. They know down to the nanosecond what is your purity of intention. This alignment here, this alignment is, can you be okay with whatever is before you because you can minutia and you understand the wounding, you can work around and you want the highest and the best for people. You know that you're healed and you know that you're carrying a big magnetic when you can just be okay with whatever's going on. You can be okay with it. That's how life is, yeah. Right? You're not going to be, left and upset in one way or the other. You just love life, right? That's life. Right? You're being okay with the allowance and the flow and the opportunity that all is love and all is good. And you're allowing yourself to have those moments. I don't have it all worked out, but we can do this together. We can create a new earth. That conversation that I had, they're showing me right now, Divine Masculines, if you so choose. And this is Divine Feminines too, because we're presenting new opportunities for us as Divine Feminines. What is it that we want to be helping Divine Masculines with in their healing? What is it that we want to be helping Divine Masculines with in their exploration of who they are, the excavation of who they are, how we can help balance that? Because Divine Feminines have to be there in the process, right? Because we're the mirror for them, right? They're showing me right now that if you so wish, take that statement of evolution for Divine Masculines, for the Adam Eve Project, and start making it what you want. with your vibration. Because as we said, when you feel into something vibrationally, when you accept something for the not knowing, that shows a vulnerability. And again, that's very sexy. If you ask any woman, she'll say that that is so sexy when you're actually vulnerable and you accept your part in something. You accept where you've dropped the ball. You accept where, wow, I want to tap into my intuitiveness. Can you help me do that? That is evolving. Oh my God, I'm getting a huge heart chakra activation. So you're allowing yourself to be vulnerable in that participation with spirit. That's presence, right? Archangel Michael and Archangel Commander Ashtar. Thank you, Commander Ashtar. I'm working with Commander Ashtar all the time. Commander Ashtar is always with me. And so I said to Commander Ashtar one day, I said, wow, I was really impressed by the command. I mean, the Ashtar command is massive, massive ships, I mean, there's you can't even count the number of ships, Commander Ashtar. And the people that Commander Ashtar helps command and lead for the plans of the Divine Father, the Mother, Father of all creation. And I was just like, well, how do you do it, Ashtar? Because Ashtar is a part of my soul family. And so Commander Ashtar was always saying, Joanna, you don't have to... They always laugh because it's like I'm picking up the phone and I'm saying, okay, Commander Ashtar, you know, but I don't even need to say that. He says, I'm always with you, Joanna. You don't have to pick up the phone and dial. And I'm like, okay, but you know, that's my evolution. I'm always with all the beings that I come with all the time. The systems of light are always with me. I don't have to ask and seek for them. They're here. And it's just a shift of your perspective, right? And so I said, well, what makes you such a great leader? I'm wanting to help divine masculines heal. I want to help divine masculines create new perspectives of their divinity. You know, what is this beautiful 5D version of the Christ? What is this 5D version of being divine masculine? Beyond religion, beyond, you know, false, misguided spiritual secret society is what divine masculine have been going towards, is these underground secret society titles and robes to make them feel important. And that's not it at all. It's a false sense of importance, it's false sense of guidance, really misguided information, and a lot of the politics in the arenas and all things that are social, everything is changing. We've got to change that perspective. Everything has to change because it's broken and it's wrong. I mean, it's not wrong. There's always going to be tower moments that will get you to a new right, if you will. But it's very abusive and it's very toxic, super toxic. And it's not harmonizing or healing anything. We have to heal. And so Commander Ashtar was saying, I was saying, well, I want to know what's this 5D. I mean, obviously, Commander Ashtar, I'm working with 7th dimensional Commander Ashtar, because I get always curious about when I'm dealing with all these beings. And I was talking about the 5th dimensional Ashtar version. And so we were talking about that. And I said, okay, well, what makes you a great leader of all these beings and all these light ships and everything? And Commander Ashtar said, well, it's acceptance and integration of, what did you say, Commander Ashtar? Diversity and inclusion. That makes Commander Ashtar a great leader. That's how Commander Ashtar leads, is through the acceptance of diversity and integration. Inclusivity. That's a great leader. And so we can put these new intentions of vibration, right? Because we're building our new earth as we speak. We're building what does a 5D divine masculine healed look like. We haven't had a lot of role models that have produced and presented presence, right? What is the presence of a divine masculine? What is a presence of a healed divine masculine that's doing the work and wants to do the work? You don't have to goal it. You don't have to orientate it to a daily goal list, but you just have to want to be in that minutia of your heart center of you saying, no, I'm here for the long haul. I'm here for all creation. I want to be with God in all ways. It has nothing to do with religion. It's about, I'm a God being and I'm going to transform 1,000,000 times if God wants me. God will have me here as long as I will be in whatever realm God places me on, to bring as much light, to bring as much information, to bring as much wisdom for all of humanity to heal if humanity wants to. And God says there's a great need for me on this planet. There's a great works to be done. There's great light coming into the grids, great light and stories and potentials and promises. What is the vibration divine masculines can place as that pulsation from their body, from their center? What is the pulsation from that center? I want to be present with people. I want to know that when somebody stands before me, there's an absolute soul reason. That's connection. That's relationship. Hello from Russia. I love all you guys from all around the world. Thank you so much. I love you. Yes. Thank you for your comment, Divine Roberts. Presence, again, make the minutia, and I want you to connect vibrationally, right? That's the difference between somebody that is awakened and somebody that wants to continue lower vibrational patterns. We don't want you to judge. We don't want you to discriminate, but we want you to be present every day where you're working through Aligning yourself with a 5D version of yourself. Allow yourself to reach higher capacity and aptitude for that 5D version. What does that 5D version of Earth look like? What do the healed men feel like and vibrate at and look like? What is that energy? What is that energy? What is that emanation? As we said earlier, as we're reaching into these new grounds, we said in our videos a long time ago, what is that vibration that you reach for? Because we don't have any of those vibrational role models on Earth that are being presented in the collective. Daniel Scranton is a very balanced, beautiful, divine masculine. He's done so much of his chakra work. He's very balanced, divine, feminine, masculine energies. He's a gorgeous soul. Those are energies that are very present. They're just sitting before you and they're very present and they're very calm and they're in their energy. That's what, and Ash, I think his name is Lee Asher. He's very present. He knows what his passion is. His passion is animals. That's being present. He has an utter enmeshment with his person and his passion. That's presence. That's very sexy. So put those emanations, and that's the minutia that you have to promise with yourself, and you have to vote with yourself. No, I want to be this new version of me because I want that beauty. 5D is the Venusian energy of all of our acceptances within ourselves. That's Venusian, that's sexy, that's owning, that's the magnetic. When your chakras are aligned and fully cleared, because it's always it's an ongoing energy, right? Because your chakras are going to be upgraded every new ascension cycle spiral. Again, it depends on the gradation and where you're at in your consciousness frequency. Your consciousness and your chakras are constantly evolving with higher vibrational codes, again, based on that light body enmeshment. So that's why we say doing the ascension pathwork and working with the minutia of connection and relationship, 3 A's and the 3 E's equal the 4th E, all of those things are allowing you to see, holy fuck, I'm a grand big soul. Then you, from the inside of you, regardless of dogma, regardless of politics, regardless of anything financial, superficial, 3D, you're saying, no, this is my presence. Because you don't need that to be present in your fullness of who you are as spirit. There's a difference. There's a vibrational difference, and it can be felt. That's what 5D feels like. That's what a 5D man feels like. That's the emanations that I'm presenting as my potential soul partner. Because that, I'm already manifesting that. I'm manifesting that soul partner that is that for me. That soul partner that can be present and tackle the tough issues that need to be tackled because they're honoring the first 2 laws, because they know how to work through the 3 A's and the 3 E's and the 4th E. They're okay. They're still going to be loved. They're still going to be protected. They're still going to be safe. They know all of that minutia, so you can let go of all of the inequities and the ubiquitousness of saying, am I safe in my masculinity or not? No, you're an androgynous being. Can you be okay there? How about you go there first? Then you're letting go of all the discrimination, all the beliefs, and all the distortions you were taught, told, and shown. You can do that. You can choose to do that. I'm giving you some vibrational statements that you can play with. I'm giving you vibrational statements as a divine healed feminine woman. Those are the energies that can attract the chakra system to chakra system. As I said before, your chakra systems, if you're in, because you're entering 5D, many of you that have been on the path forever, good on you. Hallelujah! You done it! All of my beings. Right? Your chakra systems and your Merkaba, all of your codes from all the star systems, all your codes, all your star systems, all of your chakras, the infinite chakras that you come with, when you choose at a soul level to connect with your 5D soul partner, that will be that partner that is that co-creative immersion of you in the reflection of your highest godliness to work with each other at a soul contract level that is only organized through the highest dimensions of your higher self and the other person's higher self through God, source creator. And if you surrender to that, you can let go of all the 3D, low vibrational context, verbiage, discussions about persons, and all of the misunderstandings that people have, and you can go right to the higher point. Because this is what I want to inspire people. I don't like the verbiage that's out there right now. I accept it. It's a part of our growth. It's a part of our maturing. But there's so much misunderstanding about energy. There's so much misunderstanding about who we are as divine beings. There's so much misunderstanding about, because we've had 3,000 years of missed opportunities and erasing of divine feminine. The idea that a divine feminine waits for a divine masculine to come and present her with a ring to claim her is ridiculous. The idea that a divine feminine has to wait for somebody to rescue her is ridiculous. If you know anything, and if you have been practicing your spiritual alignment, your presence, if you have been doing your ascension pathwork, those statements are so archaic, barbaric, and ridiculous. There's no such thing as competition. You never have to fight for anybody. You never have to fight to be seen. You would never want to be with anybody that does a pros and cons list on you, ever. You would want and you would align with that person that runs through the gates just to be next to you because they understand magnetics, they understand minutia, they understand creation, they understand energy. That's when you just sit back as the Empress, if you will. We're giving you just tarot terminologies of archetypes. The Empress sits and she manifests because she's gone through the minutia. She knows when to set the boundaries. She knows when to set the rules of engagement. And there is no back and forth. There is no more discussions. This is the new divine feminine. We will speak our truth. We're not going anywhere. We will help heal the planet. And we are bringing in a new set of species. And this species is higher consciousness and higher intelligence, like it or not. You're not going to be on that boat then, if it triggers you and if it upsets you. We will be unified as a species of one with the higher intelligence of our light body, of our Merkaba, of all that we are as divine beings of multidimensionality, of all universes, of all realms, of all planets, of all bodies, of all planets, of all aspects of all that we are, from every religion, from every tribe, from every species, from every color, from any gender, from any preference, we are one. That is the highest level of intelligence. Doesn't that feel good? Take a deep breath. Doesn't it feel good to be higher intelligence? It really jumps you ahead from all of those things that you got stuck in the minutia of how you thought you were meant to be and seen and be told, and what was influencing and what was not influencing. What is influencing is you being present with who you are. I'm an influencer of energy because I know energy and I've worked with it and I'm a master at it. The people that want to be healed, people that want to take themselves to a whole new direction, a whole new realm, people that want to heal themselves from the deepest traumas they never thought they can get healed from, any psychologist and any psychiatrist, any level of healing that never got them healed, I can offer something. I can read stories nobody else can read. I can read universes nobody else can read. I can read anything put before me in only the way that God will open it to me. My work is my work. Nobody has rights to it. It's my work. Nobody can be a conduit. Nobody can be me. They can be their version of conduit. That's God's direct alignment in their soul's blueprint. Their chakras will be aligned to their soul's blueprint. That's another thing that is so misguided that people don't get, people don't understand. I'm taking you to a higher version here, dear people. Open up your hearts. When you choose, if you so choose, it's free will, and I suggest to all, enjoy, embrace, and soak yourself in your soul's journey of self-actualizing. I know some of you that are on the line have been with me forever, and I'm saying this from those hearts. Most of you that have been with me forever have done more spiritual work on yourselves, and you have allowed that love partnership and the love relationship to be secondary to your work with spirit, to healing your own soul. And that is advised. Because you cannot attract, and nor would you want that to be superior and number one over your own soul's contract. Put that on a piece of paper. That's very important. Every day you wake up, put in your journal, my soul's purpose is my highest priority. It has nothing to do with a man or a woman or somebody you want to force to be in your story to play your character. You have a lot of healing to do. That should not even come into any conversation of an enlightened person that is self-actualized. Again, who are you? The chakra systems in and of itself, when you have chosen and done a lot of work and you've done the inner healing and you've aligned your chakras and it's time for you to step fully in your soul's mission, I'm giving you higher vibrational soul wisdoms. Everybody is different. Every soul blueprint is different. This is not going to be for those that are just starting on the path of ascension. When you are stepping into your soul's mission as a 5D counterpart, and I say counterpart with God, source creator, your higher self. When you're stepping in every ascension cycle, you're stepping into a new soul cycle, your promise, your devotion, your promise to your tribe, your promise to your ancestors, your promise to all creation, all the tribes, all the beings, all the ancestors, all the energies that you work with, that's your promise with God. That's my marriage. And everybody on earth's got to get that. There ain't no person in 3D that's going to take precedent over that, period. And that is the lack of information. That is a lack of knowledge and wisdoms, because everything has been so superficially outer focus that women are waiting around for a man to come and take them and rescue them. That's how low vibrational this information, that information is. And where women have been objectified and left in nothingness. That our happiness relies on somebody giving us a ring. Give me a break. It's just so non-evolved. It's just the reliance on other things around you to be happy. That's not it. A soulfully aligned being has done the fucking work. And those of you that have been with me forever, you've done the fucking work. Now that you're entering into this new experience of this galactic 5D new earth, this galactic 5D new earth will have upon itself a soul partner that is your creational soul partner for 5D earth and your soul 5D missions. So know that if you've done the work, you've been on the work for a while, you can absolutely say, this is something that I'm looking forward to. I'm looking for a 5D partner. What does that look like, Spirit? I have this mission. I have this thing. Is there going to be somebody with me that I can advance and expand in myself for the 3 E's? Why you seek a partner is the 3 E's and nothing else. The Pleiadians had said to me, it's very important that relationship, because it's how you connect with God, your relationship with others is everything to do with your evolution because you have no other outside mirror. So everybody that is before you is your relationship with God. That's how you evolve. That's how you know you're present. Can you be present with everybody before you, no matter the vibration they stand in? That's Christed. Without judgment. Again, gender references. Is there discrimination there? What are the beliefs? What are the limitations? What are my triggers? Heal it. I'm giving you great opportunity to heal and expand who you are as a 5D version because I know you're there. Your higher self is already speaking through me. Your 5D self is speaking through me. When you choose and you've done a lot of ascension work and you know who you are, you know thyself. Anybody that has worked with me, anybody that has been my client, anybody that comes to my monthly classes, you know thyself. For a great percentage of your collective, you are the leaders of your collective. That's why God has placed you in my classes, because I teach you to be a leader. Heal the traumas, heal the limitations, heal the beliefs, heal the old projections of Adam Eve. We're now stepping into a new version of multiverse, galactic Adam Eve within yourself. You are each your Adam Eve. There's nobody outside of you that is your Eve or your Adam. It's you. You have to heal those Adam Eve project energies and imprints. Socially, cosmically, lineagely, domestically, dogmatically, politically, financially, you have to heal that. That's an evolved soul. That's presence. I can talk about this. I got presence. I know who I am. In this 5D experience, you can set the intention, that 5D partner that will be in unification with me on this next soul mission, because this is where I want to go. This is where I want to explore. This is what I want to tap into. This is the next version of me on this higher version of me in 5D Earth. I'm putting those pulsations of my energy in that 5D template to say, this is going to be the man that stands before me. They're going to have presence. They're going to sit with themselves and they're going to work through stuff. They're going to be okay to be vulnerable. They're going to be okay to work through stuff, and they're not going to waver in who they are. They're going to say, no, I'm going to work through this no matter what. It's going to be to the core of my being. That's connected with God. That's God meeting you on equal measure, and God's going to move mountains. That's how you know who are you. Make no mistake about it, I'm taking you to the next level. If you so choose to have this next version of your soul's ascension, to have a soul partner of 5D to meet you in equal measure for your 5D missions, for your 5D explorations, for your 5D expressions of who you are, make no mistake, it absolutely comes from the very center and the core of every one of your chakras. Why? Chakras are everything. Why? Because your chakras are linked to all planets that you belong with. Why? Because you're a part of the multiverse, ascending all multiverses, all planets, all species, all realms, all humanoids, all non-humanoids. Why? Because your chakras are aligned with magnetics. Why? Because your chakras are aligned with manifestation of all that is creational energy, from matter, from spirit to matter to spirit, and spirit to matter. Why? Because that's how you alchemize. Why? Because that's your genius of source. Why? Because that's your genius of how God breathed you. Why? It is the divine feminine masculine completely harmonized in minutiae as one. So when you set out a pulsation of, yes, that is my intention, this is my 5D mission, this is my 5D excitement, this is my 5D sacred child, fully in alignment, I'm activating, I'm being in full expression of who I am, I accept everybody as all, I'm on this new earth template, I'm on this new earth version, I'm healing my body overnight, I'm manifesting all that I am as I am rich in spirit, I am rich in beauty. This is the new beautiful aspect of me, that's Venus. And Venus is held in every one of your chakras. Venus is a very big player for humanity's ascension, for all of ascension in our universe. This one universe. And of course, it's a multiverse because Venus is everything. And so is all of each and every one of us. Jupiter, Father, Pluto. Each vibrational planet holds an essence of our evolution. And we're taking Venus to a new level. Venus is going to be very big. Why? Because it's time Gaia be seen and known for who she is as a divine, beautiful mother that's carrying the mother energy through our entire galaxy of healing and leveling every single planet up. She is the daughter of this galaxy, and she's lifting everybody. And why? Because it comes from every profound divine masculine that stands and says, I will no longer hide and I will express who I am. That is 100% pure Venusian. And that is your healing of your divine feminine energy within you, is being 100% accountable and responsible for your expression. And that is so very sexy. I'm giving you vibrational energies and practices and tips to heal your energies. How do you pulsate to your 5D version of you? What is your foundation? How can you change the pillars of who you are? Nothing takes precedence over your soul's destiny with God. Source creator, where God will take you, how God will take you, and what God has in store for you, you can't even imagine. So don't try. Let that part of your ego journey go. Surrender daily to God. God knows who you are. God knows where you've been. God knows your potential. And God knows the perfect match. Everybody before you is a match. That one that you will live with in a home, if you will, and make love with and have intimacy with and co-create at a higher vibrational level. Why? Why am I talking about what I'm talking about? I'm taking you to new levels, dear lighted ones, as vibrational beings of higher celestial alien consciousness. Because you're beings of the angelics, and we're here to anchor in new light codes. Why? Because it's held in the center of your chakras. Why? Because you're a divine being of Metatronic light, and it's time we get busy. It's time that we see love as multi-vibrational beings as something so very sacred, as something divine and benevolent. And it will never be traded, it will never be bought, it will never be bid, and it will never be sold. And it will never, ever, ever be handled. And it will never be claimed. That's a vibrational difference. And every person on this planet will have to work through those differences of vibration. Because everybody sits in right now the 3D, 4D vibration. It's not 5D. 5D is knowing that when you set the intention to at some point, whoever God so chooses, because God knows the histories, the soul expressions, the soul experiences of every person on this planet, that you might or might not, even if it's a walk-in, even if it's a higher celestial, even if it's a 5D version from a being that just steps in for a day, God knows the activations that your chakras need. Why? Because you're walking in presence. You can have somebody that walks in and presents themselves in a humanoid body that is absolutely, absolutely, absolutely a celestial being that steps before you for a matter of 1 minute and that will activate your chakras to exactly how they need to be. These are beings sent by God. Your soulmate that you choose to be with is that higher version of you at the higher self level. Your higher self and that higher self, you're meeting each other equally through the higher selves that you said, I'm in presence with. And you absolutely know and you surrender with God to say, this person that is before me, I will be equally shared in both back and forth reciprocation of equal fairness, reciprocity, and divine connection of being sacred in every single one of my chakras. Have that as an intention. You want every one of your chakras in your multidimensional systems. That is the promise to yourself. Make no mistake about this. Put it down on your piece of paper. It is very important. Divine feminine, this is so important for you. Don't ever, ever, ever have somebody before you be the reason, the purpose, or the rescue, or the item of your saving. You want that person standing before you to magnify and lift what you're already bringing. Because you're magnificent. And somebody's got to match you. And right now, the masculines on this planet are very challenged in being that. For the ones that are divinely healed in their divine feminine energies, completely healed, and putting out magnetic pulses of being a divine feminine that is completely healed. There's always going to be little healings and little minutiae, of course, because it's a constant journey. But the chakra system of somebody that's gone through 15, 20 years of ascension pathwork with intention and with purpose, that has been here hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. Somebody that's awakened, somebody that's tapped in, somebody that's turned on, somebody that's present with their higher self. I come with a big soul and many men are intimidated. I'm helping heal the divine masculines because I'm helping heal you. I'm bringing you to higher levels of vibration because divine masculines need a leader. And I'm not your leader. I'm saying these are vibrational statements that you can help practice with to level up. Because healed divine feminines need their match. And there's not a lot out there. So divine masculines, we are here to help you heal. There are vibrations and there are statements that you can choose to tap into to really peel away and break through the densities that you were taught, told, and shown that were absolutely just a misguidance and a lot of wounding. 3,000 plus years of misguidance needs to be worked on. And divine feminine are being a part in this equal plane of healing. Have divine feminine make new statements. Anybody that steps before me will be an equal match of my vibrational offering. And if not, then I will ask immediately, what is my part in this transaction and how may I serve? That is being a responsible leader, practitioner, and spiritualist. If you say that you are a spiritualist, then be spiritual. Doing spell work on others and interfering with their life destiny, and you have no idea who they are. In the creational reality of all creations, you have no idea what their destiny is with God. You have no right doing a fucking spell. Watch the karma unfold. Nor a sacrifice, nor a voodoo, nor a private secret program that attacks divine innocent while they're sleeping. Or raping them in their dreams. Or trying to make them gay or bisexual, or trying to take the God out of them. Divine feminine, we are setting the new codes for new earth. All energies are the projections from our healed chakra systems, and we are magnificent. Every chakra spirals in balance and clarity and purity, and it is refined and it is transparent. Because I live a transparent life, there is no secret, there is no hiding. That is being aligned. That is being present. You know that your root chakra is aligned. You know that your root chakra is clear and present. Why? Because you're intending it, you're stating it, you're working with it. It is God. It is all creation. It is source. It is the vibration of love and light and codes that match the entire multiverse that is harmonizing right now in a new vibrational song, because we are manifesting new earth right now. New templates, new fields. What does 5D man look like? What does 5D divine masculine look like? What is the healed divine masculine, Adam, Eve, honor? What does that look like? What is that in my new divine masculine feminine? What is that in my new contract? Because if you're intending a soulmate, this is where most people don't do the work. They don't do the inner reflection. They don't do the inner knowing. They just think, oh, I want a partner. I'm going to manifest a soulmate. Okay, that's one version. You're manifesting just a frivolous statement because you don't know who you are. That's knowing who you are. When you have intention to work with your chakra systems and be present with yourself, you will manifest somebody that is present. And I'm asking all divine masculines, who are you? Are you present? What does walking in presence, as I gave you that story earlier of the divine masculine, very talented and very accomplished, left this planet. They gave me a very profound awakening statement that transformed what I thought and felt and allows me to bring higher vibrational teachings for the divine masculines here on this planet and divine feminines. What you were taught, told, and shown about a successful, accomplished divine masculine, what the systems taught you, what dogma taught you, what your friends taught you, what social taught you, what politics taught you, we're now creating new pillars. Yes, you accomplished all those things, but does it make you a better being? What is your value system? What is your compass? Everything that I talk about is about your compass. Your compass is not about outer. Your compass is not about a title. Your compass is not about a robe color. Your title is not about your bank dollar. Your compass is not about anything. It's not about preference. Your compass is who are you as a human being spirit. 3 A's, 4th E. 3 E's, 4th E. Evolution is everything. And when you are present in this, when you work with this, when you wake up every day and say, I am present with myself. I can express myself with loving, caring, kind, forgiving, compassionate presence. I know I'm on my way. That's really being multiversally mindfulness, if you will. Because that's your higher self. Your higher self doesn't care. I mean, yes, it's a part of the 3D experience, if you will, to have money to pay your bills. We have bills to pay. When you're walking in greater presence, you're walking in greater magnetics. It's a magnetic. When you heal your chakras and your chakras are working at a higher oscillating light, you're magnetizing more to you. That's why somebody with a healed aura, with a healed chakra system will magnetize more to them. They're more abundant. That is just magnetics. Do your research, look it up for yourself. You don't have to believe anything I say. Do the research. Life will be your proof. When you are not balanced, when you're low vibration, when you're not working on your chakras, when you're not working about anything you are, when you don't know, believe, or sense, or want to work with who you are as a multiverse being, you're not going to feel that magnetic. When you're rich in spirit, everything just wants to get to know you because you're walking in your godliness. That was Jesus. Jesus was very full. He was rich in spirit. Everybody could sense it and feel it. That's the magnetic. That's a magnetic energy that we're talking about. As you choose to put the intention to have a soulmate in 5D, make no mistake about it, your higher self, their higher self, there's a series of a handful of beings that get chosen, and it is based on, if you want a session about soulmates, I can have this with you. This might not sound politically correct, because people might not understand where I'm coming from when this is said. Everybody, for anybody that is a soulmate in the divine plan for ascension and new species evolution. This is from a higher perspective, the higher self. Those that come into your space of being a partner with you, for somebody like myself, because I am ranked, that person has to be equally ranked in the spiritual realm. Spiritual ranking is not what has been known, thought, believed, or idealized, or monopolized, sold, bid, and bet, and sacrificed in the lower 3D barbaric realm of secret societies. However, it has been known and said and heard, whether it's a business title, whether it's a business bankroll, whether it's a business paycheck, doesn't matter. Dump all of it in the garbage. All 3D stuff, dump it in the garbage. You can go right into that idealized, projecting, intending, and focusing new vibrations. Your soulmate for ascension energy, you have teams, you have beings, you have specialists that work with you on every facet of your multidimensionality in your ascension because you have been here before. If you are a leader, if you've been doing the work, if you've been doing the work for a very long time, you are being leveled up and you're having and been given new posts for the overall collective, for the entire multiverse. This is a very, very important experience. These beings that come in as your soul partners have to be equally matched vibrationally in the genre of energy. Again, as we said, you cannot go into a 5D timeline and just pop yourself there when you have not done the work. You have no idea about anything. You'll have a psychosis break. You have no idea who you are. You have no idea about the minutiae. You have no idea about presence. You can't get there. You haven't done your root chakra. You haven't done your sacral. You haven't done your solar plexus. You don't know anything about anything. You haven't done the work. There's no judgment. I'm saying these are the mechanics. God will not place a soulmate that will help activate your chakras and bring you to a higher elevation of beingness of your Metatronic light, your Metatronic capability to carry God codes. If the person before you has no idea about who they are and has no idea about light and they're not ranked on the other side. There's not a judgment. That is not a judgment. That is the mechanics of your chakras and what your chakras need. It is like saying in a high energy race car, you cannot put bad fuel in a high energy race car. That race car needs certain things. I offer a certain code. I need that code. I need that reflection. I need that activation. For me to ascend, I need that vibration. Right now, everybody that I work with is in the higher realms. Because everybody in the lower realms are people that I'm healing and I'm giving to. There aren't that many up there. So I reach always for the higher realms. That's why I have conversations and downloads with everybody that's passed on in spirit and in the higher realms. I anchor it to the physical and I share it with the physical. My chakras, my energy, my causal, my etheric, my mental, my emotional, everything that I am as a multidimensional being, I need a lot of celestial codes. So I know that my 5D person is going to have a lot of celestial codes because I've asked for it. That is honoring and understanding about the levels of difference of intelligence, about the information that you get, and what you take in as your own and what you take in as making your own. I offer something that's not offered out there because I offer a higher vibrational intelligence. That's just where I've always been. And I offer it. My channel's been suppressed, but it's going to be opening up because that's God's wish for me. I will be known for healing humanity beyond the Adam-Eve project suppressions and subjugations. This is my energy and I'm a wave. I'm helping everybody, if they so wish, if they so desire, to give you practical and easy tips. Move into the vibration of presence and you will be astounded at how your reality shifts because you're godly. And godly is not about what you think, about what you do, or what you accomplish. That's not godly. Godly is every breath alignment with your higher self. Breathe in. And in every breath, take in the encompassment of all that you are in all dimensions, all timelines, all realms, and know that in 5D, as you're working with your breath every day, you're harmonizing with your breath every day, you're working with your chakras, just getting to know them. Say hi to your chakras every morning. Hi chakras, how you doing? Every day go through a chakra by chakra clearing, a chakra by chakra love. Send love to your chakra by chakra every day. That's how you get your connection and your relationship. Your chakras will then be, as your teams and as your healing teams and as Mother, Father, God, they know how much work you've done. They're not going to match you and they're not going to agree with, and they're going to make sure that all of those people that are not of your vibration will be rerouted out and they will be moved. Because it's for the greater good and the greater of all creation that you be matched with a vibrationally connected being that has also done the work or has the openness of their chakras to have your activation activate with theirs. People don't understand. And that's okay. I get this. There's no judgment. The perfection and the profundity of energy in the most minute experience is so profound, and why I get so excited about being a healer and a teacher and a conduit and a high-functioning being. The infinite levels of stories of one person that stands before you and all of their soul's experiences and all that they bring to the table, and why we haven't been doing Ascension pathwork at the age of earliest of when we pop out of our beautiful mother's body, is beyond me, because there is so much juice and magnificence and what goes on in one activation if you stand next to somebody that has a Pleiadian connection with you. You can't even put it into, there's no earthly words. I met somebody that was a Pleiadian and I knew that they were Pleiadian as soon as I stood before them, and my chakra systems had an activation, a 5-minute conversation. That is connection of a soul family. That is connection that when you're connecting and you have intention, okay, Spirit, I've done a lot of soul work. I know I'm moving into this next phase of my soul journey. I know that I want to create this, this, and this with you because you're a creator God. Divine feminines, you're creator gods. Don't have anybody come and save you. Don't have anybody come and be anything for you. No, you're setting a vibration and God will provide the equal match, period. That's all you need. Let it go. Same with divine masculines. Nobody will be anything for you. No woman's going to agree to sit at home and be your baby producer and be your little pokey toy. Divine feminine are creators. Move up, level up, mature. We don't need rings. We don't need anything. We won't be claimed. We're not going to be in false marriages. We're not going to be around people of such vibrations. This is a 5D experience. God will place those that have been trained and prepped and prepared. So I said to this being that passed on, and we were talking about the transition of evolution this being has gone through since they passed. Because spirit, they're constantly learning. The spirit is constantly an evolutionary experience. Just because they passed, they're taking in so much more now that they're in spirit than they were in physical. They see things from the higher self perspective. Wow, oh, I was very accomplished, but I missed out on so much life. That's what being present is. You're present in the moment of life. If you have lived a very rich life, if you have lived a very voluminous, abundant, rich-filled life, you know that you're being present in life. You absolutely know that your chakras are aligned when you're sitting on the planet. You absolutely know that when you hug a tree, your chakras are hugging that chakra system of the tree. That tree will remember you for the rest of its life. And when you come back to that place, that tree will remember your vibration. These are real mechanics of energy. This is the Christ. It has nothing to do with religion or the being called Jesus. Jesus was the being that represented and taught Christ consciousness. And they wrapped a religion around him. They tried to bind him in a religion because it made money for them. Jesus was a master. Jesus was a celestial. in a human body that had a great activation of his DNA. He was very balanced in his divine feminine masculine energies and why he produced the miracles that he did. He taught Christ consciousness. Beyond all, God is all. And that will trigger people. That's fine. Grow, evolve, or not, or get off my channel. These are magnetic truths. Your chakra systems are equal, more profound. You can't put words on your chakra system. You cannot put words in the Metatronic light that you are. When you state with intention, and God knows, you don't even have to state it. If you are evolved, if you are awakened, if you are surrendering to source, if you are aligned with your higher self, you don't even have to state it. If a soul partner for your mission will be important because, as the Pleiadian said to me, it is very vital. Your relationships play a vital role in your soul's evolution, period, point blank. Why? Because every soul comes with a different celestial galactic multiverse package. No soul comes with the same universal experience. How could it? It's impossible. That's why you never, ever have to worry. Drop all the 3D crap. You never have to worry about competition or competing or comparing or all those things that are in ego, because you're no sense of self, you're in jealousy, you're in envy, and all of those things. Dump that all on the table and say, no, I honor the higher vibrational intelligent rules. It is impossible for anybody to ever compete with each other because I am now full in myself. I am present in myself. I don't ever have to get jealous or envious because God has a unique destiny, a soul blueprint. My soul is different than every other soul. I come from different planets. I come from different forms. I've been in all bodies. I've been in all races. I've been in all religions. I've been in all templates. I've been in all versions of forms. I've been in all versions of not forms. I am the all. I can let go of all of those low vibrational energies. I'm healed. Start there. How about you start being androgynous? How about you start being higher vibrational? How about you start being higher vibrational? And you understand when competition stands before you, or a document or agreement or a bondage contract, and you absolutely know, I'm going to be higher vibrational. That doesn't work for me. See ya. Because you know God's going to place something that is equal match. And that's just a test for you to say, did I learn that lesson? Yeah, I did. Totally. Thank you, God. Your chakras are so profound. You as a multi-vibrational being, and I teach you every day to connect with who you are. Talk to your teams. Your teams are enhancing your brain as you go. Your teams are making things happen for you as you go. If you so choose to be this connected, this is how you are. If you so choose, it's all your choice. You want to be tapped in and turned on. You want to be a multiverse being, yes or no? Do you want to be aligned with 5D Earth, infinite Earths, yes or no? Do you want to be aligned with the Pleiadians, Sirians, Arcturians, your multiversality, your soul's blueprint as a Lyran, as a feline, as a bird person, yes or no? You are reptilian, you are Orion, you are Arcturian, yes or no? Do you want to be present in all that you are, yes or no? Do you want to be a multiverse being of expansiveness, of eternal light, yes or no? Do you want to know yourself in light and changing every day? Your body can change every day, yes or no? Isn't that exciting? So you can tell the difference between somebody that walks in their presence because there's so much there. It's soulfully aligned. It's soulfully infused. It's where you are as a soul. And everything else is superficial and outer. And that's okay. Own it, accept it, and then jump over and say, this is who I am now. But know this. Because there's people there that will know, and that's fine because that's just their education. That's just the consciousness level they're at. I teach you to be higher consciousness beings, and you have to intend higher consciousness. Consciousness is everything. Consciousness is highest intelligence. And that's why those that read a lot of books or have a lot of letters behind their names will never be higher intelligence if they don't open and awake their consciousness, period. And I will meet anybody at a table. It means nothing. You're not spiritually ranked. I am. And God will place me before anybody because God has a story to tell, and I will tell it for that which is, whatever words come through. I am aligned with the Holy Mother Father, and I'm here for a purpose, and the legions are supporting me by the billions. I'm teaching you higher vibrational access, higher vibrational connection, higher vibrational alignment, higher vibrational paradigms that your higher self is already there saying, just walk through the door. Or not. Are you a soul-infused being? Do you want to know about all your lifetimes? Do you want to know about who you are? Do you want to know yourself as a creative genius? Do you want to know yourself as an infinite being? Do you want to know yourself beyond life and death? Do you want to know yourself as a transmutational being? Do you want to know that you can alchemize anything? Do you want to know that you can change your body overnight? Do you want to know that you have a Pleiadian aspect? Do you want to know that you have infinite beings on the Pleiades? Do you want to know that you have infinite beings in Sirius? Do you want to create a higher vibrational intelligent planet where there's no trafficking, there is no rape, and there is no crime, and there is no violence, and we have eternal life? Yes or no? It is easy. Yes or no? Are you okay with violence and people being raped and killed? Yes or no? Do you want to be a pillar of your new reality? Yes or no? What is your pillar? What is your value system? What are your morals? I stand in my presence, Holy Mother, Father. Thank you, Holy Spirit. And I have spirits that surround me and modify with me every day. My spirits help enhance me every day. Why? Because I ask for it. I say, this is what my body needs today, Mother, Father. I just want to soak in your love. Thank you, Holy Spirit, and the angels and the ancestors and the fairies and the beings and the celestials and the grand creators of New Earth. All right, walking with me. That's why I'm so present. And my walk changes. Shifts everything in it. Why? Because I'm walking with the presence of God. And that God is all things. That God is the fairies. That God is all genders. That God is all beings. That God is all children. That God is all birds. Do you see what we're saying here, delighted ones? You can let go of all the discriminations and all the judgments. God loves every child going through a soul blueprint that has brought a very powerful, diverse experience here to move through what means to be a gender. And their transmutation and their process of self-acceptance of being trans. Who says that's less or not equal to? Shame on you. And those that make the rules and the political genres, there's a lot to be done here. Who are you? Will you redeem yourself because you've been given great money and great power, and what have you done? Higher intelligence is consciousness, dear lighted ones. Make no mistake about that. There is no other way. Put that on your paper. Intelligence equals higher consciousness. And what is that? That is alignment with the higher self, universal laws. That's just a foundation. That's your new pillar. And what is consciousness? Your alignment with your higher self, all that is God, chakras, systems, fields, beingness. Are you present? Yes or no? Connection and relationship. Are your chakras connected with your higher self and your higher mind? Take a deep breath. I call in all my soul fragments. I call in all my light. And if you choose to do this daily, dear lighted ones, we get you used to feeling how your field feels and what others have imprinted and impaled or spelled or casted upon you. Call in your soul fragments, call in your energy, call in your light, call in your thought forms, call in everything that is you as a soul. Intend it. Intend it with purpose. Intend it with intention. Intend it with connection. I call in all that is my energy. Call it back to me now, Spirit. Call it back to me now. Now, now, now. That is commandmentship of your vessel. That's being present. Why? Because you know how it feels to be chaotic and distant and separate and disconnected and wishy-washy. Being now is calling your presence back to thyself. I know thyself. This is how I feel when I'm aligned. It's very sure and clear. That's being godly, dear lighted ones. Because you know how it feels not to be and be misaligned, and that's okay. Realign. No judgment. Forgive. No judgment. Forgive. All is God. God allows all to be in exaltation of whatever you are in. That is God's gift, unconditional love. So how is it of any of us on this planet to judge anybody for where they are at in their soul's expression? Who is it to anybody to cast a spell and say, that's not your destiny, you're not going to receive, you're going to receive what I want you to receive. I'm going to give you a stipend, I'm going to marry you 10 times over, I'm going to sell you to the underground, I'm the one that dictates your life. You're just a divine feminine, we don't get you, you're not one of us. You don't do spell casting, you don't sell your body, and you don't want to be controlled and manipulated and conjured. You're not one of us. We're going to make sure your life is hell. Why? Because I feel like I'm in hell, you might as well be with me. Okay, well, otherwise I can just be me. I can be present in who I am, and I release that soul story. And you sit where you sit, I'm out. Because that ain't higher consciousness. Can you be present in who you are and say it no matter what? That's your E. I express myself in this version of me because I'm creating those pulsations to my new earth. My new earth says, I'm going to have somebody stand before me where their chakras are aligned because it feels so good. It's like an orgasm, dear lighted ones. It's being beautiful in your body. That's Venusian. If you're aligned in your presence, that's Venusian. Venusian says, if my chakras are aligned, I'm going to feel orgasmic. Has nothing to do with what is presented in your pornography experience, because that's not sacred. That's abuse. That's degrading the sacred system of light. That's making money off something that's sacred. And therefore, it's not sacred. Again, the equation, draw it out. Whatever you intend is going to be the equal sign. Do you intend sacredness? I'm intending sacred connection. I'm intending vibrational match. I'm intending the magnetics of a healed experience. I'm intending the magnetics of a healed version. And that we work equally on the wounding as what is in that spiral of that ascension cycle. That's being a soulmate. That's a contract. It ain't no thing about my person is going to be there for me. No, we're taking it higher, delighted ones. Ain't nobody's person, ain't nobody's nobody's. No, you're a vibrational being for the expansion of the universe, yes or no? Yeah, I'm calling for whatever being is in a vibrational match for me right now, bring it. Be it angel, be it fairy, be it tree, be it whatever. I'm okay with it, God, I let that go. I want to take you higher, delighted ones. Get out of the box. You're bigger than that. Stop the small language. Stop the small language of people coming to save you. You are your savior, you are the Christ. Yes or no? Do you have access to all that you are as light? Yes or no? Do you know that your cells operate in light? Yes or no? Do you know that your body and your atoms and your DNA operate in light? Yes or no? Do you know that your body and your atoms and your DNA and your brain speak to each other? Yes or no? Do you know that your fields of light speak to the cells? If your fields are filled with mess, your cells will be messy. That's why it's important to work with your fields, to clear, to cleanse, to be in harmony, to call back your light, to call back your energy. I teach you this, dear lighted ones. You can't fake it. Somebody messy standing before you that doesn't care about any of it, you can tell before they even get to you. And why your teams will shut it down, no access. You've been told 100 times, you're not cleaning up your mess, you're not allowed near my angel. You want to rank up, then rank up. Do the work. And there's no judgment. God loves you either way. That's how unconditional God is. God is very sweet. God is the sweetest being of all creation. That's God. And there are new codes of ethics, and those codes of ethics are directly aligned with the pillars that are the universal laws. Do your own research and sort that out for yourself. We give you the two that are very basic and very sweet, very easy. You want to heal, pay attention to the first two laws, your 3 A's, your 3 E's, and then you will be fully 4th E. It's very simple, it's very easy. You're a cosmic being, this is what you need. The codes are here, delighted ones, but you have to reach for it. Get in the elevator and press the button. Now, we're going to talk about this one last thing because it's very exciting. I want to take you to a new level. Take a deep breath. I want you to see this beautiful version of your Merkaba. This is what you look like as a cosmic being. When you stand before me, this is what I see. I see planets, I see codes, I see Merkaba, I see timelines. To a sense of what I see, every person is different. The teams show me what I need to see, and God will open up my conduit abilities, and I will be given whatever I need to see. And that's why we said earlier, those that choose to use interference and nefarious tactics and motives and agendas, they will be fed the incorrectness, and they will be fed on their own goose chase, because that's their intention. Therefore, intention meets intention and outcome. Do your math. And so this being that stands before you in all of its beautiful glory, they could be carrying a perspective of whatever their ascension path is working at right now. Let's say they're working at a ascension cycle where they truly want to activate a more deeper aspect of their solar plexus, which is stepping into a new vibration of 5D Earth. And they're putting in new codes to that 5D Earth. Every night that you go to sleep, you're working on the templates of 5D Earth. Whether you choose to believe it or not, that's up to you, but that is what is. Many of us work on different realms and different elements of creation and different elements of universes, and we're constantly working with the grids, we're constantly working with the core of Gaia, we're working with all elements of Gaia, we're working with the elementals, we're doing much work 24/7. We never rest, if you will, in that way. We're constantly with connection and relationship of all that is God's plan. That is our intention, and we are matched equally. That's why we carry such great presence. That's why we carry such purpose and clarity of who we are. And we're here to activate others. There is so much for you to explore and to know about who you are as a vibrational being. And if you so choose to intend such, and if you have been on the path for a while, and if you know that there are great partnerships and great camaraderie and great collaborations that are coming for you, why? Because all of creation and all of this planet is leveling up on what it wishes to, 3 E's and the 4th E. You will see everything shift, your lighted ones. You will see everything shift. And what will be paramount in these pillars will be what, dear lighted ones? It will be the center of your pillar of light. And the inner child will wish to express and explore and experience itself to its fullest. And that is the key. Those are the pulsations that you create your earth and your reality. It can change the room that you sit in. It can change the food that you eat. And nothing ever will affect you in any negative way, unless it is a lesson that you have to move to show that you are the godliness of it, not to control it, but to infuse the divine relationship within it and be one with its matched equal energy, and then bring it to a new level of multidimensionality. And that is what Joanna does. She is a master at this. She can take any energy and make it something profound as God wishes with her, of her. And God has said to her many times, I release you, my daughter, go create life. She is a master creator. She is a master at energy. She has nothing to prove when we wish her not to. God will do that proving. God will return every sacrifice and every spell in the way God wishes for all distributations of karma, of intentions, and creational reality, of the equations of which everyone sits in their reality. What you vibrate is what you are. The more cosmic, aligned, expansive aptitude, capacity of who you are as light, oscillating as light, excited about light, being a child as light, being expressive as light, aligning those chakra systems, pure joy, pure joy, pure joy of expression of every one of your chakras. Say hello to your chakras every morning. I express myself fully as my chakras. I express myself fully as my new expression of self. I express myself fully as my new expression of minutiaing through agendas and movements of who I thought I was and what I was taught, told, and shown about gender, about who I was, a divine, feminine, masculine, energy is Adam or Eve. And I'm going to rewrite it all. And that makes God and creation so very ecstatic. And everything within your multidimensional bodies and fields sends pulsations through the infinite. And that little pulsation meets the Pleiades and says, there is someone reaching a fifth dimensional experience. Can we send them a 5D version of somebody that's matched with that vibrational chakra? And God knows God. God knows what God's doing. And that vibrational intelligence, that intelligent design, which has been quantumly notified in your experience as physicists and quantum physicists, the intelligent design, dear lighted ones, is making sure that God will know that that spark, that pulsation, that magnetic, that healing, that excitement of sacred child of those 3 E's has met something on the Pleiades, and therefore it comes the next day in a walk-in, or it comes the next day in a vision or a dream or a message through a tree. Make no mistake, God knows what God's doing and knows what you need. That's why soul blueprints make me so very excited. You have no idea what gets activated. I see it. And I can't explain it or express it fast enough. There's too much juice. There's too much in that sandwich. So exciting. How could you get stuck on the small minutia of claiming and owning and bartering and bidding? So immature. That's okay. That's where you're at. Own it. Level up, dear lighted ones. You're magnificent. When you're in alignment and you know that you're filled with life, you're being present. And anybody next to you says, wow, there's something going on within you. What's going on with you today? I'm just having a great hair day. I'm full with life of that. My chakras are feeling aligned. I'm working with the youthfulness of who I am. I'm rich in beauty. I'm rich in spirit. I got Venus running through my veins. And you're constantly in your own orgasm. That's working with your own life force, dear lighted ones. Nothing outside of you is needed. You don't need someone to give you a ring or claim you or bet you or bid you. That ain't value. Value comes with your presence of your own life force. Put that on your paper. Practice it if you so wish. Presence with your own creation and your own creational life force, dear lighted ones. That's value. Are you connected? Is there a relationship? What's your relationship with your chakras? Are you talking to your chakras? Are you listening for your higher self? Are you listening for that connection? Are you healing it? Are you feeling it? Are you seeing it? Are you sensing it? Are you knowing it? Are you visioning it? Are you tuning in and tapping into what's going on in your brain and the enhancements? Talk, dear lighted ones. Express it. We want you to be happy expressing. Oh my gosh. Spirits around you in every way that you can imagine. I'm so excited for you all. I'm so excited. I can't wait for you to break through. I'm feeling so excited. They're showing me a vision, dear lighted ones. They're showing me. They're showing me right now. They're showing me. There are many of you in the field right now. When you go into sleep and you start talking to your chakras, you start talking to your macabre, you start talking and tuning into yourself like you matter, because you do. We see you so ecstatic in the next 8 days. You talk to yourself and you talk to your chakras and you talk to your cells and you talk to your vibrations. You talk to your fields and you call in your healing teams. I want to know you in a deeper way, dear Holy Spirit, and I wish to be connected with you. I want to be enmeshed with you. I know myself is higher. I'm sending pulsations to a new earth I haven't even met yet, but my God, I want to know you. I matter, God. My body matters. My cells matter. My soul matters. My organs matter. My mind matters. I want to be the highest vibrational intelligence that my higher mind will ever go. Can you do this with me, God? My version of God changed just right now. I talk to my cells every day. I talk to my body every day when I eat. I give myself nourishing affirmations of who I am as love. And everything that my body needs will be needed, and it will be seen, and it will be extracted when it needs to, how it needs to. My body will always be a perfect weight because I am perfect. I am filled with light. I am the Venus energy. I give myself permission to be divine feminine when I need to be, divine masculine when I need to be. And that's being present. And God is showing me there's so many of you right now that are so excited. When you talk to yourself with love and compassion, and you talk to yourself with excitement of the inner child, saying, I'm ready to meet you, I'm ready to meet you, I'm ready to meet you. You're going to be shown such miracles because you chose to connect with who you truly are. You're a vibrating being that you never turn off, dear lighted ones, but you just never were taught, told, or shown that you can connect with the magnificence that is God. And your purity of heart through your chakras. I am magnificent, I choose to be. Say it 3 times. Take a deep breath with light. Take a deep breath with God. Take a deep breath with creation. Take a deep breath with all your teams. Take a deep breath with your celestials. Take a deep breath with your light ships. Take a deep breath with Gaia. Take a deep breath with the fairies. Take a deep breath with the elementals. Take a deep breath with Mother, Father. Take a deep breath with the angels. Take a deep breath with the masters. Take a deep breath with all that is life spiraling in front of you and before you and in you. I'm magnificent, and I wish to know myself higher and better, and I am a higher vibrational being. I am a higher vibrational being. I am aligned with my higher self. I am wish in spirit, and I am present with all that I am as spirit. I wish to get to know my chakras. I wish to get to know my fields. I wish to get to know myself in connection with who I am as a soul. I am magnificent, and I will never stop being magnificent. I'm going to change who I am every day because I care about who I am. I'm an infinite being of light because I care to be an infinite being of light. I transcend every limited projection, discrimination, judgment that I've ever held, or beliefs. I change my perspectives daily because I want to be, because I am filled with spirit. And spirit is an infinite number of things in whatever way I need to see it or feel it or be it. God will place whatever God will place before me because I am that I am. I can go to any dimension, any direction, any realm. I can be in any energy, and I can be okay with it. Why? Because I'm present. God knows where I can go, and I'm always safe. God has shown to me, God has proven to me that I'm indestructible. And it has nothing to do with hurting another. You're infinite with God, and God loves you. Period. Does that feel better than reading a passage from a book that's been passed down and regurgitated 18 billion times that doesn't mean nothing to your spirit now? Can you be okay with letting go? Can you be okay with letting things move? Can you be okay with letting things die? Can you be okay with letting the towers fall? Can you be okay with the pillars of your reality changing because you have new values, you have new morals? Can you be okay with that? Can you set new morals and values now? Nothing outside of you determines your value, but you do. Your compass now is of the jurisdiction of heavens. Your jurisdiction is of your higher self. Your jurisdiction is of your teams and your guides, of the multitudes that are of the infinite that you can't even see, but you will be seeing. Why? Because you're choosing to connect every moment with who you are as spirit. Show me spirit, show me spirit, show me spirit. And in these videos, Joanna shows us that spirits all the time because she's connected and she's tuned in, and you got spirits popping out everywhere. I'm an example, and I'm the last messenger. You can choose to connect or not, dear lighted ones. God will love you either way. But there's a higher version, a bigger version, an expanded version, a creative version, a beautiful version, a Venus version, a Jupiter version, a magnetic version, an Arcturian version, a Pleiadian version, a Sirian version, every version of the multiverse that's got all genders, all forms. Why play small? Can you be okay being big? And it's so soft and sweet. And divine masculines can be this now. And divine feminines will support their healing. And divine feminines will say we will not be bid in trade, and we will not be seen as objects. We have minds and we have wisdoms beyond what you can see or know. And we will speak it because we are expressive of who we are as souls. And we will evolve this planet into new grids. We are dynamic beings of cosmic and alien beings. And our DNA is activated in every moment that we choose to tune in and tap in and turn on who we are as light. And that's not going to go away, dear lighted ones. We've got great plans for you. If you so wish to be a part of the evolution of all that is this diverse planet and the hybrid species within it and on it and of it, ready to come aboard. When you send out that pulsation of your allness, what happens, dear lighted ones? That pulsation is sent throughout the creational all, and the next day you wake up, you're totally different. Because you choose to align. Your all. Start there. Celebrate the all, start there. Embrace the all, start there. Exalt the all, start there. Be okay with the all, start there. Love the all, start there. That's your new jumping off point. Doesn't that feel better? Let go of the red tape. Let go of the rhetoric. Let go of the arguments of who's right and who's wrong. No, start being higher. Just start being it. That's how you know you're tapped in. Because all is just all. It's just all godly. You don't have to wrap it in a religion or a word or a term or a prayer or a bow. Be all. Take it to a new level. In whatever way God directs you, because God will direct you. What is my part in this transaction? And you will be shown. That is pure alignment. That is presence. And as I said before, when you are present with your whole self-being, you will be orgasmic. And you didn't need anybody to touch you or take you there, or a porn video, which is very low vibrational. You don't need anything outside of you to give yourself an orgasm, and use your life force to create healing and benevolence and manifestations of goodness. Your life force is for you to use in benevolence. And for eons, it has been abused. And is still being abused to this day. And it is up to each and every one of you to define your new earth. Will your sacred life force be honored, be grateful, and be respected in its sacredness? Yes or no? You, each of you, get to choose. It's a minutia of maturity and growth. What value do you hold of your energy? You will have to provide no access to some. And some you will allow access, and some you will feel into, and some you will ask, is it okay if I co-create with this being? I feel very excited. Follow your excitement. Understand energy. Discern energy. Discern the intentions and agenda behind every written statement. Love is everything. Love is all. Love is unified. And then you have to set the boundary for those that need it. It doesn't mean they're not part of one. You're part of one. I just choose something different now. That's my prerogative. That's my free will. And I will be supported equal measure. Because I respect and I value my presence. And fuck shit messes my presence. And state it so. I get to choose now because I'm a sovereign being. My jurisdiction is of the heavens and I'm going in a different direction. The path less traveled. Because I choose to be full and abundant. And when I do get to the other side and have conversations with channels of the such and mediums of the such before you, and they will say similar things. When I passed over, I achieved great things. My next lifetime will be this. Why? Because I want to be spiritually tapped in. I want to be full. I want to be Venusian. I want to feel my chakras. I want to have orgasms just standing all by myself. I don't need anything outside of me. I'm using my own life force to manifest. That, my friends, is being radiant. So you get to define your new reality in new ways. And what does it mean for you? I'm taking it to higher levels of consciousness. And it's very, very sacred. You're connecting with a deeper level, a higher level of God. As you always were. You're just waiting to catch up in the physical. Your body is ready for new activations, and you are preparing yourself to take yourself there. And there will be equal soulmates and guides and beings that will meet you when and how they need to, for whatever is needed and how and when you need to. If you just surrender to God and let your higher self and all the beings and all the teams and all the species work with you, miracles will unfold that you can't even describe or understand. Joanna brings as many forward as true as possible. There are things that occur that she cannot even put into words. You can't. It's multidimensional. It's abstract. It's unknown. There's no human words for this. You're transitioning timelines and you're imploding all of these timelines from all dimensions into this one new timeline of 5D. And you're putting pulsations of what this new timeline is. It's the highest creative timeline. It is the timeline where we accept all. We are not judging or blaming any. We are now living in our truth of who we are. We are fully balanced as divine feminine and masculine. We are now divine beings of Metatronic light. We are now divine beings of the cosmos, and we know who we are. We create who we are. That's alignment. That's meshing with God. Ain't nothing stopping that. That's equal measure. God will meet you. And the mountains will be moved. And God will show all. In whatever story needs to be shown. There is no ego behind any of this. It's not God. Stories need to be told for a new creational reality for Earth. New such sacred texts as you've called Bibles will be written, for they are very profound experiences of human evolution. What was Adam of Eve then is the new Adam Eve now. You're creating it. This is why masters like Joanna have come forward. You're creating new sacred texts, and it cannot be faked or copied or mimicked. They're those that have been through the eons of many dimensions, bringing the minutiae of the psyche forward and giving you interpretations and honorings and ponderings and musings, and then each person to of itself, because each person of to itself is at a different consciousness level. Each unto itself has its own inner evaluations and working and excavating and harmonizing and forgiving and loving. They're very exciting. It's not going to be what it was before, dear lighted ones. You're not going to have one sacred text. There'll be many of many masters of many regions of space and galaxies. Why? Because all of you are. You'll be meeting those in your next series of Earth experiences, dear lighted ones, that have not always been on Earth, but they appear in a human body. And they're placed before you to remind you that you're traversing timelines all the time. Your alignment of the purity of your self-love, the purity of your self-excitement to express who you are in your highest godliness expression of creativity will allow you to align with such beings. And they will make themselves soft in the first part because that's their agreement with you, so that they don't throw themselves off in your vibration as you don't throw them off. These contracts are done at the highest vibration, and why we have Joanna come forward and offer these to you. It is a very, very beautiful and elegant design. And your teams and your higher self, if you so choose to just surrender to it, you don't have to worry about the lower vibrational minutia that is out there about manifesting a soulmate. You're doing it in every moment, you're just not knowing it. The more aligned with your own consciousness and your own excitement to create in your creativity will align with those aspects that are the most exciting of the highest dimensional perspectives and potentials and promise that you are with God. The more in tune and harmonized you are with God, the more those experiences will be so, whether it's a tree, a fairy, or a being, or a nature animal, or another celestial being, or a vibrational human being that has a very big aspect of celestial DNA activated already. And why many of you will, if you say, release what you think and have judgments about discriminations on age. Because there are some younger beings, adults, that will be working with age or older adults in different age categories, and it will mean nothing because it is about the soul experience that's needed at that point in time. And of course, obviously, all of you, absolutely within your hearts and souls, honor the laws about the harming of souls that are, of course, children. We're taking you to a higher experience, dear lighted ones, on your ideas of soul partnerships and soul families and soul contracts. It's a very, very in-depth, intelligent, expansive beyond what you can know. We'll give this to you as an ending. We'll close this off. We just explained in a very brief and a very, very, very simple way of one soul contract, of a person that you can send pulsations, not any specific person, but just the vibration of what you would like to experience in that being that may meet you in whatever you might walk into next. Have it very loose, have it vibrationally aligned, have it vibrationally intended, have it fun, have it cosmic, have it celestial, have it fun and exalting and fun and vibrant, have it vibrational. Have it something you've never experienced before. Have it vibrational. Have it fun. Have it be a part of your soul lesson to experience, explore, and express yourself in new relationship with who you are as God. In these contracts, they're very aligned with allowing the soul to grow in those aspects that need to be triggered for healing and integration and unification. And very exploratory in the highest vibration of your creative intention. That is 5D. It will be highly creative. And that's how you know you're aligned. Because you'll feel excitement to create. You'll feel excitement to collaborate. You'll feel excitement to unify, no matter the diversity. And that will be based on respect and honor and an alignment of the first two laws. And that's how you know you're in alignment of a true soul mission partner. Because they already get it. They're already practicing it. So you don't have to worry about all the minutiae about soulmate and all of those things. God will align it. God knows what God's doing. Let go. That's why, again, take yourself to a higher version of understanding of spiritual minutia and spiritual ranking. You have to be ranked spiritually, energetically, vibrationally, not in all situations, not in every 24/7 of your day. As a soul lifetime partner, absolutely, that is everything to do with a soul blueprint. That's how your teams work. That's how your ancestors help align. Have the lessons been learned on either party? Have the karma challenges been brought through? Have the transmutations been done? Is the expression of self, is the expression of creativity, are they both in alignment, working to their highest and their best of the highest version of who they are in that moment? What's next on the vibrational soul path journey? The soul blueprints are so vast, and we only go into it in a very speck of what is. But these contracts are aligned at the highest vibrational experience. Make no mistake about that. 13th dimension is what we're working with here, dear lighted ones. And you're meant to have fun and enjoy and be respected and honored and held safely. Those are basics. God would have it no other way. Doesn't that make sense? Common sense will always prevail, dear lighted ones. If you are not held safely, if you are being disrespected and dishonored, go in and heal those wounds and begin to move away and move on. God will align you. What is my next part in this transaction, dear Spirit? Show me what I need to see. Show me what I need to feel and know. What is my part? What is my action? I want to meet you equal measure. I am being guided fully. I devotedly surrender to my higher self. My higher self is my guide. That is my compass. That is being rich in spirit. That is being present. And you will be met equally. That is God's promise. And I am validation of that. There are so many stories and so many new Adam Eve projects and sacred texts that will be written from each and every one of your journeys. So make no mistake, keep expressing who you are. Your journey is sacred. Your expression is sacred. Judge none. And it is okay to allow yourself anger, frustration, and allow those energies to be transmuted. Give yourself the allowability and the allowance to transmute your energies. Get comfortable. God loves you in your anger. God loves you when you're frustrated. You have to transmute what has happened to you. You have to transmute the traumas. You have to transmute what you have done to others. And you have to be okay with standing in it and say, boy, I was an ass. Let me work through this. I would never want to do that. I never want to hurt another person again because I know that I'm one with it all. I'm becoming aware of that. Let me work with this. That is being present and owning who you are. That's showing spirit you are accountable. That's getting in the elevator and pressing that button because you are accountable. Those are true leaders. That's courageous. So we are now putting new goalposts and new pillars, dear lighted ones. It has nothing to do with what you accomplish. 3 E's to the 4th E. That's the new math. As long as you're aligning with the first 2 laws, you'll always be in positive karma, and your soul will love you, and your soul will love you back, and your soul will set up every opportunity to bless you. Your soul always wants to bless you. God always wants to bless you. There is always cycles in creation. You will always have cycles in your ascension. You are always meant to go through cycles of learning. That is the blessedness of the contraction and expansion of creation. There must be. And this is why, again, when you look at lower intelligence to higher intelligence, it makes no sense de-evolving extinction if there is no expansion. Darkness does not expand, and it will self-implode and become extinct. You must have cycles of contraction and expansion, of learning and evolving and growing and reaching aptitude, capacity, reach, grow, heal, love, forgive. That's evolution, that's light. And it's all equal. They equal each other. So be okay with the choices every person, every soul makes. That's to them and God. None have a play on anybody's destiny. Speak your higher truth, dear lighted one. It is needed. And you know when you're aligned when it feels good, and you feel full and big, and you feel present, and you're grounded. That's being present. So seek these dimensional pulsations of intention and direction and creating love and joy and unity and acceptance for all that is in this new version of Earth. Acceptance to all. Be okay with the unfolding of these beautiful gender explorations and very celebrate these souls that are coming forward to heal much of the densities of the minutiae that has been on Earth. They're equally loved. They're equally honored. They're equally lifted. Who says anybody wouldn't be? The divine feminine is a powerful being. Who said she wasn't? Make new pillars, dear lighted ones. This is God's gift to you. Go create life. That's where true power exists, is when you create life. not the destroying of it. What is intelligent and powerful about destruction? About taking someone's light away and about taking someone's money away. What is the intelligence of that? That you can prove that you're a thief? But is that intelligent? What will be when you pass over? What will be that lesson? I wish I'd helped that person when they were homeless. I wish I could send them some money so they could have a meal today and just know that it was from somebody that cared about the offering that they gave me that one time, and I'm so grateful for them. I'm so grateful that being that God placed before me that I didn't recognize, but I recognize now. That God places everybody before you for a lesson of your soul to say, am I ready for this next version of me? Am I ready to see myself as unconditional love? Am I ready to see myself that I can be healed from trauma and abuse? Am I ready to see myself being healed from trafficking and abuse and sexual exploitation and spiritual exploitation, vibrational exploitation, mental exploitation, intelligent exploitation? We are just beginning, and you haven't even touched the first 10% of your higher intelligence. You have so much to go. Celebrate that. You're children in the playground, dear lighted one, but you are maturing. The Adam Eve is now becoming new sacred text. What is it to you? Draw it out, write it out, express it every day. Send out those pulsations from your chakra, from your pillar of light, from the soul of who you are. And your celestial 5D versions of those beings are being made for you. As we said, God creates beings to step before you when needed, as when needed and how. God makes everything just for you. And that will make you cry. When you go to bed tonight, dear lighted ones, God showed me earlier, as we said, with great excitement. When you start speaking to yourselves with love and your chakras, and you want to get to know who you are, and you love yourself so dearly, God will place everything before you just for you, and God will want to make you stop the world and stop everything, just so that you can feel yourself being exalted in receiving. That is one of the most precious gifts that most forget and miss in their evolution, because you have been so very distant and separative of your own self-worth. There is nothing that makes creation more happy than to give to you. Those that have worked so very hard on their healing, and the love for the planet, and the care for the planet, and the love for the trees, and the water, and the children, and the nature, and the animals, and the expression of creativity, and the expression of truth, and the expression of true justice of higher form. There's nothing that makes spirit so very happy than for you to receive. This new coming of age, dear lighted ones, you'll have to get used to receiving. Can you be okay receiving? Can the receiving of God as you go to bed one night and wake up the next morning, that you've received God in a new way, that you can get in touch with your life force that is sacred and honoring and respectful, that you can allow yourself to take care of your body and forgive your mind and your belief systems of how you used to behave and treat yourself and others? Can you accept the new version of God, the new version of you is changing in every day, that you connect and intend and speak lovingly and kindly of your new relationship and your connection, that you're a new genius now that you weren't yesterday? Can you know that your reality can shift and the paradigm of everything shift right now? For your allness is connected. It's not the separative 3D mind, but your allness, your soul is connected, and it's so very more powerful in manifestation than just the separative 3D version of you. That's why when you walk with presence, it's felt. Because presence is your allness. It's your soul feeling of being healed. Every soul fragment you've worked on, every shadow you've worked on, that's presence. And you allow that shadow to be your story. You're not afraid of it. You're not pushing it. You're not subsiding it. You're not hiding it. You're not being in secretive of it. No, this has been my story, and it was hell, but I made it. And my voice matters. Because how many that were just like me that didn't? I want to be that voice. So that every spirit that's ever been forgotten, abused, killed, harmed, taken from, stolen from, or raped, trafficked and misunderstood, silenced, erased, misjudged, discriminated, abused, lost, falsified, criminalized, subjugated, objectified. I want to be that voice to say, I matter. And I will connect with all spirits that so wish to see Earth as the abundance of diversity, that all voices are needed. All genders in their exploration of themselves is needed. That God is everything in all perfection, and should it be always our acceptance of all? Does that not make us more beautiful and intelligent? When you can flow all aspects of life through you and say, I am so full, I am so happy, I am so present. And if I pass right now, I would be so happy because I got my soul's lesson. Everything that I thought or I know or I was told does not matter. What matters is my presence with God and my acceptance that I am love and that I matter. I matter. And my spirit creates matter. And why I will work with my spirit every day. And dear lighted ones, when you speak to yourself as spirit, sacredly, abundantly, and joyfully, you bring yourself to life, and you will see within 7 days, 7 days, you will see 7 days. Your intention and your purity of heart to connect as God, to connect as spirit, to connect as your cosmic higher self. And you surrender to your higher self in every moment that you choose to make a decision on your life and your direction. And you ask yourself very simple, aligning questions of universal love and higher intelligence and higher codes of ethics. What is my part in this transaction, and shall I serve the greater good? Thank you, Holy Spirit, may I serve. And you will serve your soul's highest destiny. And it will be, make no mistake about this, dear lighted ones, it will be the sweet gift of God to give it to you. Whew. Nothing makes creation more happy than to respond to your creational purity. That is the equation. Wow. Thank you, Holy Spirit. That was, oh cow, that was profound. That's profound. Creation, it makes creation so happy to be able to respond to your highest version of love. That was so profound. Thank you, Holy Mother, Father. And that's where I feel very happy and very proud to give my unique expression of God. And this is what each and every one of you, I inspire each and every one of you as cosmic hybrid children, crystalline children, indigo children, trans children, whatever you want to call yourself, whatever you want to define yourself in your evolution. Your expression of God is so needed. It's so needed. Because when you have that moment of pure connection of your version of God, that activates that hybridized code that has never been activated before on this earth. And God will shake everything within you, and it will be a new profundity of wisdom and intelligence. That hybridized version, celestial, alien, crystalline, indigo, empathic, high-functioning, autistic, whatever, that aspect of you that was forgotten, that aspect of you that was harmed or hurt or tormented or ostracized, that's that part of you that God will just say, as God just said through me. When you are aligned with God, that creational mirror is so excited to give you your creational vibrational return. God loves to give to you. And why it's so unconditional that you choose your path how you choose it, God will still love you and give it to you. If it's a negative, neutral, or positive. That just brings your whole evolution of you and that code that needed to be activated. Because that was a celestial code that was needed for somebody, including myself, from hybridized genetics that got suppressed. And your unique expression of God is going to give that unique expression of God back to you. And make no mistake, it's going to be so fucking amazing. And why I'm so excited. Because my time here on this planet has been so tumultuous, meeting so many beings, very few that have felt celestial and vibratory in alignment of me, because my role was to inspire light in the darkest of places and to break up the most densest of darkest abuses and patterns and bottlenecks of darkness that we had created. And so my mission has been complete, and I'm so very grateful for the role that I've played. But what that channeling that just gave me, that the last 5 minutes gave me, was God showing me that because I've accepted, I'm at a new level of my own self-acceptance and my hybridization and my ultra-human DNA and the codes that are being activated in me, and I'm expressing myself in more purified, rarefied ways because my chakras have gone through an upgrade and all the stuff that is the Ascension pathwork that I teach. God was showing me in that internal adjustment that hit my heart chakra, God, that what I express more than any other channeler out there is that I can't express the level of joy and sweetness and just profound creational alterations that God has to give to you. And I don't think there's any channeler that, I mean, because I know how I feel. I'm like the deepest of oceans. It's to every cell and every DNA in your body, and it's like God is activating that hybridized code that says you're meant to be a hybrid. And whatever it is that you're at right now in your soul's evolution, and you're going to be facing all of these beautiful experiences about how we have labeled ourselves. And June is that month to celebrate the full acceptance in love and peace and gratitude for everybody that faces us with a unique expression. Trans, bi, gay, whatever it might be, all is all. And it's what creation needs at that time for us to fall more deeply in love with being unconditional. And that makes me feel so happy. Because what I've missed most is my celestial counterparts. I see them in spirit, but to have it physically. And so this is what's coming for those of us that have been on the path for a while. That's that code that activated deep, deep, deep within me. That was the acceptance and the healing that I've done in the acceptance of my hybridization and my ultra-human, and to have done so much healing on the abuses. That was a really deep heart activation that I just gave everybody. And I'm expressing and I'm telling you how my ascension processing, how I transmute energy. And I'm just giving it to you from the examples of being attacked for who I am, being ostracized for who I am. But it's going to, those stories will change, because I know there will always be those stories, but my fuller acceptance and my acceptance of myself that God just showed me, there's going to be great things coming to me because I've come to a new level of self-acceptance of being hybrid. So wow, that just and so in that acceptance, it's a multi-vibrational experience. Those that have been with me forever know that was a Christed heart activation of everything that you are, because that's what I offer is multiverse Christed activations. That's a code, that's a Christ code of your multiverse acceptance of who you are. And because some of you are crystals and indigos and hybrids as well. And that acceptance and excitement for me is that God is going to be placing so many more energies that I need for specifically me, because I need a lot of different energies for me to feel nourished and for me to feel happy, for me to feel, fulfilled. And I do it for myself. God doesn't need to do that, but my equaling it with me. I'm in nature a lot and I have a unique lifestyle. I'm a hermit most of the time, just because it's how my body and my energy needs it, just to feel normal kind of thing. But it's for me to also express that, because so many of the collective that's going to be coming, and there's going to be lots of time. They showed me, I tried to express it in the words, but I couldn't. But those of you, the codes are in your field if you want to unpack those downloads, is that these timelines are imploding into a new 5D timeline. This is what we feel, the acceleration. Some of us that have been on the path for a while, timelines being pulled out. And many of those that have chosen not to ascend or not to evolve and heal, they're going to be pulled out and moved to different timelines. And you're going to be on with your soul's mission and your soul's destiny. And those contracts of all of those soul missions and all of those contracts and all of those meetings are all like the little dots here, right? Everything is being aligned at the highest vibration. So this is where we said there is shifting out. Every day there's shifting out based on your consciousness. How much have you allowed to heal? That code that I just gave you was acceptance of your multidimensionality. And if you want to unpack that, you can do that in your Ascension pathwork over the next week. As we said earlier, work with speaking to your body over 7 days and your tissues with their love and their self-acceptance of your spirit, because that is the acceptance of who you are as your cosmic. Remember, as you talk to yourselves, you're talking to all that you are as a cosmic being. And that will change your reality, and that will help you align to the cosmic. So it's, again, it's a bigger, deeper code than what I'm explaining. But those of you that know it. Those with the hearts to hear will hear it. Your multidimensionality activations of that heart activation is a full acceptance of yourself in every day, that you're higher, bigger, grander than you thought you were. And how is it and who is it of us to judge anybody before us? And that makes you higher vibrational and unconditional love. You're carrying in your being and you're walking as your higher self, which is your unconditional love. That's why when you know, and you can just do these little checkpoints throughout the day, your higher self would never ever tell you to hurt another or harm another or take from another or steal from another. And you can ask yourself, vibrationally, is like, what is in my part in this transaction? But you know that when you're aligned and you're just living from the beauty of who you are and the richness of who you are, your higher self would never ever guide you in those directions. Your higher self is unconditional love, and when you hit that unconditional love, when that clicks, when all of these little cogs in the wheel, when those cogs, that's what your source alignment, that's alchemy. When your higher self clicks and that density has been broken, that's what I do as a light worker, a conduit. I pierce in and I break up those cogs so that the density can move and light can get in. New potentials, new offerings, new energies, new codes, new potentials, new promises, new light gets in. I offer codes. The light codes get into where it was dark and nothing was moving. There was no evolution. I move through a lot of timelines in a lot of places. That's why God will cloak me and the next day I'll be gone. You can allow yourself to, I'm accepting those things now. It's hard because sometimes there's no endings to any of these stories. They're just constant minutia, and it gets really exhausting. That's why there's not a lot of people, again, God told me last week, the last couple of days, nobody can do what I do. It's an exhausting role. There's like so many timelines that I'm transmuting, and most of the time I'm just offering my God essence, because God knows what I offer and the codes I emit. For preparations for diversity, preparations for hybrids, preparations for more ultra humans, preparations for higher vibrational songs and texts to be written, higher vibrational people in alchemy to walk forward because they care, because they're waking up one morning feeling completely different than they were the day before. That's alchemy. That's being a soul. And then you get to understand why integrating your soul psyche experiences is so, so important. Acceptance is profound, and that's what that activation was. The acceptance of who you are is multiversal. And I just gave you an example of my story. I've closed out 3, 4D timelines. I'm now walking into 5D, and I'm traversing on all timelines to help those collectives that need Christed activations, that need the Christed codes for their ascension path. I teach ascension in ways that nobody else teaches it. I offer spiritual wisdoms in ways that nobody else teaches it. I offer higher vibrational wisdoms from the masters and the Christ consciousness in ways that nobody else offers it. Again, this is why you can never ever compare or compete, because your soul's blueprint is just unique and different. You're connected with source in a different way. And when you feel that click and those cogs click, it's cascading. That heart activation I just had in front of you, and I show you. Alchemically, I show you what I go through when I go through it, and I try to put the best words that I can. This is a true, full, authentic prophet before you. I speak as Jesus spoke, in different words and different terminologies, in the best way our human language can. That was an activation that I know cascaded through all dimensions. That was a huge heart activation. And so because I'm connected with you, all of you, there was a big connect. That was a big activation that needed to be done for our 5D, where we're going as a collective embodiment of love. So have June be the intention where you embody unconditional love. And every day, allow yourself to feel into the presence of your unconditional acceptance of you. You'll have a unique expression, you have a unique exploration, you have a unique journey, and it's only with you and God. Only you and God know the depths and the minutiae of your of your soul's expression. And it feels, I cannot put in any words the love that I have with God. It is a marriage. Nothing and nothing and no thing and no one, nothing will ever come. What you feel inside your core, that is the best orgasm, cosmic, galactic, multiverse. There's no way you can just describe what I just went through. That's when everything that you wake up for is that. That is God showing you that we're married. That's where, I don't care where God takes me, I'll always survive in whatever way God wants me. God will put a different body on me. I'll always be with God. And God has nothing, when I say God, it is multiverse source creator. It's not even in the same ballpark of religion. And all of you know that since the first day that I got on radio. It is about that's that pillar of light in the core of who you are. That pillar of light in the core of who you are just got activated. And there is no going back. That's how you know true love. That's true self-love. When you are brought to somewhere, to a place, to an experience, to a difference, to an alchemic, biophysical, multidimensionality of something that just fucking happened, and you can't put your finger on it, that's Christ consciousness. You can never go back to what you were. You're going to walk around for the rest of the day totally changed and different. That was an activation of Christed, multidimensional, metatronic, galactic, multiverse, omnipresent, God consciousness, Mother, Father, Source God, all creation, all Gaia, all 5D Earth. That's what that was. And those can go back and listen to this again and make notes and just play. The more that you open into sacred play and sacred acceptance and sacred love and sacred exploration and sacred experience, the more that you open up into those 3 E's, you will find yourself over 7 and 8 days, you will feel your paradigm shift and change. And talk to yourself as a sacred being, because you are a goddess and you are a God and we are creators. As God always meant, and God will always bless so sweetly in giving it to us. That is sacred respect. And you would never, ever, 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 in any disrespectful way, ever want to ever disrespect and think that you are playing God on what just happened. That's when you bow and say, thank you, Holy Spirit. I got my unicorn back. In all of those years that I was being attacked, something happened in the core of me that changed me. And much of the regret and much of the training to heal myself through daily spiritual attacks and daily destiny swappings that people tried to do. The one thing I cried most to Source was that they took my unicorn. That vibrational essence, that sweet, sweet essence, that sweet, sweet little thing that I felt within myself that had been missing. And that was the acceptance of my galactic celestial hybrid self. Because the reason why they attacked me was because of that. But there was a part of me in my contract that I guess I didn't accept it in myself. And why I come forward to talk about unconditional self-acceptance, trans, bi, gay, divine feminine, stand and be a leader. Because I got my unicorn back and I'm just getting up. Because I've accepted myself as so fucking profound. And I love myself every day. And there's no outer experience that could ever match what God gives me. That's beautiful. That's my magnetic. And I earned it. So I open in divine grace. Thank you, Holy Spirit, for whatever you may bless. Oh my God. If every moment is the oneness of God, that just happened. That was crazy. So I'm going to go journal about that. Thank you. I'm going to say goodbye now. Anybody that wants to join our monthly classes, our personal healing sessions, 90 minutes for $233 US. My PayPal link is below. Thank you so much for joining me in these beautiful sessions. It was supposed to be a shorter video today, but we got all into Ascension. We love you so very much. Stay connected and be present. Be really present, soft and loving and present. You're meant to have fun on this journey. You're meant to receive. You're meant to be loved. You're meant to be given love. You're meant to be held safely and securely. And absolutely know you will be protected and honored and supported by the heavens if you speak up in truth on abuses and corruption. Your intention is to heal New Earth. Your intention is to be a part of New Earth. Your intention is to be a part of change. And those are the intention pulsations, those little codes of pulsations, whether you choose to act on something brave and courageous because you know it feels wrong or right, that is how you create your reality. And God will support you because you knew that you're doing a good thing and because it has to be said. Things have to be brought forward. It can't be changed if we're not bringing it forward and clearing it. There's a lot of corruption and judgment and hate, and it needs to be cleansed. We need to transmute it. Healing is paramount. And God will support you 100. You will be supported. You will be supported. God gives you that promise. And God will give you sweetly. I love you, dear lighted ones. If you would like to donate, I would so love it. I love donations. I have very hardly get any donations. I love donations. If you want to book a session, I would love a session. Connect with your higher self, connect. And absolutely over the next 8 days, Spirit showed me there's many, many, many of you. This is your catalyst. I'm your catalyst. If you choose to see a new paradigm, a new reality, deeper connection with your spirit guides, deeper connection with your higher self, deeper connection with realities, deeper connection with celestials, deeper connection with God, absolutely over the next 7 days, talk to your cells, talk to your DNA, talk to your spirit, talk to your higher self, get aligned, and there's going to be profound experiences. And we hope the next time we come on a video that you share your experiences with us. We love you so very much, dear lighted ones. We're going to sign off. I'm going to go nourish my body and have some journaling time with Mother, Father. Bye, we love you. Rainbow hugs and kisses.